If you ever feel like it's also Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan.
What's going on, everybody?
In the chat right now.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from kind of cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. Live and alive, and it's very windy out here in cloudy California, Los Angeles. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Thursday. That's right. It's Thursday, January 4th. It's the 4th day of the year, folks. January 4th. 4th day of the year. Here, and we're ready to go. January 4th, 2024. January 6th, our holy holiday, is only 2 days away. Only 2 days away. What does this fit is something that many of you are asking in the chat. I see it. And that is that it's winter. It's winter. It was not Jeff that cut my hair. I went to my own barber. I have a hairstylist, like an actual hairstylist that I go to. And that's right. That's who I went to. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. About what's going on in my world. Hasan said he was getting a haircut. He meant he was getting a haircut, just a single hair. There's a difference between my hair from yesterday and my hair today. Okay? And if you don't see it, I don't know what to tell you. However, I wanted to flex on my haters a little bit today. I did want to look posh and normy. Cheating on your barber is wild. Problem is, my barber is blind. Like, literally. So, and also a world traveler, and also selling his merchandise on Amazon now. Like, he's big time. And when you have a big time barber like that, you can't constantly ask him to come on your stream to cut your hair, you know? He's not always going to be available. And that's the problem with Jeff. I always feel weird about asking him. So I went to my own barber. I have a new hairstylist, I guess, that I utilize. I very much appreciate. He's very good. He's very, very, very good at his job. That's right. So That's what I did yesterday after playing No Pixel. Just kidding. Not playing No Pixel. Claiming that I was going to play No Pixel after the Epstein files dropped. Dropping the No Pixel. I went and got a haircut. And after that, I had a night to myself. And I feel very refreshed as a consequence of that. Yesterday, I worked out for the first time since I had left for Italy. And after that workout, I got this tiring feeling that I had missed. That was missing from my life. But it was a good feeling. Got my hair cut, had a relaxing afternoon. My favorite restaurant that I order from, unfortunately, no longer makes grilled chicken. They took it out of the rotation, which sucks. I don't like that. Okay? I don't like that at all. But what are you going to do? We make do regardless. Had my chicken, and then I drew a bath. That's right. I drew a bath. Those of you who, for the anarchists in the chat, that means when you have still water. It's not when you have running water that turns into still water and you sit inside of it. Probably the closest many anarchists will ever get to a shower other than walking under the rain. Had my Epsom salt, salted it up, real salty. Oh my God, bath inspired by Saltburn? I don't know. I have not seen Saltburn. I don't know what that means. Put the Epsom salt in there, put a bath bomb in there, and I drew a bath. And I sat in it, and I enjoyed myself. I watched some Better Call Saul, but there was something that happened in Better Call Saul that was genuinely, and I'm not even joking, genuinely emotionally traumatizing for me. You're really large for a bath? I know. The old lady, Saul Goodman in Breaking Bad, even though his name is Jimmy McGill, which I didn't know until recently, okay, did something that was truly unacceptable. I'm on season 3 right now, and honestly, there's like this mass class action happening, and there's like the action leader in the old folks home, and the episode I wrote about on my alt account, I said the episode in Better Call Saul where he makes everyone turn on the one old lady in the retirement home, like all the other old ladies turn on Irene in the retirement home, and she cries. It made me want to turn off the show entirely. I had to turn it off. I was in the bath. I was having a nice, quiet, pleasant afternoon. And then he made her fucking, like, he basically manipulated everyone to hate her so he could get his way. And honestly, it was so emotionally traumatizing that I turned off the fucking video. I turned off the show. I couldn't deal with it. Do you have a public Snapchat? I do not. I don't have a Snapchat in general. ISIS lied about claiming responsibility before, so how are you so sure? Very rarely do they not claim responsibility. I'm gonna get to it. There's a couple different reasons as to why. Like I said, it was one of the potential responsible parties. But I'll get to it in a second. I'm doing my personal news. Better Call Saul made me turn off show multiple times due to feeling uncomfortable like no other show has. Yeah, it was crazy. And then the car crash scene is like really scary too. It's a wonderful show. It's really well written. It's really well shot. Look at this fucking asshole, dude. Typical attorney guy goes soft. Okay? Like typical defense attorney nonsense. Oh yeah, look, I'm an attorney. Like, yeah, sometimes I make old folks cry. Okay? He's on his attorney Sigma grind set. But yeah, I don't know why I get like, there's a couple different things that make me unreasonably mad and sad when I watch it in movies and stuff. And it's basically, this guy on Reddit gave me his snap and he sent me your nitpick. Nice. I think you are at 10K Andy now. What the fuck? No, my friend, I'm 20 minutes into the broadcast. People are just coming in. I haven't even blasted off yet. That's not how this works. Anyway, what I was saying is, yeah, I fell off, dude. I fell off. What I was saying is this, okay? There's a couple things that really, really upset me when I watch, like even in TV shows and stuff. I can't like get over it, and it makes me really unimaginably emotional. And it's like when I see old people cry or old people hurt, or when I see like a fat kid, like a fat child being bullied and then also cry. In the real world, when I see that, it just like it kills me. It like kills a part of my soul. I don't know why. And I guess it's because it's whatever you think is like significant. You know what I mean? Because I'm an empath. Yeah, I'm an empath for fat kids being bullied and also old folks, which is because one, I guess because I was a fat kid, but it's not even me. It's literally, it's not even me. It's I think my brother. It's Murad. Like I see a lot of that I see a lot of what happened to Murad when he was growing up, and that makes me irrationally angry. I don't know why the elderly abuse thing gets me really, really upset. Mostly because I'm old, I think, probably. But like, someone in the chat said like, oh, I feel that way about like dog abuse. Like, I don't. It doesn't hit me in the same way. I can watch it and contextualize it and see it as something that's like not happening in the real world. I don't know what it is. Someone in the chat said, oh, I feel that way about racism. Like, not the same for me on that front either. Like, obviously it's gruesome and gross, and oftentimes if it's like well shot, it can be very emotional, but I'm putting this in a very separate place. I don't know why. It's just like I categorize the elderly abuse in a specific way, in a very separate way. Anyway, as far as the fit goes, chat, many of you are asking what's up with the fit. This is my brother's jacket. This is my brother's blazer, and I'm wondering what the pant shoe situation is with this odd top combo. I posted it on my Instagram stories if you want to see it, but Ordinary Sheeple, oh my god, getting started early. Ordinary Sheeple, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. No, this is my brother's like bespoke tailored suit from a time when he was like really skinny after the gastric bypass, and it doesn't fit him anymore. I brought it to Italy because my parents were like, you need to bring this to Italy so he can wear it, and it doesn't fit him anymore. So I was like, damn, this fits me pretty good, you know, I'll take it. So I stole it. I yoinked it. Kaya, please. Where's your scarf from on your IG story? Again, it's Yasuo's brand. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you what the brand is. I keep forgetting to tell you. It's the same cardigan. It's the same brand that I was wearing the cardigan. Bro, this dude needs to... It's Nivour. Thank you. It's Nivour. N-I-V-O-U-R. You don't got a single thing you're doing that requires all of that. You, chatter. You. I do it for you. What do you mean? Anyway. Igarath gives us a Japan update. Nippon desu update. Update on Noto Peninsula earthquake. Earthquake death toll rise to 84 in Ishikawa Prefecture. 179 unaccounted for. 305 injuries. Rough estimate of damages already ranges in the billions of dollars. Homelessness in the tens of thousands. JDSF response to the crisis is doubled per the orders of Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. So just wanted to give you guys a quick update, a quick Japanese quake update. But yeah, when people say, "Oh, why are you dressed like this?" It's like, it's for you, man. It's literally for you. That's why I'm dressed like this. And also the person that said, "Oh, they made a dinosaur for you." Fuck you. My head is way more proportional to my body than that one. Okay, this fit is that old money type shit. No, it's not. I'm literally wearing a brand. Whatever this brand is, I forget. Also, video gaming update just for me, not for anybody else, because I might not even play this on stream. Apparently, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is going to be incredible. Going to be in Hawaii. Huge missed opportunity for you to say your single thing. You're doing Chatter's mom. You fell off, bro. No wonder views are tanking. Yeah, I stopped fucking Chat's moms. That's why. You look like a humanities professor who fucks the students. Except I want to look like a humanities professor who fucks the students' moms. Your take on bears is still your best take of all time. What kind of dog is this? Yeah, exactly. Because this is me for real. This is me and Kaya. Like, literally. I'm telling you, I could vibe with a bear. 100p. I could vibe with a bear. I know it in my heart of hearts. But yeah, that's it. I've been reading a lot and looking at the news, so I give you guys better analyses. Okay, I feel like I've been slacking on that front because we're back on the news train, and that's it. What were your feelings on JJK? Yeah, I mean, I almost named Kaya Kuma, which is a really good name. It would have been a really good name for Kaya. Any specific type of bear? Because most bears would not be receptive. Whatever this bear is. Why are they so chill?
Том, вот она. Okay.
Ну-ка, дай-ка мне. Трезор, дай сюда, дай. Смотри, Том, давай. Апорт.
Тебе забавно, как жопу тебя заносит.
Тузик, апорт. Давай, Тузик, держи. Апорт.
I'm not even kidding. Like, this bear's behavior is also identical to Kaya. Your fit is giving upscale thrift store like Wasteland or Crossroads. Why? I'm wearing a normal blazer. I'm wearing a normal blazer. Down to the pants, I'm wearing the L'Keep pants that I got a while ago that I got way more use out of than I thought I would. Okay. And I'm wearing I'm wearing my Croc socks and Doc Martens. You'd have to find a bear that's already been socialized with humans, otherwise you'll die. And then up top on the blazer front, I forget what brand this is. It's an American brand, but it has a Cyrillic writing, but brand called Heron Preston. To be honest, the gray color of your socks does not fit your overall fit. Yes, it does. This is like, the pants I'm wearing is like a very greenish gray or brown. It's a color grid. I know what I'm doing, okay? How am I going to be dressing out here, dripped out the wazoo? Why are you wearing full shoes on indoors? Because my no shoes indoors policy changed after Kaya. Chad is just being stupid because you changed a single thing about the stream. Broken brains. What did I change? I didn't change anything. Anyway, let's do it. Let's blast off. Epstein files reveal Bill Clinton likes him young. Stanley Cup madness. ISIS takes credit for Iran. Iowa school shooting. Star Wars is woke. And more. No pixel early. I promise. Get in now. Everything is woke. Yeah, DEI is the new affirmative action. At a certain point, I think people are just going to realize, I hope, one day, maybe, that all of the, like, it's not necessarily about fairness at all. And it's just about upholding desperately, I might add, whatever crumb of, like, white supremacy you can. One day. One day people will get that, I think. Or they won't, and they'll continue deluding themselves into thinking that what they're simply doing is actually about fairness when it's not. Anyway, here it is. I'm blasting off. Shouts out to Bomb Left for the DEI's the new CRT. Yeah, it almost feels like whether it be called CRT, DEI, affirmative action, or separate but equal, it's almost always about ensuring that black people do not get to positions of power. Oh, Cat Williams. I do want to talk about Cat Williams. Shannon Sharp is my one. You know how I have this like weird expectation that I could be friends with a bear? I don't know anything about Shannon Sharp, but I think he's so cool. I don't watch sports at all, and I don't know why. I feel like I would love to hang out with him. I don't know him. I don't even know like the memes or anything like that. I just think he's so sick. I love him. I don't know why. His vibes are unparalleled. Does that make sense? See, people are saying it's because he's a bronsexual, and like, I don't know enough about him to even know that, honestly. But of course, great minds think alike. So obviously, I didn't even know that about him, and yet he seems to have some good opinions. You are dressed like Shannon today. Maybe that's what it is. It could be that he's so jacked too, and you know I respect that. You know I respect that. Like, he's so impossibly jacked.
Today, we got problems. Yeah, if your team won.
It's 2 hours and 46 minutes. I probably won't be watching the whole thing. Went hood on him. Shannon Sharp really pulled out a Black and Mild. This is
Can you join me with a victory cigar?
You smoke cigars?
You're calling Black and Mild cigars?
I be on the miles. I be on the miles with that yank hard yesterday, Skip.
Shannon, this is very off-brand.
Hold on, Joey.
I'm just going to
first of all,
tell you that.
if your team did not score a point yesterday, please do not touch the victory cigar.
I think by not smoking the Black and Milds,
Where
we're
did
actually
you buy
winning.
those, at Rite Aid?
Hold on. First of all, Skip.
Rite Aid? God, he's so white. Do they even sell Black and Milds at Rite Aid? I feel like you only get Black and Milds at like liquor stores and like regular, corner stores and shit. Oh, they do? I don't think I've ever in my entire life purchased a Black and Mild outside of a gas station, a liquor store, or a corner store. I've never gone into like a CVS. I feel like the environment, it's too lit. You know what I mean? Like, the environment in and of itself is way too lit for you to be purchasing a Black and Mild. I know some of you understand exactly what I'm saying. Like, you have to be able to get it, like, moments when you are purchasing a Black and Mild require you to be relatively fucked up or in the presence of becoming very fucked up, because it's usually not just, I mean, I don't think I've ever smoked a Black and Mild on its own. It's just you get Black and Milds for one purpose usually, and that purpose requires, at least because I'm old, that purpose requires you to back in the day, because it was illegal, that purpose requires you to be in the dark, okay? It's an incognito type shit. I'm a freak because I just casually smoked them like cigarettes. Oh, that is nasty. Thank God I didn't have a Swisher Sweets in Mad Dog era. I don't know why that's not fine. I'm just, sometimes you're not very rich, and you did do that, and what do you mean? Like, I think that's a normal era to go through. That's a normal era. Many people are saying that's a great era, okay? People are saying that's a perfectly valid era to be a part of. Anyway, that's all today for the sports part of the broadcast. We're not going to be covering sports, except I will be talking about Mark Cuban's DEI stuff later in the broadcast. You ever just rip a backwood straight like that? No. You're saying you roll blunts out of Black and Milds? Yes. Well, not me. I didn't ever know how to roll blunts because I say this to Will as well. We have like potato farmer hands. You know what I mean? Like, these are not dainty hands that are like, I have ogre hands. So does Will. It's not for precise action. Like, I don't think I'd ever be able to be a surgeon. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got hands built to slap rocks and nothing else. I'm a chef, but I still can't roll blunts. Too big hands. The best he can do is tamales, chat. Yeah, I can roll up a burrito. Not well, but I can do it. Yeah, but I got the Dagestani rock puncher hands. Exactly. Anyway, these hands are built to pet bears, though. Like, actually. This is what I mean. I feel like I would vibe out with a bear for that reason. I'd be like, you're big and misunderstood. I'm big and misunderstood. You know what I mean? You could be an orthopedic surgeon and hammer bones. What, like talking like 19th century style? Like, what do you mean? You in the outside, name a better joke? Wait, what do you mean? Like me going outside? Chatter, I just got back from Italy. I was outside quite a bit, or unless you mean like outdoors in like nature, because I don't go outside in nature. Just don't go and pet a polar bear. Those things are as adorable as they are terrifying. Have you seen orthopedic surgery tools? No. Are we talking about the animal or gay bears? No, I'm talking about the animal. Okay, we've blasted off. Let's get started. We're briefly going to talk about the Iowa school shooting. Multiple gunshot victims in shooting in Iowa, school sheriff says. Here's the update from that. You know, we're back. We're so back. America is back. School shootings are back. You know, that's just how it goes. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. That's how it happens out here.
Approximately 7:37 a.m., we had a Sears radio activation at the high school, which indicated an active shooter situation. An officer first arrived within 7 minutes of that activation and located multiple gunshot victims. We're still unclear of exactly how many are injured or what the extent of those are, but we're working on that right now. There is no further danger to the public. The community is safe. We're just now working backwards, trying to figure out everything that happened.
People are already saying it was a false flag attack to distract from the Epstein list. Oh, man, I love that. That's great. I don't think people understand. Nothing will happen to those who are on the Epstein list. Okay? Like, people think that, oh, if we find out about celebrities on the Epstein list, like, ooh, something bad will happen. It's like, no, don't be deluded. Okay? No, it doesn't matter if the names get leaked or whatever. What are you going to do? Look at the Dersh. He's operating every day.
And make notifications. There'll be another update later on today. It's still very early. This happened at approximately 7:37 this morning. School didn't start yet, luckily. So there was very few students and faculty in the building.
Bro, who goes to shoot up a school at 7:37 beforehand? I thought school shooters hated school. Wait, what? This dude is like international baccalaureate. Like he's taking like AP classes, IB classes. Like, man, I love going to school so much. I came in early. That's crazy.
Building. which I think contributed to a good outcome in that sense. But we'll have more information later on this afternoon. We will not be releasing any more information in the meantime. So please be patient with us so that we can talk with these victims and their families and try and figure out what happened. We won't be answering any questions today either, for right now. We'll let you know later on this afternoon, what time we'll be meeting back with you
Leonardo
again.
DiCaprio's
And
on
we
the
hope
list?
to provide more
What?
detail then.
No, he's not.
Just to be clear, you don't have a number of people who were injured in this?
We're still working on that.
Have you identified the shooter?
Yes.
As far as I understand, there's multiple wounded, but I don't think anybody died except for the shooter.
Current status.
We'll get to that later on this afternoon.
Can you confirm if the shooter was a student?
No, Leonardo DiCaprio is mentioned by Jeffrey Epstein. This latest round, guys, we covered the Epstein files live last night when it first leaked. When it first dropped, sorry, not leaked. Jeffrey Epstein name dropped him. Jeffrey Epstein name dropped him, but we'll get to it. Jeffrey Epstein name dropped him to one of the victims, basically. One of the girls that was like massaging him, saying like, oh, yeah, I talk to Leonardo DiCaprio on the phone all the time, which was mentioned in the court proceedings, but we don't know if he hung out with Leonardo DiCaprio at all. Oh my God, dude, this already is like uploaded by Hassan Reactions at 124,000 views, bro. My HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex channels unironically doing better than my main channel right now. This is like, this video in and of itself is like outperforming. I don't even know if we posted a video yet, like on my main channel. But yeah, look at this. It's outperforming my videos. With peace and love, your main channel uploads too slow. I know. Someone's getting fired? No. Why do you allow your HasanAbi Industrial Complex to continue to operate like if they're like constantly stealing views essentially? 2 reasons. I guess 1 reason. I don't care. That's it. As long as they're like, I don't care. I want people to be able to make money off this content. And the second reason is because there are far too many videos that I would never be able to edit anyway off of a 10-hour broadcast. So as long as they're the ones who are editing and like uploading them on their own, they can make money off them. Who cares? Why not just tape the cable down on your floor like that typical engineer? Yeah. And then Kaya ate it. Anyway, let's keep watching.
I can't confirm that right now.
Can you confirm if he did?
Is there
No,
a
not right now.
reunification center for families and students right now?
Great point. The reunification center has already been established, and at most of those, I think all the kids have been reunified already. So we're good in that area. Thank you.
Were there any faculty members that were hurt?
I can't answer that question yet.
Have you made any apprehensions or arrests?
Can't answer that question yet either.
We'll take no further questions at this time. We'll see you this afternoon.
Sorry, just wanted to make sure.
I will let you know. We don't know.
Iowa Department of Public Safety will push out a message as far as location and time of the next press conference.
Okay.
So if you go to the Iowa Department of Public Safety website, it'll be posted there probably
Shortly after noon.
I'm sorry. There's nothing more that we're going to be able to answer right now. Thank you.
Back.
The breaking news out of Iowa, we just heard from law enforcement there.
HasanAbi makes lots of money. His official clip channel is slow as hell. Editing anything, those other clip channels are a needed business. What HasanAbi should do is pay those people to edit on his main channel and unionize the clip industry. That's interesting that you're saying that because we do that. And secondly, what, you want me to pay random channels that are already making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year if they can monetize those videos, like my videos, to also then pay on top of that? Like what? Some of those channels get like millions of views. I don't know if you know that, and they're verified and stuff. So I don't know if you know this, but they should be paying me. In under normal circumstances, the way it works is they pay me for, you know, using the IP that they are taking. I'm personally saying it's fine. It's fine for them to do so. But if you want me to ask them to also, you know, if you want me to also pay them on top of that, I don't know what you mean. But some of those editors we do use, yes, and you know, they edit for the main channel and get paid for it. How the hell did you get 70K on your gaming channel with only like 2 videos per month? The gaming channel has been cooking. It's not 2 videos per month. The only problem is I don't game enough. Gotta get them on board with the official channel and pay them with the revenue from the main channel and have them unionized. Okay, I should have not. I should have not responded to that chatter. Now he's like chirping further with ridiculous. It's the same principle behind people being like, excuse me, why don't you pay your chatters? Socialism is when me as a chatter get paid to be in the chat. This is how it's supposed to work. We are actually behind on all the gaming VODs. You were farming gaming in 2023. We release at least 2 vids a week. There you go.
They're confirming a shooting at the Perry High School. They got word of it at about 7:37
Me and the CNN anchor are dressed up in the exact same way, which I respect.
a.m. local time. Police arrived 7 minutes later and found multiple shooting victims. No word on how many or the condition of the people who were shot there, although they make clear there is no current danger to the community. As in other words, it's a secure situation, no ongoing threat.
They did say, too, that they had identified the shooter, but we have no details on who that was, whether they were related to the school in any kind of way. CNN producer Aaron Pellish is there for us now. He's been taking these pictures for us, so thank you and your team for that. And obviously the candidates are in town, and there are a lot of people in town, reporters in town, and producers in town, because that is where Vivek Ramaswamy was today. He's already tweeted out that he sent his prayers to the community and to the high school there in Perry. Aaron, what are you seeing at this hour, and did anything strike you from the press conference that you were videotaping?
Squeaks has ruined me. He's broken my brain.
Yeah, Sarah, it's a very calm scene here. It seems like, as Dallas County Sheriff's Department said in their press conference just a minute ago, that they have this scene under control here. A lot of law enforcement still on the ground here. A lot of media here, obviously, covering developments as they still unfold. One of the things that struck me, as we heard from the Dallas County Sheriff, is that they got reports from the incident at 7.
Vivek Ramaswamy being in town while the school shooting is happening is kind of perfect, because there is no closer to a school shooter candidate than Vivek Ramaswamy. Like vibes-wise, Vivek Ramaswamy is the... oh my God, I'm calling him Ramaswamy. Oh, God damn it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Stop. We're done. I'm going to literally never play No Pixel ever again, and I'm going to start banning it. If you guys do that, no, stop. Oh, my God, chat. No. I'm a political commentator. No. This is devastating. I was going to interview this man. Like, there was a point in time when we were going to interview him. And now I'm calling him Vivek Ramaswamy. Okay, we're back. Vivek Ramaswamy, which is his name, is the closest you can get to a school shooter in all of the candidates across the board. Like, Blake Masters was the school shooting candidate, right? And Ramaswamy is carrying that torch.
7:37 a.m. local time, that there was a shooting incident at the school, and as we heard, multiple gunshot victims. I was driving up here, as you mentioned, for a Vivek Ramaswamy event that was taking place in town around 10. The event was scheduled for around 9 o'clock local time, and so I was driving up here in between 8 and 9 o'clock heading towards the event, and saw dozens of law enforcement, emergency medical personnel from all across central Iowa, state troopers, Polk County, which is the county that Des Moines is in, Dallas County, Greene County, a nearby county in Iowa, Urbandale.
I mean, it's not that unique to like go to a town that Vivek Ramaswamy was about to be at and then experience a mass shooting, or like know that there is a mass shooting happening there. Because it's like, it happens everywhere. 2024 has only started 4 days ago, and we've already had 6 mass shootings. So, yeah, January 1st, there was 4 mass shootings, one in Cicero, Illinois, and then one in Perry, Iowa. 3 dead in the Perry, Iowa one, and 4 dead in the Texas Orange one. Yeah, it's just like, let's be real. Serious political commentator, you called Biden Brandon in front of another candidate? Okay, that's fair. I've called Biden Brandon in front of 2 candidates. Jank is also, don't care, still voting for Jank. Jank is also a presidential candidate. You have January 1st, Los Angeles, California, 2 dead, 8 injured. 2 people were killed and 8 others were injured after a fight occurred at a New Year's party in downtown Los Angeles. You have January 1st in Springfield, Missouri. A security guard shot and injured 4 people at a bar due to a misunderstanding, which is, again, the most American way to do shootings. January 1st, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. A teenager was killed and 4 other people were injured in a drive-by shooting spanning a 6-block radius. January 1st, Orange, Texas. A man fatally shot 3 of his family members at a house before turning the gun on himself. January 2nd, Cicero, Illinois. 3 dead, 1 injured. A man fatally shot his girlfriend and her cousin and injured his infant son before killing himself. And then January 4th, Perry, Iowa. 1 dead, 3 injured. The 1 dead is the shooter himself. Multiple victims were shot, including at least 2 students and an administrator at Perry High School. Police have reported the shooter committed suicide. So, security guards have guns in America? Come, brother. Barb Leahy. Security guards? Infants have guns in America. Of course security guards have guns in America. Monkeys have guns in America, okay? Like zoo animals. Like, there are so many guns in the United States of America that you can literally accidentally give a dog a gun, okay? I'm sure that if I were to look it up, there's probably at least 1 instance where a dog accidentally misfired on their owner. There are guns everywhere in this country, okay? There are guns basically flowing out of water fountains. It's less likely, it's harder to go to a place in the United States of America where there are no guns than a place where there are. In the United States of America, we have sexual intercourse with our guns. In the United States of America, we actually unironically marry our guns. That's true. There you go. Told you. Man shot dead after dog steps on hunting rifle's trigger. Called it. Man shot dead. German Shepherd was in the back of a car. The victim was in the front seat. January 26, 2023. That was last year. I told you. I didn't have to see it or read it. I just knew. Because why? You know why? Because that's a statistical probability. At that point, it's just statistics. It's a likelihood. The video that I have the video lined up for this, the Nevada video. That's another very American thing. All right, let's finish the
police
story.
we've seen on site, West Des Moines police we've seen on site. So law enforcement from all over the place responding within the hour to this incident. And as you said, Sarah, we're still learning more from law enforcement here.
Aaron, I know that you sort of just got into town the last couple of days, but I'm wondering if you know the hospital, the one that I found that was a Trauma 1 center was all the way in Des Moines, which is a 40-minute drive. Did you notice or see anything closer, just a hospital, because gunshot wounds require such intense care?
Sarah,
aren't something like 90% of the guns in the U.S. owned by like 7% of the population? I don't know what the exact population percentage is of people who own guns, but you're talking about people who own legal guns that we know of, or at least people that we know of that have guns. But here's the thing. A lot of gun owners don't just have one gun. There are more guns in circulation in this country than there are people. However, a lot of gun owners don't just own one gun. A lot of gun owners also own an arsenal of guns, right? So there are a lot of arsenal owners or a lot of arsenal havers in this country. That part is true, okay? The difference is you have to look at like what the normal gun ownership percentage is supposed to look like in a country, right? What is this? Guns aren't the problem. Disarming lawful owners only hurts democracy. Allowing law enforcement personnel to purchase prohibited weapons while not allowing private citizens is scary. Oh my God. No, guns are the problem, okay? Guns are the problem. Without any regulation whatsoever, yes, gun ownership is ridiculous. There is no other argument on the planet. There's no other place on the planet where you make this argument, okay? God damn it, being an American is unironically a brain disease that is impossible to cure, okay? The solution, of course, for many Americans with that kind of brain disease is purchasing more guns. 7% is bullshit per Gallup. Gun ownership in the U.S. 2020 was 32%. Look at America. Firearm ownership per 100 persons. The United States is at 120.5%, only followed after the Falklands Islands, okay, at 62%, and Yemen at 52%, New Caledonia at 42.5%, and then Serbia at 39.1%, Montenegro at 39.1%, don't mess with the Balkans, Canada at 34.7%. Like, no one comes near the United States of America. This is, of course, firearms per 100 persons, like firearms per capita, so guns in circulation. What I want to know is, like, what percentage of gun ownership is, like... Now, obviously, you understand why this number is so high in, like, Yemen or Serbia or Montenegro. I think you guys get that, right? So why is it so unimaginably high? It's not necessarily that Serbians are homosexuals. It's just that's what happens when you have, war. I mean, look at the unregistered firearms. In the United States of America, you have 300, like, oh, wait, why is this is saying, like, all guns are unregistered, I think, right? Technically, or something, because there's, what? Where's America on this list? America has 1 million registered firearms to 392. According to the Congressional Research Service, as of 2009, there were roughly twice as many guns per capita in the United States as there were in 1968, more than 300 million guns in all. It's such a classic Ameribrain take that if there's a problem, the solution is always more of the problem. Traffic, more lanes. Gun violence, more guns. Yeah, because those people are not... I thought you didn't speak on breaking news. What? My friend, covering the like, police... Like, briefly covering the Iowa school shooting after the police released the testimony, or the police released a take, is, like, very different than making erroneous claims. Anyway, I've brought this up before. Why am I doing it? My resolutions are falling apart, chat. We're going to continue. I'm going to continue not reading chatters that are in here in bad faith for the most part, I think. I do suspect that chatter was probably not here in good faith. He was probably in bad faith, but I will respond nonetheless in a positive and calm manner and tell them, listen, chatter, an official government body has released information about an event that has taken place. So yes, of course, I will look at the official government body that revealed information about an event that unfolded. That is different than making up erroneous claims about a thing that is occurring, which is oftentimes what many people do when a situation like this unfolds. And the only time I ever cover things like that is if it gets out of hand. Like, for example, when a mass shooting occurs and then Republicans immediately run and say, oh, it's a trans person, right?
It's hard to say. I'm not as familiar with the state as some others. You know, I've spent a lot of time here covering political events, but luckily for me, I have not spent a lot of time at the hospital. But Des Moines is the largest city all around. We've talked about it on air recently, previously. This town is a very
or saying that a terrorist blew up a bomb at a border. That's exactly right. Like, that was another example where I was like, I'm not going to cover it yet. However, if there is misinformation, I will approach it with some critical thinking. For example, the Iranian explosion yesterday. I didn't tell you with a certainty what the responsible party was. I told you simply who it can be, and I told you who it's least likely to be responsible for. Now we actually have information on, or at least now we know who has taken responsibility for it, which I will be covering in a little bit, right? The Islamic State has taken responsibility for it. ISIS has in the past. ISIS has a very solid track record, I would say, of taking ownership over attacks that they are responsible for. There are, however, instances where they have taken ownership over attacks that they haven't done, but usually they will take ownership over their own personal attacks. Like, that's pretty consistent. TikTok is already giving their crazy takes about this crap.
Hey, Hassan, did you?
What the hell is this? This is a child. This is your own. What? Don't link your own TikTok of your sister or something. I don't know if that's you. Right-wing freaks accounts are already sharing unconfirmed reports that it was someone who had LGBTQ positive messages and had hashtag gender fluid in their posts. See, like, the problem is a lot of people love doing that. And a lot of people claim that I do that as well when I don't. And if anything, I go against that sort of thing, which is like immediately rushing and saying, oh, it absolutely is oh, it absolutely is this, or it absolutely is a terrorist, or it absolutely is a gay guy. It's a gay guy that did the shooting. And it's like, it's America, okay? Queer people also engage in mass shootings from time to time. It's just very, very unlikely that the shooters are queer, but it can happen. It's the United States of America, baby. We got mass shooters of all different sorts, all different backgrounds, okay? Yeah, that's definitely a weird take. I mean, it's true. There was a trans school shooter, as you guys remember. It happens. Not likely or common, but it does happen. It can happen. This is a melting pot. It's the most American thing that can happen. Just less likely as we're a smaller percentage of the population. Exactly. Yeah. It's just, access to weapons. That's it. So yeah. I saw some gun owner chatters that are genuinely curious in the chat as to what the solution is since they can shoot recreationally. Could you explain to them the overall issue a bit and explain your solution? Yes. Licenses. Every gun in the country has to be registered. Every gun in the country has to have a license. Every gun in the country has to be tied to a number. And not only that, but also you can go and get a gun. However, you need to demonstrate your competence with a gun. You need to get trained. You need to show that you know how to handle a gun. And more importantly than that, you need to also show that you know how to safely keep a gun in your home. You need to be able to purchase a gun safe, for example, with a lock. This system operates all around the world, globally. One other example or one other thing that I would add on to it is that you need to get a psych profile conducted before you are able to get a gun license. You need to also get 2 character witnesses at least, minimum 2 character witnesses to be able to purchase a gun as well. And no, I don't care that would be used against like marginalized people or something like that. What do you mean? What if they're inherited? Can you drive your father's car that it was passed down to you without a license? No, you can't. It is illegal. I mean, you can, but it would be illegal, right? If you get caught driving your dad's car and you didn't swap over the registration to yourself after your dad passed away and you're driving the car without a license, then yeah, you're going to get caught. If you get caught, you're going to get in trouble. Yeah, you would have to re-register your guns. I think the entry point to this conversation is and should be very similar to like the first thing, day one, first thing you should do for gun control in this country is to, have it resemble the structure that we have for cars. Cars are very deadly. It would be better if we had less cars in this country and we utilize public transit more. I feel the same way about guns as well. Guns are also deadly. It would be better if we have less guns in circulation.
What do you say to people who?
But if we were to implement like common sense gun regulation, common sense gun control, day one, common sense gun control is make it resemble the structure that we have for driver's licenses.
I think that there are too many mass shootings in the United States of America.
It's the fucking idiots that pull the trigger.
Yeah.
It's not the people that own the guns.
What if the idiots that pull the trigger own the guns?
Hey, are you an idiot?
What should we?
Anyone can own a car. You get licensed to drive, not own. No, that's not. I don't think that's true. Yeah, like XQC them out. Yeah, there's a reason why the divorce memes popped off. Your XQC is a great example of this. There's a reason why the divorce memes popped off and like the McLaren was split in half technically because he didn't have a driver's license, which is precisely the reason why he had to split the ownership. Yeah, he had to split the ownership with someone who did have a driver's license. Dealerships won't sell you a car if you don't have a driver's license. Also, technically, here's the thing. Technically, you can have a gun in this structure as well. Just like you can drive a car without a driver's license. It's just illegal. So you're pointing to a way that like the law will not capture every single person, but that's not how you write laws. I've said this before. Nothing will make it so that there are 0 casualties due to gun violence. The goal with any kind of responsible legislation is to, 1, write it for the dumbest person in mind, and 2, make it as hard to, as hard as possible to engage in illicit behavior, in criminal behavior. So yes, despite the fact that you can, in certain instances, buy a car without a driver's license, it still doesn't matter. Having a car legally is one thing, but using the car is an entirely other thing. And you can technically drive that car illegally, but if you get caught driving the car that you own illegally on a road, well, you're in trouble, right? And it's the same as buying a gun. Let's say you get a gun without a gun license, right? In this situation, ultimately, if you are caught transporting the gun in the same way that you would be driving the car, or if you're shooting the gun somewhere, okay, like at a range or even in your backyard, I guess, and police are called and they find that you are using the gun without a license, well, you're in trouble. But ultimately, you need a license, as far as I know, to register a vehicle. And you need to get car insurance in order to be able to drive a car in general, at which point you still need a license. There are many different avenues where you need a license to have a full-blown ownership of a vehicle and to be able to use it. That's it. And when people say you can drive a vehicle on your own property without a license or registration, you're missing the point. My point is that you can do more, and you should do more for licensing and registration of guns in general beyond a vehicle, because a car in and of itself has utility outside of just ending life. Stop dying on that hill. Yes, the hill that I'm dying on is the hill where I don't want random people to die. The hill that I'm dying on here is making reasonable gun control happen in this country. Yes, this is the hill I will die on. I think you will die on that hill before I will die on it if you are as much as a nutso gun owner as you present yourself online. I'm just saying, the statistical probability that you will die on that hill or many other hills or any hill or inside of your house is much higher than mine, I would say. Okay? But ultimately, like I said, cars are very deadly. Cars are terrifying. But cars also have utility. You do commerce with cars. You ride your car to work. You can't ride your gun to work. Okay? Guns have one goal, and that is look cool, kind of like cigarettes, and also end organic life. That's it. Wrong. I do lots of commerce robbing people with my guns. Prove it by gifting subscriptions in the chat so that they can avoid the top of the hour ad break then. How about that? There you go. Because at the top of the hour, and sometimes 20 minutes into the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. I could probably drill a pretty good hole with a gun. Yeah, okay. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Guns don't look cool. Americans just romanticize them. Yeah, I mean, it's a cultural thing. He did this yesterday because more chatters are in here at 3:20 than 3. My friend, I'm live for 8 to 10 hours every day. No, I don't wait to farm as many chatters to run the ad break. I do it when I do it because I forget to run it at the top of the hour. Also, I could just do it without telling you, which is what many people do anyway. Someone in Hoscord posted their gun. Okay, this gun is fire. At one point, I always get met with when debating gun control and anti-side is that people would just start using knives or other unconventional weapons to do the same amount of killing. That's not true. That's simply not true. If knives were just as successful at killing a massive amount of people, then the American military would invade Iraq with knives instead of guns. Okay? Militaries all around the world would be using knives. Someone should tell them. That's number one. Number two, America has worse knife crime than the UK. So we got that covered too. So that's another thing that you can remember. Remember that Vegas massacre by knife at the country festival? Neither do I. Yeah. I mean, mass knifing does happen in places like China and stuff. But again, it's severely limited. What's your opinion on the restriction of purchasing of knives? Like knife control? It entirely is dependent on what kind of knife we're talking about. If it's a machete, then it's totally valid to like have some level of restriction on that too. If it is a kitchen knife, then no. Like for cooking, then no. For those of you who don't know, we do actually have knife control, by the way. I remember in Turkey, for example, they have like butterfly knives are I think illegal. or they can't be longer than like your 2 fingers, I guess, like, or however long this is, like, give or take, something along those lines. Anyway, gravity knives are illegal. No fixed blades allowed in MA, for example. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have knife regulations to a certain degree. Not that it matters as much because, once again, the goal here is to make it as to limit the worst aspects of having a tremendous amount of guns in circulation, which is when you have an ease of access to an arsenal, when you have ease of access to weaponry that you can acquire without much limitation. You can just like go purchase a gun and then do a mass shooting, or you can purchase a gun and then later on do a mass shooting. Anyway, or the more likely aspect is in a nation crippled by mental illness, just like everywhere else, let's be real, you will go and purchase a gun and then you'll fucking kill yourself with it, which is what a lot of people do. It's like 52% of the gun fatalities in this country are people that just eat their Glock for breakfast, lunch, and sometimes for dinner.
What do you say to people who think that there are too many mass shootings in the United States of America?
It's the fucking idiots that pull the trigger.
Yeah.
It's not the people that own the guns.
What if the idiots that pull the trigger own the guns?
Hey, are you an idiot?
Should we make sure that the people who are idiots
Make sure of that. You gotta
have
take a
stricter
fucking
gun
IQ
laws?
test to drive a car?
Do you think
You don't have to have an IQ test to have a gun, do you?
Well, you actually have to take a test to drive a car. You need to like learn how to drive it safely to be able to drive it.
Did your mama teach you how to drive a car?
She did actually, yeah.
Actually, she did. And how good a driver are you?
I'm a great driver.
Yeah, you think? Yeah. I don't think so.
Why? What are you talking about?
Are you any good at shooting a gun?
What does one thing have to do with the other? I'm confused.
Because you took a test, and you think you're smart enough because you took a test.
Did you pass a driver's test to drive?
Fuck no. I'd learn to drive out in the fucking woods.
But you had to get a driver's license. You had to get a driver's license, right?
For what?
To drive a car.
Why do you need a driver's license to drive a car? Do you know how to drive a car?
You have to have one to drive a car, though. It's the law.
It's like, is this guy admitting that he drives without a license? Like, what's happening here? God, this is such a perfect video because, like, you see Dunning-Kruger pop off here in the biggest way, right? Here you have a profoundly arrogant man who thinks he's got it all figured out. He uses one of these like me. No driver's license or insurance required. Private, not for commerce use, private mode of travel. Peace on earth, goodwill towards men. Yeah. This is the most... He has one of those libertarian license plates. Sovereign citizens, baby. That's my favorite. It makes no sense that people can join the military and drive cars as teenagers but can't purchase alcohol, cigarettes, gambling, firearms until they're young adults. What? Hey, it is safer to carry a weapon than trust the law to save you? Yeah, I know. America is bedlam. It is actually under attack. Crime is out of control, except no, it's not. I've told you this already. This is a big part of what I talked about for the past 2 years at this point. That, like, there is a crime panic that was instilled upon the population by mainstream news, local news in general, and this panic was greatly overblown. Here it is. Here is one of the consequences of said panic. 77% of Americans believe crime increased last year, according to a Gallup survey released last month. Yet homicides were down in 2023 significantly, and other forms of violent crime, rape, aggravated assault, and robbery are also set to see a decline, according to preliminary FBI data. But it doesn't really matter, because even educated people who are running for office, like Chunk Yogurt, who have dedicated their entire lives to covering politics and news from a progressive perspective, have fallen for the reactionary framing of crime. Will these people go back and look at the data and potentially change their minds, or will they double down in the most cult-like mentality, cult-like attitude possible? It's probably the second thing. Looking at the trends, at least, it's probably most likely the second thing and not the first. Don't care, still voting for Cenk, but just something to consider here. Even without mass shootings, people in households with guns are more likely to be victims of gun violence than people in households without. Yes. Once you get to a certain age, you'll make a reactionary heel turn too. I don't foresee myself doing that because the reality is, I think I've gotten less reactionary over the course of many, many years. I've become more progressive. We can end this now. It's not too late. Cenk-san. Cenk has done it. You will too. Sure. I think it is likely for people to become more reactionary. People can become more reactionary as they get older, but that's not a rule. That's it. I've always heard if you're not a liberal when you're young, you have no heart. If you're not a conservative when you're older, you have no brain. But the older I get, the more I realize how dumb that really is. Yeah. The thing is, it's not a matter of like generational politics for many issues, and more so about grounding your worldview in materialist analysis. Once you get hit with the dialectical materialism gun, the laser beam, it's pretty hard to move away from that. You start seeing everything from that template, and that's precisely what I do. And in many instances, no matter what you consider reactionary politics, in many instances, my analysis lands me on the progressive side of issues. That's it. So yeah, he's right. You will buy a second house. Yeah, of course. Could you define dialectical materialism for me, please? Never fully understood it. I will tell you, you know who actually explained it perfectly? The center-left podcaster, Adam Friedland, to Barstool's very own Dave Portnoy.
Recognize that it is wrong, kind of, essentially, to create wealth without creating anything.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, then what? I'm a socialist now.
You love Bernie.
I do like Bernie Sanders. I don't like his politics, but I like him.
Why not?
Like socialist would mean like,
what?
Let's give everybody equal everything, and
no.
Like, what does it mean?
It means that people have a say in the means of production, and it means that you view history in terms of allocation of resources.
No, I don't understand.
In a simple sense, you just view history in terms of who has shit and who doesn't have shit.
Yeah, I mean, history is written by the winners. Is that another way of saying that?
No.
Okay, then I still don't know what you're saying.
I'll say it this way: Are you willing to endorse Medicare for all once and for all right now?
Medicare for all?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone should have Medicare.
I think it just makes sense.
Yeah, I think people.
Everyone could go to school for free. Everyone could go to the library for free. If your house is burning, the fire department comes for free.
Correct.
You should go to the doctor.
So I'm a socialist now.
Yeah.
All right, if you say so.
I think you are.
Do I get to keep all my money?
No, you have to give it to.
Yeah, well, we're getting a little bit fucking hairy.
You have to give it to. I know a guy. My family works with him. Madoff. He's great.
Yeah. I almost.
Anyway, it's just like the rest of it is funny, humorous bits, but like there's some truth in there. He's very good. He described historical materialism fairly well. Anyway, idealism and materialism looked at as affecting each other rather than thinking everything is idealistic or materialistic. Annoying chatter alert, but historical materialism is the theory and dialectical materialism is the method. So we're historical materialists. Yes. That dude is a sawn out of a suit brain-wise and a suit outwardly, and I love it. I don't know what that means. So, anyway, that was historical materialism, but what about dialectical materialism? The Hegel shit is harder. Historical materialism as a theory is a perfect way to describe dialectical materialism, in my opinion. It's the best way to describe it. I'm not going to get into master-slave dynamics, but ultimately, looking at it from the perspective of haves and have-nots is a very easy way to describe it. Streaming is a very dangerous way of consuming information. Dangerous, I wouldn't say. Sonic explains dialectical materialism.
Dialectical materialism?
Dialectic what? What's that, Tails? Some sort of science thingy?
Not exactly.
Terrible.
It's about the way you look at the world. Dialectical means you look at two opposing ideas.
Like me and Egghead.
Sure. And materialism means that the physical world is the basis of reality.
So dialectical materialism is...
It means the material conditions of the world you live in, like how products are produced and resources are distributed, shape the social relations within that society, and those social relations in turn then shape the material conditions of the world.
Huh?
People change world. World change people. Repeat.
There we go!
The idealistic notion of the world stems from believing that there are good people and bad people. There is obviously very different ways of looking at it, but in the most reductive terms, there's good people that do good things, and then there's bad people that do bad things. A materialist analysis of the world is that our entire world is developed with physical material reality, things that we consume such as commodities, and the way that we create said commodities. Okay? And our entire society is built around the relations we have to developing said commodities. Commodity is everything. It's just like this: food, shelter, something created to be consumed. You made it more confusing. Just put the Sonic and Tails video back on. Okay, we're done with the nerd stuff. All I got from that is I should steal some more used tires. Yes. Where was I? All right, we talked about the Iowa gun situation. Let's move on to the next story. The next story of the day is about Iran.
ISIS.
So yesterday I covered the explosion in Iran at the Qasem Soleimani memorial at a cemetery in Iran, and there was speculation as to who was responsible for it. There were plenty of weirdly enough, well, not weirdly enough, but diaspora Iranians that live outside of Iran that rushed, the monarchist diaspora Iranians that rushed to claim that it was Iran doing it to itself, a false flag, if you will. It's not really that weird if you are familiar with the politics of Iranians and diaspora and how reactionary they can get, okay? Especially ones that don't have any more remaining family members in Iran. Oh my God, the less family members they have in Iran, the more the more reactionary they are. Iran blamed Israel and the U.S. as well. So that part is not entirely true. Iran did say, I think, something along the lines of potentially it could be the United States of America or Israel, but they said that they were investigating it, at least as far as I understand. Like the Democracy Now! Interview with an Iranian writer, researcher that I was listening to before ISIS took responsibility for the attack was that it was that their first priority was looking into figuring out who it was. Leftists were quick to blame Israel. Some did. An understandable assumption to make. Israel has done, executions and whatnot on Iranian soil. But the major reason as to why this was perhaps not likely to be Israel or the United States of America, especially unless it was like a group that they had funded and facilitated like MEK, would be because there were no high priority targets. Because ultimately, the United States of America and Israel do indiscriminately and regularly kill civilians on foreign soil. But usually they do it while they're simultaneously trying to kill a high priority target. It is still an act of terror, and and it's not because like of some moral reason, but considering that there weren't any high priority targets at this explosion as far as we know of, and it was overwhelmingly simply civilians, that this doesn't have the signature of a Israeli attack, right? I thought ISIS was done, though. ISIS is not done. ISIS-K, Khorasan, as we talked about in Afghanistan, is still in operation. They're very marginal. And, of course, they are another group that still exists, that is very limited in nature. I thought ISIS was done because ISIS-K in and of itself is pretty done. And isn't ISIS working for America? I mean, who knows? But yes, that is one group that is definitely anti-Qasem Soleimani. Iran never accused Israel or the USA, by the way. They just said that they bared an overall responsibility, meaning Iran doesn't believe it was Israel or USA. Yes, something along those lines. Which, by the way, when we talk about ISIS, the United States and Israel do bear a responsibility for ISIS and ISIS operations in the region. That much is absolutely true, especially the United States, but Israel as well. Specifically because why would ISIS want to attack Iran and not America and Israel? That's a great question. Why doesn't ISIS ever attack Israel? ISIS-style groups do operate in neighboring countries, such as Syria, for example. Why is it that they never attack Israel? It's just something to think about. I don't know. Are they unable to? No, my friend. They definitely have the ability to. If they can blow up bombs in Iran, why wouldn't they be able to blow up bombs inside of Israel? if this is true, isn't the ISIS equals Hamas take now non-valid? The ISIS equals Hamas take was always invalid. If anything, it was pure projection, much like many of the things that the Hasbara fools regularly pop off with. ISIS is closer to Israel in its operations and also in its credo, its major mission, than it is close to Hamas as a militant group. Just because they are non-state actors doesn't change that reality. They're both non-state actors, but that doesn't mean that they're closer to one another due to their non-state actor formation. Hamas is a resistance group. They are fundamentalists, certainly, in certain aspects of their existence is fundamentalist, right? But Hamas in and of itself is a resistance group. ISIS on its own, ISIS as an entity, is not a resistance group, but instead a group that is slated to utilize religion and commit acts of terrorism and atrocities and take over as much space as they possibly can and dominate. So let's continue.
This is claiming responsibility for those twin blasts in southern Iran yesterday that claimed dozens of lives. Word of that comes as the UN Security Council issued a statement condemning the attack. Let's bring in journalist Iris Mackler. She is tracking this unfolding story for us from Jerusalem. Iris, what more can you tell us about this?
ISIS attacking a pretty politically strong Islamic State is weird. This is not an attack against Occident. Seems that they're only seeking for blood without political motivation. You're also wrong. ISIS almost exclusively attacks Islamic states. What do you mean? Also, it's Shia. They attacked a Shia state. It's like their favorite type of people to kill if they can ever get away with it. So no, you're wrong about that as well. Pound for pound, ISIS has attacked less non-Muslim states than they have attacked predominantly Muslim populations. It is ridiculous to claim that ISIS is like first and foremost preoccupied with killing like non-Muslim actors in the region. They do kill non-Muslims or what they consider to be non-Muslims, which happen to usually be Arabs or other like individuals in the territories that they take over. Kurds, they fight Kurds a lot. They fight Turkish forces. They fight a lot of Shia forces. But that's like the largest battles for them. ISIS is Sunni, not Shia. Calling Shia Muslim Pepega? Really? Shias are not Muslim? What are we doing here? ISIS also kills Yazidis? Yes. What's going on in the chat right now? But anyway, look. This was a Newsweek article that is a good article. I've brought this up before. Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Ya'alon attends a conference in Tel Aviv where he said the words, "I prefer ISIS to Iran on our borders." What did he mean by this? He was talking about a time when al-Nusra had taken over territory in Syria and had actual border control between the Israeli occupied territories in Syria, the Golan Heights, and Syria proper. Israel has also given medical aid to ISIS-style militant groups. Israeli think tank, don't destroy ISIS is a useful tool against Iran, Hezbollah, Syria. I think this was a Salon article from Ben. UN report Israel in regular contact with Syrian rebels, including ISIS. Members of ISIS and Nusra Front also have been treated in Israeli hospitals. A report submitted to the United Nations Security Council by UN observers in the Golan Heights over the past 18 months. Here, this is what I was talking about. Where they had a field hospital that they operated for specifically for ISIS militants. Citing the UN report, Haaretz noted that there have been several instances detailed in the report that shows close ties between Syrian armed rebels and the Israeli army. According to the UN report, a person wounded on the 15th of September was taken by armed members of the opposition across the ceasefire line, where he was transferred to a civilian ambulance escorted by an IDF vehicle. The Yarmouk Valley is run by ISIS and left alone by Israel. This is a testament to the complex, cynical, and calculated machinations of actors in this conflict. They have a enemy of my enemy is my friend type attitude towards ISIS. This is what I was talking about when I said Israel is both closer in relations to ISIS, but also in its modus operandi. Israel is closer to ISIS, destroying cultural and religious monuments specifically because, you consider them to be barbaric or outside of your interests is what Israel does. Israel also claims to be doing this at the behest of religious conquest. If you listen to their military leadership or even their elected members in the Knesset, right? They regularly invoke Judaism. It's not correct. ISIS does the same. They claim to be the real representatives of Islam. They regularly kill non-believers and commit acts of terrorism upon civilian populations, which they dominate, and occupy areas. ISIS's behavior is closest to imperialism by a non-state actor as you can get. Israel does the same thing. I think you're taking this comparison a bit far. Absolutely not. I've made this comparison before. If we are to look at Hamas and Israel as separate entities and compare them to ISIS, Israel's actions are infinitely closer to ISIS than Hamas's actions are. That's it. Unless you look at Hamas and say, oh no, they are barbaric Arabs who are simply doing indiscriminate violence, not with a direct goal of resisting against an apartheid state. You might not agree with the methods. I certainly don't. October 7th is, in my opinion, an act of terror, as I've mentioned before, time and time again. However, ultimately, the specific goal for Hamas is the end to the occupation. The specific goal for ISIS is to control as much territory as they physically possibly can through very violent means. Israel has a similar goal. Israel, also much like ISIS, is a false bearer of their own respective religions. Israel rides Judaism in the same way that ISIS rides Islam. What was Hamas's plan after October 7th then? This was described many times over, I think. Hostage release, possible development of a port inside of Gaza. This was very clearly laid out. Given the 1 to 1,000 ratio of prisoner exchanges that has happened in the past, their goal was to take hostages and immediately engage in a hostage negotiation where there would be a mutual exchange of prisoners of war. That was the goal. They very openly revealed their plans. It was not a secret. What does this person say? If ISIS was formed in response to the U.S. occupation of Iraq to resist its destruction of the state and its people, that would be comparable to Hamas. But ISIS is what formed on response to the power vacuum left by the U.S. occupation of Iraq. Anyway, moving on. Let's continue.
Claim and its significance given the heightened tensions across the Middle East.
And no, the end of the occupation does not mean wiping out and extending the 7th of October to all of Israel. You're absolutely incorrect on that. Just like the end of the apartheid did not mean death and destruction to South Africa, just like the end of the French colony of Algeria did not mean that, you know, that French people were wiped out and France was wiped out. Just like the end to the Troubles did not mean that Northern Ireland was wiped out in its entirety. This has not happened throughout history. If anything, the only time when you see genuine wipeouts, I think it's pretty clear the answer is yes, regardless of your answer. Well, then I don't think you're in here for discourse or to change your mind or to see a different perspective. I think you're in here you've made up your mind already, and nothing will be able to change it, it seems. So when I give you historically relevant examples that are identical parallels almost, you're just not going to change your mind. So I don't know if this is productive for you to stay in here and keep chirping away. I mean, you can, but you're just yelling at a wall. I'm willing to be convinced, but assuming the answer is no means ignoring all the facts about Hamas and what they did, I don't think you're willing to be convinced, because I just gave you I gave you multiple historical examples. And unless you think that the Arab mind is somehow barbaric and different than, South African black people that wanted to end the apartheid, or the Irish that wanted to end British colonial occupation, or the Algerian mind, then I don't know what else to tell you. There would be no Hamas without the Israeli occupation and apartheid. It would just simply not exist. That's it. Why don't you link your YouTube without wasting effort repeating? Yes, you can go and watch many of the YouTube videos that I've made on this matter if you would like to learn more.
Least right now.
We heard within the last hour that there was a statement issued by ISIS, by the Islamic State, and it said that it had carried out this attack It spoke in disparaging terms about the Shia. Just a reminder, Iran is ruled by the Shia Ayatollahs. ISIS, the Islamic State, is a Sunni group. No love lost there, and that's what we have at the moment. Yesterday, we were discussing who it might be when there was no claim. Was it internal enemies, Kurds, other groups, Arab groups in the south of the country who are opposed to the Iranian rule? Was it the Islamic State? Was it Israel? So I think in some ways the fact that there's a claim that takes Israel off the table might calm things down, because there's been the attack 2 nights ago by Israel in Lebanon that killed the number 2 of Hamas, Salah al-Aruri. You know, Israel hasn't confirmed that. The fact that there was then this attack in Iran, and then an attack today in Iraq on Shia militias linked to Iran, that really ratcheted up the tension for Tehran. And as you know, when there's tension for Tehran, there's tension for the entire region. So in a counterintuitive way, knowing that this was an attack by Islamic State might actually calm things slightly, because it takes away that uncertainty and it takes Israel out of that picture.
Yeah. So ultimately, even if, I think it's likely that this is correct, that this is a ISIS-K operation, I guess. I thought that their capabilities were significantly more limited than being able to do such a thing, but it certainly could be a opportunist act by ISIS-K, rather than this being directly an American or even an Israeli attack. It also is always more likely than this just being like an Iranian self-imposed false flag, which is what some people were bringing up, because Qasem Soleimani's family members were not there attending the memorial, which is what they said was reason alone for this to be an Iranian explosion on its own. I don't believe Iran needs a false flag attack for a justification to attack Israel or anyone else for that matter, because they recognize the popularity of their proxy groups or groups that are funded and armed by Iran in the region. They already have enough. They already have a mandate if they were to go and attack Israel right now. This was the expectation from the regional, the population of the region. This was what they thought was going to happen already after October 7th. Given their known collaboration with Israel, is it reasonable to suspect that ISIS could have been assisted in this by Israel, just as some other groups have assisted in acts by the CIA? Maybe. Could be. Ultimately, you have to look at who stands to gain. Yeah, ISIS-K is the one in Afghanistan, chatters. Ultimately, you look at who stands to gain the most. But this is pure speculation. Yes, Ima Bear is right. This is pure speculation. The timing of the attack and the victims of the attack are very different than Israel's signature, though. Israel has conducted operations and has conducted assassinations both on Iranian soil and of Iranian nationals in the region. They've killed nuclear scientists. They've killed top-ranking military officials. Israel, however, seemingly is trying to expand the war a little bit, or basically looking at how the regional actors will react, like the regional adversaries will react to them expanding on the conflict. This much is a certainty, in Lebanon at least. Attacking Beirut is certainly an escalation. I've seen people say ISIS never attacks Israel, try to imply ISIS are Mossad lackeys. I mean, it is true. ISIS does not attack Israel, as far as I know. And yes, Israel has worked with ISIS in the past. So that part is not incorrect, specifically in Syria. How has/will Lebanon respond to the Beirut incident? So overall, ISIS has claimed a small number of attacks against Israel over the years, and earlier today, ISIS's Al-Furqan media released an audio statement calling on people to attack Jews and Israelis wherever they find them as a response to the Gazan war. ISIS's Al-Furqan media. Yeah, they're, like I said, ISIS's actions or ISIS's death toll is predominantly Muslims. Muslims that they consider to be not Muslim enough, or their kind of Muslim. and Arabs in general. That part is true. The United States is also, by proxy of Turkey, by using Turkey and even directly facilitating exfiltrations, has worked with ISIS as well. Like in where was it when they shipped ISIS militants and their family members outside of an area before taking it over entirely. But they've also certainly given, is it Afrin? I think it was. America works with everybody. Are ISIS Muslim? I mean, they consider themselves to be Muslim, and they consider what they're doing to be at the behest of Islam and their understanding of Islam, but they're not. Yeah, this was the Haaretz report. Israel supported rebel groups to push Iranian-backed forces and ISIS fighters away from the Israeli border, foreign policy reports. ISIS is like the evangelicals of Islam. Yeah, no Muslim will claim ISIS, for the record, just so you understand. Like, that's not they're not real Muslims. They just use Islam as to claim what they're doing is to represent true Islam, but it's not correct at all. Anyway, look good in a suit even if you're wearing shorts under the table. I'm not wearing shorts under the table. Anyway, that's it on the update for Iran. The scarf that I was wearing is the same cardigan that I was wearing yesterday. It's from Nivour, Nivour. It is Yasuo's brand. Yasuo the streamer. Is the Sunni-Shia divide an actual big deal among everyday Muslims? Yes. For the record, the ISIS responsibility for attacks on Israel or Jewish people is in dispute. But it doesn't really matter because ISIS does tell, ISIS will regularly do a call to arms to attack members in the Western world like Jews, Christians, anyone they can in the Western world regularly to try to, it's Nivour, not Nivour. Nivour? Oh, my bad. Just FYI, ISIS has claimed attacks against Israel, just not large-scale attacks. Yes, it's minuscule in comparison to, it's more so like a call to arms rather than like massive direct attacks. ISIS's victims are predominantly Muslim. So yeah. The Sunni-Shia divide is only significant in the realm of geopolitics. I mean, it's not like I don't know. It's not. It's definitely an important divide, but it's not like random Sunnis are like trying to kill random Shias or anything. I mean, I would say it's not dissimilar to like Protestant Catholic divisions in Ireland, but not necessarily because the Protestants are supposed to be like operating at the behest of a colonial power, whereas like the Sunni Shia divide is not the same. They're just like different. I don't know. I don't know how to give you like a good. I don't know how to give you an exact comparison. Not going to be an exact comparison. ISIS and Salafists are not Muslims. They are Munafiqs and Zionists. In areas where Sunnis and Shias live side by side, it's a much bigger issue. That's it. Can you explain what you mean by ISIS isn't actually Muslim? I'm not calling bullshit. I genuinely don't know. I mean, they ride for Islam. They claim they're Muslim, but they're not actually Muslim. Like, they're not following the Islamic doctrine at all. It's just they think it's like looking at one of the edge cults, like the Westboro Baptist Church, and be like, that's true Christianity. Okay? Because it's not true. It's all a matter of interpretation to begin with, but it's like they are way above and beyond even the American evangelicals. Okay? But that's it.
The
Like
latest on the
if American evangelicals actually acted out on their desires, their blood and soil conquest, in an area where there is, like the material conditions are as volatile and as awful as like the Middle East, instead of going to Applebee's and drowning themselves in margs and $5 margs and jalapeno poppers. Does that make sense? Because like when you're living in the imperial core, your most extremist religious nut jobs are not going to act out on their desires because there is not enough economic instability. Does that make sense? When you say no other Muslims will support ISIS, does that include all other Shia groups? ISIS is not a Shia group. They're Sunni. Like, obviously not all of them, but at least some of them support ISIS. No. Nobody supports ISIS other than ISIS members. Okay? People who are a part of ISIS. And ISIS is not Shia. And no, it is different than Hezbollah or other Shia groups in the region who actually do govern over an area. ISIS's governance over an area is not exactly real governance. It's like having a roving gang take over your village. No Sunni Muslim will turn around and go, ISIS is good. They won't say it. Why? Because ISIS kills a shit ton of Muslims. It's like they do less than the Mexican cartels. No, like at least cartels like sometimes, pay it forward a little bit, or they have like some level of governance duties. ISIS doesn't do that at all. There is no real governance. They're just like, they're militants. It was essentially a government in 2014, 2018, but the territorial caliphate thankfully came to an end. Yeah, but that governance wasn't like real governance. Real governance means civic duties, like responsibilities of the civilian population. Does that make sense? Like if I were to compare it to Pablo Escobar, for example, like he did a lot. He built, communal, he built like, he was very violent, certainly, but he built like a sense of community and recognized the shared interest of the people that he ruled over, or a territory that he ruled over. And I would say the same for many of the for some of the other cartels in Mexico, for example. Whereas ISIS's governance was not about like, food programs or anything. Like there was no care or consideration for the civilian population that they dominated. I would not make that comparison to they had courts, bin men, police forces, and road maintenance teams. Yeah, they had a healthcare service too, but it wasn't necessarily like it was more so policing and not real and not real like responsibility to their own people. Even Chatter, Hassan's not defending the cartel, he's explaining the difference. Like, you guys not remember we did the ISIS healthcare thing where they like stole the British NHS logo? The Islamic State Health Service. Here. The ISHS. Islamic State appears to have released a promotional video for its own health service featuring NHS-style branding and an Australian doctor. Romanticizing narcos? I'm not romanticizing them at all. We're making comparisons between like bad and worse, if that makes sense. Worse being worse than bad. Like 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour is bad. Is worse than the 1-minute ad break in the middle of the hour. 3-minute ad break at 20 minutes into the top of the hour is bad. We're doing lesser evil analysis. Yeah. They kill us on a daily basis. Why would we like them? It's like telling Palestinians to like Israel. Yeah. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. And you can avoid those ads. The cartels provide community support as an indication of failed governance rather than an indication that cartels are good. I can't think of a group that is like as universally despised by the people. Like even the Taliban are not as universally despised as ISIS is by the people that they rule over. And the Taliban is despised. Does that make sense? This does not mean the Taliban is good. And I'm certainly not saying that. Right? But there is like ISIS's occupation is akin to a colonial one. Like the only historic examples I can use, are basically akin to like, a French colony or a British colony or something, because they operate in a similar structure. Sure, they build like a police force, but so did the British in India, right? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Now, of course, there aren't the power that ISIS holds is marginal now, like much smaller. ISIS operates like Republicans wished America operated. Yeah, sure, exactly. Like Hamas has some semblance of support amongst the Palestinian population, albeit its inception it was marginal support, and throughout the years that support has increased due to Israel's actions. ISIS, on the other hand, has never had popular support or any kind of support whatsoever from a civilian population. The only people that support ISIS are motherfuckers who are in ISIS. Okay? If anything, this is going to be a controversial opinion. In the Islamic world, I don't know if I should even say this, never mind. LARPers in the Western world, okay? Salafist LARPers in the Western world are probably larger in size, albeit still incredibly marginal, than the Muslim world, is what I mean. Okay, so if you ever see someone who's like, who acts like, I guess ISIS is doing an honest or just thing, then you're most likely encountering someone who is a LARPer in the West. That's why they unironically will recruit from the West more than they do from the areas that they're operating in. 100%. Yeah. It's always the most reactionary dildos that live in the fucking lap of luxury in comparison to their Muslim brothers and sisters living in areas that have been destroyed by Western occupation that turn around and act like they're fucking jihadis themselves, okay? And that's part of the reason why they can get radicalized, I guess. It's the same thing between like that Lebanese video that popped off and the quote retweets on that Lebanese video about like Muslims in Lebanon being like, yeah, I love Christmas. What do you mean? And then like the quote retweets are just like people who fantasize about this, Sharia governed Islamic world, but they live in fucking England, being like, oh man, the Muslim world has fallen. And it's like, dude, you are insane. Okay. And it's very stupid. Part of the reason is no different than the way that like German Turks are oftentimes more right-wing than Turks living in Turkey, because their Turkish citizenship is seen as like them being Turkish, their Turkish background places them in second-class citizenship, which creates a unique environment where they become more hardened in their positions and become more reactionary as a consequence of that. So then they like create a false understanding inside of their diaspora community of what it means to be Turkish. And it's constantly at odds of what it means to be British in England or what it means to be German in Germany. Yeah, Cuban Americans, Vietnamese Americans versus Vietnamese people living in Vietnam. There's always like it's a lack of assimilation due to whatever brand of racism exists in the country that we're talking about, and xenophobia in the country that we're talking about. The Vietnamese and Cuban diaspora populations are different though. It's they are reactionary in a different way. Yeah, that is me in a tub. Anyway, implied nudity. Yeah, okay. All right, let's move on. Jeffrey Epstein's list, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeffrey Epstein documents. The names of several people connected to him were unsealed Wednesday. Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katurski is here with the follow-up. Good morning, Aaron.
George, good morning to you. The first 40 of about 275 previously secret documents have been released now. And while much of what's in them has been known before, they do...
Okay, I have to read this, sorry. Hamas is like Hoscord, overwhelmingly unpopular, but some people might think it's okay. ISIS is like the Splinter Discord. Absolutely no one outside of them care what they say. That's insane. What an analogy, dude. This community is out of control. All right. We're doing the damn thing.
Contains some new details about an old groping accusation against Prince Andrew and an effort to depose former President Bill Clinton.
This morning, newly unsealed court records reinforce the association of presidents, even the king of pop, with Jeffrey Epstein.
There's like very few new names that have come out of this, and I guess like one of them is Michael Jackson mentioned, and then the line about Bill Clinton liking him young, and then it's all the same old.
Who killed himself in a New York City jail while awaiting trial. The documents were part of a long-settled defamation lawsuit one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Giuffre, filed against his former paramour, Ghislaine Maxwell. The documents include arguments by Giuffre's lawyers, who sought testimony from former President Bill Clinton, calling him a key person who can provide information about his close relationship with Maxwell and Mr. Epstein. Giuffre never accused Clinton of wrongdoing, but claimed she had dinner with him on Epstein's private Caribbean island. Maxwell called that a lie, and the documents show her attorneys said each and every part of plaintiff's claims regarding President Clinton has conclusively been proven false. Clinton was never deposed. After Epstein's arrest, his spokesman denied Clinton was ever on the island. After Giuffre's allegations became public, the documents also show Epstein emailed Maxwell seeming to offer advice. You can issue a reward to any of Virginia's friends, acquaintances, family that come forward and help prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton dinner. Giuffre claims she was a teen sex slave for Epstein and directed by him and Maxwell to have sex with powerful men, as she described in a 2019 interview with the Miami Herald.
The training started immediately. How to be quiet, be subservient, give Jeffrey what he wants. A lot of this training came from Ghislaine herself.
Giuffre claimed Epstein ordered her to have sex on 3 occasions with Britain's Prince Andrew, which he has denied. He said he could not recall meeting her, and he told the BBC this photo of the two of them could be fake.
I have absolutely no memory of that.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this is an abdication of the journalistic responsibility to cover these issues on uncertain terms, such as this one, is absolutely unimaginably bad. Okay? Like, this interview was roundly and understandably criticized by everyone that laid eyes on it. Why is the American media making it seem as though this is like, well, here's what the possible mass pedophile rapist said? Like, there's no circumstance where you, in the American media, would ever act like you bought a fraction of what Prince Andrew brought forward in this conversation. It was so bad that the freaking Queen herself basically said, no, you're done. You're done, Prince Andrew, and then croaked, okay? That's insane. Why is ABC News taking up a position that is seemingly more on Prince Andrew's side than the former Queen of England?
That photograph ever being taken.
Andrew settled a lawsuit with Giuffre in 2022. The documents include testimony from Johanna Sjoberg, one of Epstein's accusers.
It feels like American news is just so willing and able and ready to always capitulate to power. Like, they just unconditionally are just like, whoever has the maximum amount of power in this situation, in this dynamic, like rape victim versus rapist, I'm siding with the rapist. Like, that's how they operate.
Who said she was seated next to Giuffre at Epstein's New York City mansion when Andrew groped her breast. But when asked, do you have any knowledge about whether Virginia is telling the truth about whether Ghislaine Maxwell directed her to have sex with Prince Andrew, Sjoberg answered, no, only based on what I've read in the media. When asked about meeting other famous people, she said she met...
This unironically makes it seem like this is the most pro-Prince Andrew mainstream coverage I've ever seen. And I don't think British media would allow this to happen even. Like, British media is also incredibly cucked to the royals, but even the British media itself destroyed Prince Andrew's. So it blows my mind that the American media is taking a position that is more royalist than the British media. Those guys have, like, actual beat reporters, okay? They have actual beat reporters that specifically cover the royal family, okay? We don't. We kind of fought a whole war to never have to do such a thing and not be cucked under the Commonwealth in the same way that Canada is or Australia is, right? So what is happening? Where is this willingness coming from?
Michael Jackson at Epstein's house in Palm Beach. And when she was asked, did you ever massage Donald Trump? Sjoberg responded, no. There are more documents to come later today. Giuffre's lawyer has said the public has rightly demanded to know how Epstein operated his vast global sex trafficking enterprise and got away with it for so long. George?
Okay, Aaron, thanks. Let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. Dan, case settled in 2017. Why are the documents coming out now?
A long-standing legal fight over whether these names should be released. I mean, a lot of this information has been out, right? The question was, who's who in connection with the information? Remember, typically, legal documents are public, right? The presumption is when you file something in a court of law, it's public. There are exceptions, though, when it comes to cases involving children or sexual assault. This case had a little bit of all of that. And so there have been legal battles where the judge basically said to any of the people identified, if you want to challenge your name being made public, tell me why. You can.
Yes, as a chatter also correctly repeated the age-old cliche that I always bring up at the HasanAbi broadcast. A journalist's responsibility in a situation is not to look at one side that says it's raining and the other side that's saying it's not raining. A journalist's responsibility isn't to just say, here are what the two sides are saying. A journalist's responsibility is to open the window and cop a feel, take a look, and tell you if it's raining or not. Cop a feel of the rain, I mean.
Challenge it. 16 people did that. Some of them were successful, others were not. But the judge gave everyone an opportunity to say, I want to keep my name out of this, but you got to have a reason for it.
Yeah, not everyone fought it, though.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? I think for a lot of these high-profile people, there was a cost-benefit analysis, right? Which is the sense of, this is probably going to be made public anyway. Maybe I'm going to lose this anyway. Is it really worth my being seen as having fought it if it's going to be made public anyway?
Oh, that makes some sense right there. Finally, do you think there are any chance that charges could come from this?
I think it's very unlikely. I mean, look, there's a lot of quote-unquote new information coming out, but it's not new to the authorities, right? It's new to us, the public. For the first time, we're seeing the names behind what is alleged here, but the people involved, the lawyers involved, the authorities have all known this information. It's just that the public is learning for the first time some of the names behind the various things that are alleged to have happened in connection with a civil lawsuit, again, that happened a long time ago.
Dan Abrams, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for...
RFK did not fight it. He actually personally was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to be outed, so I'm just going to get ahead of this and reveal it myself.
Never before seen court documents related to the case against Jeffrey Epstein. Hundreds of pages were unsealed last night from a civil suit involving Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. They include names of people not accused of wrongdoing and at least one former Epstein employee facing new allegations. Nancy Chen has that story.
Former President Bill Clinton and Britain's Prince Andrew are two of Jeffrey Epstein's most high-profile associates, publicly named in the more than 900 pages of mostly unredacted documents released Wednesday. In a 2016 deposition that wasn't unsealed until yesterday, accuser Johanna Schoberg says she was with Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Virginia Giuffre in 2001 when she met Prince Andrew at the millionaire's Manhattan home. She told attorneys that when they were taking a photo, I sat on Andrew's lap and Andrew put his hand on my breast. Giuffre previously said she was forced by Maxwell and Epstein to have...
Okay, there's weirder stuff in that the media is not bringing up. What is this? Alina Habba on the portrait of Bill Clinton in a blue dress hung in the Epstein residence. You put a picture like that in your entryway of a former president. What's that saying? That's a power play saying, I own you. Wait, why is Alina Habba
What's going on with this?
on the Patrick Bet David podcast? This is Donald Trump's RGB lawyer, okay, with a gamer laptop. Why is she on the Patrick Bet David podcast, dude? Saying that's a fake photo is crazy? No. That is a real photo. It's disputed whether or not it was in Jeffrey Epstein's home. I like to believe it was. She should be more worried about making sure she has the appropriate paperwork for her clients than going on the Patrick Bet David podcast, okay? What's going on? Pointing out the Clintons were tight with Epstein is Russian propaganda, shaking my head. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess call me the Kremlin then, okay? Call me a Kremlin operative because... I am definitely saying that.
sex with Prince Andrew when she was 17. He denied those allegations and told the BBC in 2019 that he didn't know Giuffre.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her?
No.
They settled a lawsuit out of court in 2022. While the documents help flesh out what many have known about Epstein for years.
That's crazy. Both ABC and CBS Mornings running like kind of pro Prince Andrew coverage is wild. Very odd.
It's unlikely that the revealed names will lead to more legal action. For example, later in her deposition, Schoberg discussed former President Bill Clinton. She did not accuse him of any wrongdoing, but said that Epstein told her one time that Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. Schoberg also said she had dinner with magician David Copperfield, who was not accused of any wrongdoing, at Epstein's home. She said the star asked her if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls, but testified he told her no specifics about that. Also included in the documents are new details about former Epstein employee Sarah Kellen. Throughout the court records, she's alleged to...
No, Stephen Hawking is on the list, but and he did actually he did take the Lolita Express. He did go to the island, but no, the stripped midgets trying to solve complex math problems on a blackboard that was too high is fake. Oh my God. Guys, that was a meme.
Have directed payments to certain women, scheduled massages for Epstein, and met with alleged victims at his home.
CBS News has reached out to Prince Andrew and Sarah Kellen about the allegations in these documents and to Bill Clinton and David Copperfield. We have not yet heard back. But Buckingham Palace previously told the BBC Showberg's accusations that Prince Andrew groped her were, quote, categorically untrue. In 2019, the former president's spokesperson said Clinton knew nothing about Epstein's crimes. And in 2020, a representative for Sarah Kellen told CBS News that Kellen...
Yeah, that's so crazy. They must have not known anything about the crimes. Except, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Prominently placed in the middle, too.
Herself was a victim of Epstein. She knows the pain he caused and deeply regrets having any part in it. Jerika?
Nancy Chen, thank you.
That's crazy. All right.
Joining us now to talk about the implications of these documents is CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman. Always good to see you, Ricky. First and foremost, what is your biggest takeaway from the release of these documents, and are we looking at any further legal action as a result?
The biggest takeaway is that many, many names are out there, but these names really are of innocent people. It's people who may have been employed. It's people who may have gone to dinner or to a cocktail party.
Stephen Hawking was there for a science conference. Epstein did a ton of philanthropy work in science, and him associating with Epstein doesn't necessarily mean he knew about or took part in anything terrible, but it's a possibility. It absolutely is a possibility, apparently, for Stephen Hawking in particular, because my man was a bit of a horn dog. I didn't know that at all, but it turns out he was a horn dog with a thick 8. I can't. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell made a specific special submarine for Stephen Hawking.
At Jeffrey Epstein's home, it is not necessarily naming people who have engaged in actions that were anything like the deplorable actions of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Like Bruce Willis and DiCaprio are only mentioned in the court proceedings because Jeffrey Epstein apparently used to flex to the girls that were giving him massages, like to the victims, right? About knowing Leonardo DiCaprio or talking to Leonardo DiCaprio. But there isn't any like direct involvement with Leonardo DiCaprio or Bruce Willis too. That's the difference. Like a lot of people hear a name being mentioned in a court document and think like, oh, this guy went to the island or whatever. And then there are also, of course, the other type of misinformation, which is just irrelevant random celebrities you don't like or irrelevant random celebrities you do like that, you associate with Epstein, even though they were not mentioned at all, or even though they were literally like 10 years old at the time these documents are looking at. And it's very strange that people do it. Like people were saying Miley Cyrus and all these other people were like involved when that's certainly not the case. You know, she was, I think, 7 years old at the point. That would make her a victim. So no matter how much you want to believe a particular person was involved, you know, like I'm seeing people in the chat saying, well, Leo's definitely a pedophile, so he was 100% involved. It's like, no, well, you can't make that accusation without solid evidence. And currently, as it stands, there isn't solid evidence.
Well, I think that one of the people most happy on the planet as a result of this big dump of documents has to be Alan Dershowitz, who has begged for these documents, filed for these documents to show that he was innocent. Bill Clinton made no objection to these documents being released. Probably the most unhappy person about all of this is Prince Andrew.
And when speaking about Prince Andrew, as you know, he settled in 2022, but without any wrongdoing. Do you think there's anything in these documents that you've seen so far that could be problematic for him moving forward?
Him considering 25-year-old women too old is pretty telling. Yeah, it's pretty telling that he's creepy. Okay? It's not pretty telling that he is a pedophile. I'm sorry. There's a difference. Okay? Please, let's not do this. It's ridiculous. Okay? There is still a difference between someone who is creepy and someone who is a criminal. I don't know why people do the arbitrary nature of age of consent laws in the opposite direction. Depending on your politics, the more left you go, the more you say arbitrary nature of age of consent laws because they should be actually up to like 25. Okay? The more right you go, the lower you want to make that arbitrary age of consent law, where you go, age ain't nothing but a number. Let's lower it. Very odd. Please stop.
I think that it's always problematic for Prince Andrew as well as the royal family to have all of
The lack of Alan Dershowitz mentions in here is alarming to me in America.
this brought up again. And you know that the tabloid press in Britain will pick this all up. And again, we'll go back through Prince Andrew's association with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and these young women, really girls.
Actually, the difference between creepy and pedophiles, how much I like your Twitter post. Yeah. Leftists want it to be 25. Libertarians want it to be 15 or even younger, actually.
Under the age of 17. The fact that you have yet another victim who has...
You're an arbitrary age of consent law centrist. That would make me the opposite of arbitrary age of consent law. I'm saying age of consent is 18, truther. I'm an age of consent is not arbitrary. I am a truther on the age of consent. Okay?
Has come forward. This is in a deposition that took place way back. But now it's out there again that he had put his hand on the breast of an underage woman. That does not help Prince Andrew in his rehabilitation of his image. Do I expect further legal process? I really don't. It's too late for that.
Again, more names to come. Ricky Kleeman.
All right, let's get to the real legend, okay? The Dersh, who had phenomenal sound bites. Now, Alan Dershowitz is a tenured Harvard professor, a plagiarizer whose first wife died under mysterious circumstances, which he was not charged for, and also an enemy of Norm Finkelstein and the greatest defender of Israel. He's written a book defending the state of Israel, and not only has he consistently defended Israel, but he actually is supposed to be defending Israel in the International Court of Justice. Okay? So just remember that. As far as I know, the Dersh is not teaching, but as a professor emeritus title. Yes, he used to be a tenured professor. Now he's a professor emeritus. Yes, ironically, a lot of his book is plagiarized. Like, he is a serial plagiarizer of false information, which is what is really funny. Not only did he plagiarize a lot, but he also happened to plagiarize completely inaccurate information, which is the reason why he hates Norm Finkelstein, because Norm Finkelstein actually first ripped the original book into pieces and then ripped Alan Dershowitz for plagiarizing from a book that he had already ripped to pieces. So just important in the context to talk about with respect to like Harvard professors that withstand scrutiny for plagiarism.
Joining us now, Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. Professor, you are mentioned in this document. You are mentioned repeatedly and very specifically. It was the allegation against you was that Epstein forced then minor Jane Doe number 3 to have sexual relations with you, and that also you were an eyewitness to sexual abuse of other minors by Epstein. You have...
Remember, this is if you are queer around kids, whether you're a teacher or just in public, you're automatically grooming channel, okay? Fox News regularly claims being gay or being a Democrat or just like being queer in general means you're a pedophile groomer, okay? So when they actually have the guy who successfully represented a pedophile groomer, like a literal pedophile groomer to the elite, who worked with the elite, and his greatest ally, and never offer him a shred. Last stream you said you didn't care about the plagiarism, but now, question mark? Yes, I only care about plagiarism for my enemies, okay? Is that better? Is that something you want to hear from my mouth? My point is, everybody plagiarizes in college. It's just being utilized against people you don't like, and when people you don't like that are in positions of power plagiarize, people don't care, okay? Alan Dershowitz is a great example of this. The other example I will use is the Stanford president that was plagiarized or falsified information in his research, or even the likes of Neil Gorsuch. The standards for college professors and college administrators is actually quite bad for plagiarism, okay? The people that then turn around and go, what about plagiarism here? okay, or this person does not meet the muster of the excellence of Harvard, especially when it's like right-wingers that push for this narrative, is just completely frivolous, ridiculous, only brought forward in a manner to attack a person that you don't like. Okay? That's simply what I'm stating. I'm not saying I'm not saying plagiarizing is good. Okay? I hope you understand that. I'm simply stating that it is a lot more commonplace than you think, and many administrators, researchers would not be able to withstand extra scrutiny. Okay? However, who gets taken out due to accusations of plagiarism is very different. It's a very different battle. And as far as I understand, she didn't even plagiarize. They retroactively applied new citation rules to a non-applicable situation. Like, there are examples in Claudine Gay's plagiary that are improper citations of people that were already cited in the documents. It's like 47 different instances, many of which are completely ridiculous, and then some are actually questionable. Okay? My point simply is this. If you are saying like, oh, thank God we found a serial plagiarizer and like took her out of a position of power, okay, you're kind of gullible. Not even kind of gullible. You're either doing it cynically, which many on the right are, or you're simply very gullible and you got by right-wing reactionaries once again. I do not like Claudine Gay. I think she was bad, okay? I thought that her mishandling of Palestinian protesters on campus was reason alone, if I had a magic wand, for me to fire her. I also personally don't really care about what goes on in Harvard in general. However, having said that, overall, the real reasons as to why this became a major story was because it was a perfect storm, okay? This is just a microcosm of how rule enforcement is done in society. Many people break rules, for example, do minor crimes, but marginalized groups are more likely to face the consequences of rule breaking than other groups. Yes.
Been out there vigorously defending your name, your honor, and denying these allegations fiercely. And I want to give you a chance now that it's come out in writing tonight to get your reaction.
Well, first of all, the woman who accused me has now stated categorically that she may have misidentified me, confused me with someone else. And these documents, if all the documents are...
But Alan, you are such a uniquely beautiful man. What do you mean? This makes no sense to me. The Dersh
will prove categorically that she did misidentify me, that I never met her, never heard of her, never spoke to her. And I can prove it by independent means. I have all my travel records. I have all my television appearances. I can prove that I couldn't possibly have been anywhere near any of the people who were involved in this. I was Epstein's lawyer. Of course I flew on his plane with Ken Starr, with Roy Black, with other lawyers. We flew to meetings with the U.S. attorney, with the state attorney. And so people have to be very careful about what they're believing and when it happened. For example, as soon as Epstein was shown to be what he was, I ended my personal association with him completely, but I maintained.
Wait, what? What do you mean? You got him a sweetheart plea deal that allowed him to leave the prison and lower his sentence tremendously. What do you mean? Once it was revealed to me what Epstein did, you were his lawyer.
The legal relationship with him. I've represented some of the worst people in the world and continue to do so. That's my life. And of course I represented Epstein. Now, the one point I do want to make is that I understand all the feminist groups and the radicals.
I'm pretty sure he maintained a relationship with him post the legal situation.
I think this is the worst thing in the world, that anybody ever had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein. Where are all those radical feminists when it comes to the Hamas rapes of young Jewish girls, sexual abuse, beheadings? They are what?
Yo! He said, listen, I may have been on that island. I may have legally defended Jeffrey Epstein. But what about Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? That's awesome. I don't think you can use that here, man. That's like What a wild take. God, oh man, that's awesome. This guy is the best. I love that he is the best and brightest legal mind in the United States of America. This is the best we have to offer.
Quiet. They are silent. The incredible hypocrisy of the Me Too movement. Me Too, except if you're a Jew. And I want to have a list of all the radical feminists who are pushing hard, and I understand that.
Uh-oh. Jeffrey Epstein wants a list of all the women? Hold on.
To get all these names revealed, and I want to know how many of them have ever actually condemned Hamas for the rapes that we now know occurred.
This is pretty funny because it's like, this is not an argument you can use in court at all, okay? I've talked about this quite a bit because, like, debate perverts love saying, like, well, what about this? What about that? And it's like, if you were called into question in a criminal proceeding, okay, you can't turn around and go, yes, judge, I may have murdered all those people, but what about other people that murder people all the time? This is completely irrelevant. You can't use that as an argument. Law tip. Alan Dersh is a terminal case of defense attorney brain, so please be gentle to the young man as he enters his twilight years. I also have defense attorney brain. Please be nice to me. I also condemn Hamas.
And the murders that occurred, how many have been silent, and how many, like the National Lawyers Guild, have actually approved of what Hamas did? So let's put this in context. I'm thrilled at all these things.
He spent the first minute and a half being like, yeah, sure. You know, I had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. It was a personal one. I mean, not a personal one. It was a personal one, but then after I represented him, it was non-personal. It was just simply legal. Okay? And then the rest of the video is just talking about Hamas. I have it on good authority that Virginia Giuffre never condemned Hamas, which is why it is appropriate. My actions were appropriate, no matter what they were.
Papers have come out. I urged them. I went to court. I asked for everything to come out because I knew that I had done nothing wrong, and the papers would exculpate me. What I only worry about is that maybe the judges withheld certain documents. I want to make sure every single document comes out, including the documents that cast doubt on the credibility of some of the accusers and some of the accused.
Me too, except if you're a Jew is a banger line. No, it's not. It's so bad. It's such a, no, it's like shocking how bad Zionist propaganda is in general. Like, it's genuinely shocking. I feel like all the best and brightest creative Jewish minds are just anti-Zionist, or at least like wanting to avoid being tarnished with that brush entirely. Like, there's not a single person, straight up, Me Too, unless you're a Jew, is not a banger, in my opinion.
The public has the right to see everything and make their own judgment. We do not put the country in guilt by accusation, but guilt by association.
But by the way, I think that is fair. And I still, like you, believe that in the presumption of innocence, and I don't rush to judgment.
Yeah, except unless you're gay, in which case I automatically will say to everyone that you're a pedophile. Like Fox News having, dude, this is the same energy as Tucker Carlson constantly running with this narrative that, like, you know, queer people are all gay pedophiles. What's going on? You know, back in the day, gay people were not allowed to be around children. But now, it seems like they're around children all the time. As a matter of fact, they can even adopt children. What's going on? And then having the one guy who allegedly is a gay pedophile on his broadcast and just kind of yucking it up is just so odd. It's so odd to me that these guys, it seems, think everyone and anyone is a pedophile except for the people that may or may not have been reasonably either convicted or defended those who were convicted pedophiles, or, you know, maybe their court cases fell apart when suspiciously a bunch of their victims perished and pulled their claims, or accused under oath is a good way to describe it. Yeah, it's so odd.
And frankly, on many high-profile cases in this country, this show, starting with Richard Jewell, we've been right. We were right about Duke Lacrosse. We were right about UVA. We were right about Ferguson, Missouri, and Freddie Gray in Baltimore, because I didn't rush to judgment.
What?
And I had impeccable sources. I have known you for years. I don't really know why you like to defend these high-profile clients. Everybody certainly deserves a defense, including Mr. Epstein, including O.J. Simpson, and you and I had wars over Bill Clinton back in the day.
Sure.
You've taken on these high-profile cases. Why? And do you regret it at all? And did you ever see anything untoward about Mr. Epstein?
I never did, and I do regret having ever met Jeffrey Epstein because it caused me the worst few years of my life when I was falsely accused, and I was canceled by the 92nd Street Y, canceled by Temple Emmanuel, and then she...
Canceled by the 92nd Street Y? What? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dude, yeah. I got canceled for successfully defending one of the most famous pedophiles on the planet when I successfully defended him sex trafficking minors. Now, listen, everyone deserves a lawyer. Everyone deserves representation, okay? Everyone deserves a trial. I do agree with that. The difference, however, is that, like, in this circumstance, Alan Dershowitz definitely went above and beyond, number one, and also did have a personal relationship with this person and has gotten massages that we know of, to which his defense was, I always kept my underwear on. So this notion that, like, he is blameless and guiltless here is ridiculous. Alan Dershowitz also recently, not that long ago, wrote an entire opinion editorial on why we have to lower the age of consent laws from a constitutional perspective. So, I mean, this is a very much like if it quacks and walks like a duck, it might be a duck situation. Except in this circumstance, we're not talking about ducks, but we're talking about being a pedophile, okay? Allegedly. Yes, for those of you who do not know, here is Alan Dershowitz defending his op-ed, suggesting that age of consent for sex should be lowered. Alan Dershowitz, the outspoken, controversial Harvard Law School emeritus professor, is defending himself on Twitter after an op-ed resurfaced in which he suggested the age of consent for statutory rape should be lowered. Dershowitz made the suggestion in 1997 in the Los Angeles Times, suggesting that 15 was a reasonable age of consent, no matter how old the other partner was. The op-ed drew new attention after it was mentioned in a lengthy New Yorker story posted online Monday that took a deep dive into Dershowitz's life and his connections, both personal and professional, to Jeffrey Epstein, a wealthy convicted sex offender who has been charged with sexually exploiting and abusing dozens of minor girls. On Monday afternoon, Richard W. Painter, a former White House ethics lawyer who is now a law professor at the University of Minnesota, wondered on Twitter in a series of tweets why Dershowitz had written the op-ed. Reasonable people can disagree about whether the age of consent should be as low as 14. Is Alan Dersh kidding? Pun intended. In a third tweet, Painter cited a line from the op-ed. Moreover, puberty is arriving earlier, so therefore the age of consent should be lowered? Alan Dersh was off the deep end when he wrote this 20 years ago. Except Alan Dershowitz could have said, hey, my bad, I didn't mean it, it was 20 years ago, but instead he doubled down on it. Your Honor, my client may walk like a pedophile, talk like a pedophile, defend pedophilia, defend pedophiles, and also suspiciously want to make it so that pedophilia to a certain degree, actually it's a phebophilia, is legal. But make no mistake, he's definitely indeed a pedophile, which is wild. Like, you have all of this tremendous evidence, okay? All of this stuff combined together builds a really bad case for Mr. Dershowitz, okay? And yet, for some reason, for some weird reason, okay? What is happening here? God damn it. Oh, I don't know why my camera is so blurry. Okay, it's back. For some weird reason, despite all of this evidence, all of this circumstantial evidence, I guess, and also direct ones, weirdly enough, it's not enough for right-wing commentators because Alan is a right-wing guy. So strange. So strange. Anyway, where were we? Okay, let's continue.
Ultimately admitted that she may have confused me with someone else. And so, things obviously have gotten a lot better. Now, of course, these revelations put my name in the headlines again. But I've never been afraid of that because I have nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be ashamed of. I did nothing wrong. Would I do it again? Not if I knew I was going to be falsely accused. But if not for that, I've represented far worse people.
Wait, what? Then Jeffrey Epstein?
Represented murderers. I've represented people who have done terrible, terrible things. That's an essential part of.
That's, dude, okay. That's yet another weird admission to say you've represented far worse people. Emma said Israel. I'm sorry. Are you saying that, like, murderers of different like OJ is worse than Jeffrey Epstein? Is that the argument here? It's weird. What does that mean? That almost feels like you're saying, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to put words in our friend Alan Dersh's mouth, but he's kind of making it seem like Jeffrey Epstein's crimes weren't as bad as other criminals that he's defended. Like he said, he didn't even say worse. He said far worse. Okay. That's wild. Kind of an odd thing to say. False equivalency, murderers are worse than a guy who ran a 30-year pedophile sex traffic ring. Yeah, no, that's what he's saying. Like far, far worse. I represented a guy who served a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour to people that don't have subscriptions. But of course, at the top of the hour, the worst crime of all happens. A 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. And that way you can represent yourself and defend yourself from the top of the hour ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. To be fair, like Emhut said, he is currently in the process of defending Israel on charges that it's committing a genocide. So I do think that might be maybe the one instance where it's worse than like a guy who ran a successful pedophile sex trafficking ring. Like there's like very few instances where you can be like, here is a worse crime, right? And yeah, I would say, ethnic cleansing is probably a worse crime. But like, that's it.
Of our system. If I don't do it, who will? I had tenure. I had an obligation to defend the most controversial, the worst people. Sometimes I won, sometimes I lost, sometimes I created a.
I thought he was suggested to represent Israel. Don't think he actually is. I really hope he is. I want it to happen so bad.
Plea bargain like I did in this case. By the way, Epstein was furious at me for the plea bargain. He wouldn't pay my fee because he thought I had done a terrible job, because he ended up going to jail and having to report as a sex offender. The rest of the world thought it was a sweetheart. But that's what criminal defense.
You thought you did a terrible job? What are you? Okay, this is bullshit. I'm sorry. No, he didn't do a terrible job. He did too good of a job. That is crazy. What are you talking about? He was dead to rights. The 2006 plea bargain is unimaginable. The Department of Justice came out with a report like a couple years ago. Where they said it was a major mistake that Jeffrey Epstein was given this plea bargain. Oh, he said Epstein said he did a bad job.
Lawyers do. I'm 85 years old. I hope the good Lord gives me the strength to continue.
Oh, Epstein thought he did a bad job. Yeah, he's lying. There's no shot. There's absolutely no shot Jeffrey Epstein said you did a bad job at this.
Jail and having to report as a sex offender. The rest of the world.
You have selective hearing. He said, Epstein, do you not listen? No, I don't have selective listening, chat. I'm looking at 26,000 chatters in here and trying to read exactly what everyone is saying while simultaneously listening to Alan Dershowitz in the worst camera audio setup of all time.
World thought it was a sweetheart. But that's what criminal defense lawyers do. I'm 85 years old. I hope the good Lord gives me the strength to continue to represent the most despised, the most controversial, the most unpopular people in the world. Look at the hell I got for representing Donald Trump. I did that, and I lost a lot of my friends. And people say to me all the time, oh, I understand Epstein, but not Trump. Or I understand Trump, but not Epstein. You have to understand that.
I don't think anybody says I understand Epstein, but not Trump. I don't think that people say that. I think he's making up a lot of stuff. He's also contradicting himself. On the one hand, he's like, oh, I hate that I defended the worst, most despised criminals. but also simultaneously he's like, oh, I wish I could do it again. Like, am I
The role of a
mishearing
criminal
again?
defense lawyer is to defend everybody who's falsely accused.
Well, I'll say
or who
this.
may be accused or even truthfully accused. Yeah.
I think you're going to be the only one that does have the courage to say, no, it's not true. And you do make a good point. If there's exculpatory information that is not released as part of the information that is being given out by the judge, I think that's unfair to everybody, and that would be unfair to you. And if you believe it's exculpatory, I think the public should see that as well. Professor, thank you.
I don't need any more exculpatory material because the woman has already admitted that she may have clearly misidentified me. And that's enough for me. I'm going on with my life. I'm going to continue to do what I've been doing for years. But thank you, Sean, for an opportunity to present my case.
Professor, we appreciate your time as always. Thank you for being with us. Hey, Sean
So courageous for being a cloud chaser. Yeah. So you do have the capacity to pick your clients as a defense attorney. Okay. Like, he didn't get like a random client selection as a pro bono when he was offering pro bono public defender work or something. Not pro bono, but public defender work. Like, he chose those clients. Not saying that, like, ideologically you can't choose some of the worst scumbags to defend. It's just that these were very high profile cases that he personally took on, just so you understand. He personally took on these very high profile cases of people who were, like, you know, famously doing illicit things because either he had a personal relationship with them or because he wanted to. Yeah, pro bono isn't the same as public defender work. I know. That's why I corrected myself. Okay? He did that because he wanted to increase his profile. Okay? That's why he did that. So the idea that this, like, you know, he just, like, was kind of forced to do this is ridiculous. Anyway. Oh, come on. I've run out. New Yorker, come on. Speaking of which, let's read his statutory rape article to get a better understanding of the mind of Alan M. Dershowitz, something that he defended literally 2 years ago. An article that he wrote 20 years ago that he defended 2 years ago. Okay? Take a look. Although the most recent, first of all, the subheader says, Justice. If a 16-year-old can choose abortion, she should be able to choose to have sex. Although the most recent survey shows a slight decrease in teenage sex in the United States, it confirms the reality that the crime of statutory rape is rampant. According to the National Survey of Family Growth, nearly 1/4 of the women surveyed said they had sex before their 15th birthday. An additional 16.5% said they were between 15 and 16, and another 16.7% said they were between 16 and 17. Now, what's interesting about this, of course, is that who they're having sex with turns this from statutory rape to just teenagers having sex with other teenagers. I feel as though he is making it seem as though all of these teenagers having sex with other teenagers and they're losing their virginity is the same as a teenager having sex with someone over the age of 18. Okay. And even then there are additional legal boundaries that protect people to ensure that, you know, if you're additional boundaries that protect people so that, you know, your high school sweetheart girlfriend doesn't land you in legal trouble when the moment that you turn 18 while she's 17, you know what I mean? That sort of thing. Romeo and Juliet laws. So what Alan is talking about here is already playing fast and loose with these definitions and what constitutes criminality. Every state makes this a serious crime for anyone to have sex with another person below a given age. The age of consent varies from state to state. In some, it is as high as 18, while others, it is as low as 14. Some jurisdictions mitigate the crime if the perpetrator is close in age to the victim, while others do not. This is all theoretical, of course, since the very few statutory rape charges actually are brought. The laws, however, remain on the books, poised to be used selectively in certain kinds of high-visibility cases. Recently, for example, an 18-year-old Wisconsin high school senior was prosecuted after he got his 15-year-old girlfriend pregnant and then offered to marry her. He faces 40 years in prison and a lifetime requirement that he register as a sex offender. The high-visibility case that has most recently put the statutory rape laws in headlines is the allegation that Michael Kennedy, son of Robert and nephew of John, had an affair with his children's babysitter, who is now a 19-year-old college student. There is no hard evidence that there was a sexual encounter between Kennedy and the babysitter before her 16th birthday. In the absence of such evidence, there is no criminal case of statutory rape, and it seems unlikely that any such evidence will emerge, especially since neither the young woman nor her family seems eager to press charges. Now, I want you to understand something. Please, understand something. He's using edge cases, like, and things that are supposed to be covered under the law or things that are barely covering under the law, okay? Things that can go in either direction to defend on principle lowering age of consent. This is very, very different. Okay? This is very different. Making an argument about lowering the age of consent laws, okay, across the board at the federal level by pointing to what pretty much everyone understands, unless you're like, I guess, a leftist who thinks that you shouldn't have sex until the age of 35 or whatever, okay, is ridiculous. Like he's using instances that are mostly covered under the law as permissible to talk about something that everyone understands is gross and illegal for good reason. Like I said, Alan here is doing reverse age gap discourse in the opposite direction. This is a blue checkmark post in the before times. Yeah. Where was it? Especially near the young woman or their family seems eager to press charges. By its nature, sex tends to be a private matter engaged in outside of the view of witnesses. In the absence of physical evidence, such as pregnancy or sexually transmitted disease, a charge of statutory rape generally requires testimony by the victim. But since the sex was consensual, it is rare that the victim will come forward. If the sex was not consensual, as it often is, not between older men and young girls, it is ordinary rape rather than statutory rape. He's literally saying statutory rape as a concept should be abolished because what if someone under the age of 18 is enjoying sex with an older man? In which case, it should not exist, which is ridiculous because that's the whole purpose behind statutory rape, is that someone under the age of 18 having sex with someone over the age of 18 is a situation where someone under the age of 18 can't consent. This would be like having sex under the influence, okay? And saying like, oh, dude, you shouldn't be able to prosecute someone for having sex under the influence because, like, what if couples have sex under the influence all the time, okay? Minors can't consent because they are too young. Exactly. No, I know that he's like saying ordinary rape. He's using language such as ordinary rape. Anyway, incredible. My favorite type of guy is like, Muhammad had a bunch of underage girls as lovers per the Quran. Thanks, chatter. He should go to jail. Got it. Like, what is wrong with Islamophobes? That's a Turkish Islamophobe, too. The worst kind of Reddit atheist. Oh, my Lord. Yeah. Famously, none of the other religious scripture has, like, any kind of weird stories in them. So, I mean, Mary was 15 when she was impregnated by God. Cancel God. Yeah. Let's continue. I'm going to continue along with my New Year's resolutions of not responding to silly Billy chatters. Okay. Ordinary rape rather than statutory. Thus, 99% of cases of statutory rape are not prosecuted. This raises a fundamental question about the continuing legitimacy of statutory rape laws at a time when sex involving teenagers is so rampant and prosecution for statutory rape so selective. It is obvious that there must be criminal sanctions against sex with very young children. Why? What's the difference then? What's the difference in your argument then? He's literally saying actually ephebophilia. Okay? He's literally saying lower the cutoff because 15-year-olds can enjoy it. That is an insane argument to make. That is disgusting. Let's continue. It is obvious that there must be criminal sanctions against sex with very young children, but it is doubtful whether such sanctions should apply to teenagers above the age of puberty, since voluntary sex is so common in their age group. Any cutoff age will, of course, be somewhat arbitrary, and yet a line must be drawn. Nor would it be practical to have a cutoff based on individual maturity rather than age, since maturity is so subjective a criterion. Moreover, puberty is apparently arriving earlier, particularly among some ethnic groups. Oh my Lord. Based on the demographic criteria, the age of consent should be lowered. It certainly should not be as high as 17 or 16. Reasonable people can disagree over whether it should be as low as 14. 15 would seem like an appropriate compromise. Wow, he's so understanding, guys. He's even found an appropriate compromise, dude. That's cool. Thanks, Alan Dershowitz, for finding an appropriate compromise, arriving at an appropriate compromise at the age of 15. Perhaps there should be a staircasing below 15 with the penalty increasing inversely with the age of the victim. There may even be constitutional limitations on making the age of consent too high. What? Dude. Oh, that's awesome. The Supreme Court has suggested in the abortion context that young women do have reproductive rights at a certain unspecified age. There are obvious differences between the right to choose whether to terminate an unwanted pregnancy and the right to have sex at all. The former requires a tragic choice between two different outcomes for a teenager, whereas the latter includes the preferred option, at least for young teenagers, of abstinence. But the Supreme Court's recognition of a young woman's right to choose abortion without interference from her parents or the state suggests a degree of autonomy that seems inconsistent with making it a felony to have sex with a mature, consenting 16-year-old. Yeah, I don't think he understands that. Abortion laws, such as that one, protect a woman, okay, or the victim in this circumstance. Mostly, I mean, overwhelmingly, or almost all of the cases, a woman, a girl, okay, under the age of 18. Statutory rape laws that are currently in the books that you want to change are also there to protect the victims, okay? You want to protect the perpetrators because in this situation, one party is the one that is responsible. A 15-year-old girl that has sex with Alan Dershowitz is not going to jail for statutory rape. Alan Dershowitz, hypothetically, would be going to jail for statutory rape. So to try and write this argument from this perspective is a little weird, but that's really cool. Thanks, Alan. Alan also defended this like a couple of years back when it was resurfaced. So, you know, this opinion is still very much one that he holds. I'm a huge Alan Dersh head and have all the albums and never saw this, and now I'm no longer a fan. Anyway, wait, let's see. Let's talk about, let's look at Epstein in here. After a commercial, the next segment began with images. The lineup included Jeffrey Epstein, wealthy money manager who had been accused of sexually abusing underage girls. Charges became public. Press accounts enumerated from famous acquaintances: Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Kevin Spacey. You know, it's really funny. Kevin Spacey, another, Tucker Carlson friend, just like Alan Dershowitz is, and described trips to his plane, a so-called Lolita Express. Despite sworn accounts from more than a dozen women, Dershowitz and his team secured a deal in which Epstein pleaded guilty to minor charges and served only a brief sentence. On The View, which was hosted by 4 women, Dershowitz described the experience as fraught. It is a case that was very, very, very difficult and very painful for me because I saw real victims out there. I'm a very strong supporter of the Me Too movement. Sure. But he's an attorney who's obligated to defend the rights of the accused. I think of myself like a doctor or a priest. If they wheel Jeffrey Epstein into the emergency ward, the doctor is going to take care of him. One of the hosts, Abby Huntsman, pointed out, it does get more complicated for you in your personal life. In 2014, Virginia Giuffre, one of Epstein's victims, stated in a court filing that Epstein lent her out for sex with his friends, Dershowitz among them. Dershowitz has strenuously denied the allegations and maintained that Giuffre is a near-pathological liar engineering an extortion plot. Giuffre's claims about him have never been directly tested in court. Instead, they have featured as side arguments in civil suits brought by others. 2 weeks before the taping, though, Giuffre had sued Dershowitz directly for defamation. On the air, Dershowitz said that he welcomed Giuffre's lawsuit. I also welcome her coming on the show and accusing me face-to-face, he said. I've been falsely accused, he went on more intently, so I am welcoming this trial. He rubbed his hands together. This is the first opportunity I have to conclusively prove my innocence. Huntsman read a statement from Giuffre. My abusers have sought to conceal their guilt behind a curtain of lies. My complaint calls for the accounting to which I and the other victims are entitled. She's right. She's entitled to an accounting, Dershowitz said. I have. Alan Goldberg said the segment was running out of time. Invited the FBI to the trial. Alan, you got to stop. So that, Alan, you want me to give the book away? We've got to give the book away. Before the show cut the commercial, he got in the last word. My reputation is more important than my book. That's anti-Semitic. Why bother mentioning he rubbed his hands together? Wait, what? It's the New Yorker. They're offering I can't tell if you're joking or not. It's the New Yorker giving an accounting of like exactly what happened on The View. Oh, you are joking. Okay, thank God. I couldn't tell. Is there a difference between ordinary rape and statutory rape? Yes. It is difficult to prosecute rape in many instances due to many different, obviously due to living under a patriarchal structure. And statutory rape at least automatically implies that the victim can't consent. So it is technically supposed to make it easier to prosecute rape charges. That's it. Alan Dershowitz's goal here is to try and make it harder to prosecute statutory rape. That's it. I don't know. It's very odd they wanted to do that, but it's very odd that that was his goal here, to just make it harder. Dershowitz likes to say that he met Jeffrey Epstein through his friend Lady Rothschild, the former Lynn Forrester. In 1996, Forrester, who had actually not yet married into the Rothschild dynasty, suggested he would enjoy getting to know Epstein, an interesting autodidact. Epstein, who had grown up in Coney Island and dropped out of college, was an unimposing person, described by one friend as shy, weird, introverted. But he had luxurious houses, a private plane, and huge amounts of money to spend. He was friendly with many famous men and was drawn to intellectuals. Dershowitz, to longtime friends, has an enduring fascination with fame, society, and wealth. Charles Fried, a distinguished jurist who taught with Dershowitz at Harvard Law School, told me, if you get a chance to go to fancy places with lots of rich people and fly around on private planes, I think he probably finds that hard to resist. Epstein flew to Martha's Vineyard and visited Dershowitz, bringing a bottle of champagne. They found common interests. I wonder what those common interests were. Suspiciously, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Alan Dershowitz's piece was written 1 year after he met Jeffrey Epstein. If he met Jeffrey Epstein in 1996, didn't he write the statutory rape Los Angeles Times article in 1997? Or was it before? But it was around that time. It was 1997. So 1 year after he met Jeffrey Epstein. We talked about science. We talked about academia. We talked about Harvard. Epstein, like Dershowitz, had come from a humble background. In the 70s, he'd been a trader and a wealth manager of Bear Stearns. Epstein has said that he refused to accept clients with less than $1 billion in assets, but Wexner was the only client he's ever named. In New York, Epstein lived in one of the largest private homes. This is mostly Epstein. Come on, give me more about Dershowitz and Epstein. Maria Farmer, who worked at Epstein's mansions in those days, told me that there were often young girls around. An aspiring artist, she had been introduced to Epstein at a gallery downtown where she was exhibiting her paintings. He bought one, insisting on a discount. Eventually, she agreed to work the door at his house, signing in tradesmen, decorators, friends. Farmer said that new girls arrived every day, some of them wearing school uniforms. She recalls asking, why are all these girls coming and going? She was told that they were auditioning for work as models for Victoria's Secret. In September 1996, Epstein invited Dershowitz to meet Wexner, who was throwing a party for his 59th birthday. They flew together to New Albany, Ohio, where Wexner had a 300-acre estate. Les Wexner, for the record, is Ohio legend, basically. With a Georgian manse for himself and a large house for Epstein. The guests, Dershowitz says, included John Glenn, the senator, former astronaut. And, okay, that's crazy to say, wait, isn't John Glenn, is he the guy that flew one time? Or that was a different senator, I think. I think he was this guy was no, this is not I'm thinking of the guy who went up and threw up. That's not John Glenn. No, John Glenn was a real deal astronaut, not the one who was the phony. No, John Glenn is actually the real astronaut who became a senator, and not the senator who flew one time and threw up a lot. Famously, he was on the Appropriations Committee, and not John Glenn, the other guy. Is it Jake Garn? Yeah, okay, Jake Garn is who I'm thinking of, I think. Yes. So Jake Garn, a former insurance executive, served in the United States Navy, and literally, I think it's this guy, right? It is Jake Garn, I think. Yeah, this is it. Garn became the first sitting member of the United States Congress to fly in space when he flew aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery as a payload specialist during a NASA mission, because he was sitting on the Appropriations Committee, and he basically was like being very annoying about giving money to NASA. And then so he wanted to go fly in fucking space with NASA. So he did. And then he threw up a lot when he was in space. And I think like still to this day, they use that as a unit of measurement or something, like a vomit scale. No one knows who this dude is. Well, I mean, I've talked about it before. And I only know about it because of Marat. How do you know all these fun facts? Why do I know fun facts about aerospace history? I don't know, because I have a brother who is an aerospace engineer. Here, space adaptation syndrome. With seasickness and car sickness, space motion sickness symptoms can vary: mild nausea, disorientation, and vomit, intense discomfort. The most extreme reaction yet recorded was felt by Senator Jake Garn in 1985 on a space shuttle flight. NASA later jokingly began using the informal Garn scale to measure reaction to space sickness. In most cases, symptoms last from 2 to 4 days. When asked about the origins of Garn, Robert E. Stevenson said, Jake Garn was sick, pretty sick. I don't know whether we should tell stories like that, but anyway, Jake Garn has made a mark in the astronaut corps because he represents the maximum level of space sickness that anyone can ever attain. And so the mark of being totally sick and totally incompetent is one Garn. The whole point is Garn's purpose on the mission was in part to subject him to experiments on space motion sickness. Garn did not become sick on the vomit comet before STS-51D. All 3 astronauts on Skylab 3 suffered from nausea, although the 3 Skylab 2 had not. The illness affected their work during the first days, worrying NASA doctors. Okay, that was a brief aside on something completely irrelevant to the Dersh. So, John Glenn and former Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres. It's like odd. Jeffrey Epstein knows all the former Israeli prime ministers. How did that happen? Like Ehud Barak, who was caught leaving and entering his Manhattan compound as late as like 2016. So strange. Anyway, Dershowitz quickly assessed his role. I was Jeffrey Epstein's intellectual gift to Leslie Wexner. Epstein thought of himself as a patron of academia, was particularly drawn to Harvard. In 1990, he and Wexner had helped fund a new building for Harvard Hillel. Epstein also funded research into the history of science, but he wanted to be more than a donor. He wanted to be a member of the community. By 1998, Jeffrey Epstein was serving on the advisory board of the Harvard Society for Mind, Brain, and Behavior. After Larry Summers became president of the university in 2001, Epstein flew him to the Virgin Islands on his plane. That's right. Larry Summers was on the Lolita Express. In 2003, Epstein pledged $30 million to Harvard to create the program for evolutionary dynamics. He recruited Martin Nowak, biologist from Princeton University, to lead it. That's why he also is friends with Steven Pinker as well, another annoying Harvard professor. On the top floor, Epstein organized discussions on science, psychology, and other subjects, inviting academics from Harvard and MIT to attend. Dershowitz often participated. The two men were once photographed there, engaged in conversation, Epstein wearing a Harvard sweatshirt, that famous Epstein Harvard sweatshirt photo. His connection to Israeli politicians also helps the conspiracy theory that he was an intelligence asset. Yes, it does. In the end, Epstein contributed only $6.5 million, according to Boston Globe, but the money was understood at the time to be a first installment. And Rozovsky, the former dean, said he hoped Epstein would become one of the leading supporters of science at Harvard. Dershowitz, who became a faculty affiliate of the program that Epstein funded, told the Harvard Crimson reporter that Epstein would benefit Harvard in a lot of ways. He's a lot more interesting than some traditional academics. He called Epstein brilliant and saw that when they talked, debating mathematics, genetics, law, and psychology, nobody finishes a sentence. We cut each other off all the time because we just get it. This is Alan Dershowitz talking about his relationship with his close and personal friend, Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein, he later said, was the only person outside his family whom he trusted to evaluate drafts of his books. His wife once asked whether the friendship would endure if Epstein suddenly filed for bankruptcy. Dershowitz replied, I would be as interested in him as a friend if we had hamburgers on the boardwalk in Coney Island and talked about his ideas. He was like, bro, we share mutual interests. You don't understand. It's not about how much money he has. Even if he was a broke boy, I would still maintain the mutual interest that I have with him. Okay? What that mutual interest is remains to be seen, at least in this article. But perhaps, maybe that mutual interest has something to do with the Los Angeles Times op-ed that Alan Dershowitz wrote. The math they were debating was what the age of consent should be reduced to. Yes. Oh, my God. Epstein could be a loyal supporter. Early in the relationship, they contacted Orrin Kramer, the founder of the hedge fund Boston Provident. Said that he wanted to invest several $100,000 from Dershowitz. It was a small sum for Kramer's fund, but Epstein, who had recently invested $30 million in the fund, was a significant client. The next year after the fund sustained enormous losses, Epstein contacted him again and said, one of us is going to make Alan whole, and if I have to do it, that's an outcome you will regret. Kramer was taken aback. Dershowitz had signed papers, which are standard among hedge fund investors, acknowledging that his money was at significant risk. Ultimately, though, he agreed that he would personally restore Dershowitz's investment if Epstein left the remainder of the money he controlled in the fund. Dershowitz says that he had never heard that Epstein had made this call and that he understood Kramer had restored his money because he felt a moral obligation. Why would a hedge fund manager ever feel a moral obligation to restore your money? On campus, Dershowitz was controversial for his increasingly hawkish views on Israel. At times, Epstein lent support against political enemies. In January 2007, oh brother, more mutual interests. In January 2007, the evolutionary biologist Robert Trivers learned that he was to receive the prestigious Crayford Prize in Biosciences, and Martin Nowak invited him to celebrate with a talk that Epstein had funded. That April, Shriver sent Dershowitz a letter criticizing his rationalization of Israeli attacks on Lebanese civilians. The summer before, during Israel's conflict with Hezbollah. If Dershowitz persisted in this kind of argument, he wrote, he could look forward to a visit from me. Nazis and Nazi-like apologists such as yourself need to be confronted directly, Dershowitz called the Harvard police, and in a Wall Street Journal op-ed complained that radical goons had sent him threatening messages. He's, by the way, what do you call it? Robert Trivers wrote that to Alan Dershowitz, saying, you're a Nazi and Nazi-like apologists need to be confronted directly. On May 25th, the day of the party, Trivers was chatting with students when he got an urgent message from Nowak. He was canceling the party under orders from someone he would not identify because Trivers had called a Harvard professor a Nazi. Oh, wow. Alan Dershowitz, a story that never changes. Okay? Hey, are you going to be ableist today? You're just like your uncle? Yes, I am going to be ableist today. As always. Every day. And homophobic. And transphobic and racist and misogynistic. Where were we? Save it for Reddit chatter. Why? Is that a thing that's popping off now? Hassan is ableist. Well, ultimately agreed. Where was it? Dershowitz asked him, wait, what coordinate? Oh, in October 2005. Okay, finally I had invited 20 people. There's no way to contact all of them. Most painful thing. Shriver said that Epstein later acknowledged that he made the call. He apologized for having stopped my talk, so actually formed a bond between Jeffrey and me. Wait, so Dersh is critical of Israel today? Wait, what? No. Alan Dershowitz has always been a massive advocate for Israel and Israel's war crimes. This other professor called him a Nazi for defending Israel's actions against civilians in Lebanon. You here, what is your full name? It's such a weird question to ask. Like, it's literally, look underneath me. Do you see this? It's like my username. In October 2005, Epstein discovered that the Palm Beach police were investigating him for abusing underage girls, and he quickly called Dershowitz to ask him to coordinate the defense. Dershowitz later wrote in an article for the American Bar Association that he hesitated since Epstein was an acquaintance, and lawyers are cautioned against representing people they know socially. But ultimately, he agreed. Why did he agree? Perhaps because he could, cut himself a deal as well in the process. He has since said that Epstein's case is the only one out of more than 250 in his career that he regrets taking. Dershowitz told me that he was misled about the severity of the allegations, said that Epstein had told him that there were only half a dozen accusers who were underage and that they slipped through the cracks, they presented fake ID. He added, when I later learned the extent of this, I was shocked. Sure. The investigation of Epstein had begun in March 2005 when two worried parents went to the Palm Beach Police Department. You guys know this story already. I'm going to skip through it. But yeah. Epstein routinely got other girls who were also young to recruit underage girls from high schools and the like in his scheme. Epstein's former house manager, Juan Alessi, told police that Epstein had as many as 3 massages a day and that towards the end of his employment in 2002, the women giving them were younger and younger. Some recipients of massages were also potentially Alan Jebediah Dershowitz. According to victims, Epstein's scouts were instructed to find girls who met his physical criteria, nymphishly thin, with no tattoos. He sent gifts to favorites, bouquet of roses, planes, a car, blah, blah, blah. He also worked with a modeling agency owned by a friend to procure underage girls from abroad, providing them with housing and paying their visa fees. Epstein's most steadfast companion was Ghislaine Maxwell. All right, let's get back to the relationship with Dershowitz, though, because this then turns into a Jeffrey Epstein story. And I want to know, the police chief, Michael Ryder, recalled in a deposition that when he discussed the investigation with the state's attorney, Barry Krischer, he said, let's go for it. This is an adult male in his 50s who has sexual contact with children. But once Dershowitz got involved, Ryder said, the tone and tenor of the discussions of this case with Mr. Krischer changed completely. Detective Joseph Riccari, the lead investigator that later testified in a meeting he had attended with Dershowitz and Krischer, Dershowitz presented a selection of posts from MySpace in which the girls recounted experiences with alcohol and marijuana. Riccari recalled that Dershowitz set forth the posts as evidence that the girls were not to be believed. Some profound legal work from one of the most brilliant minds in a tenured Harvard professor, Professor Emeritus, lifetime professor of Harvard, talking to the cops and saying, well, these girls, these minors, had posts about alcohol and marijuana, so don't believe them. Ryder said that in a deposition that he and Recarey were under constant surveillance for months. Their movements were tracked and their trash was searched. Oh, yeah. Also hired private investigators against the cops and detectives as well. Ryder also testified that Dershowitz had contacted private investigators to look into his background. Dershowitz and Epstein deny any involvement in this. Dershowitz focused especially on a young woman identified in the police report as A.H., who had given some of the most damaging testimony. A.H. told Recarey that she had started going to Epstein's house in 2003 when she was 16. She was saving up for a camping trip to Maine. At times, Epstein photographed her naked. He often took nude pictures of girls and displayed them around the house. He sent roses when she starred in her high school play. She had set a rule with Epstein that they wouldn't have intercourse, but one day he pushed her down and forcibly penetrated her. She rebuffed him, "What are you doing?" Dershowitz sent Recarey a letter about A.H. containing what he described as a troublesome and telling illustration of her character. He said that he had sent 2 investigators to speak with her, instructing them to take notes because we feared that she, an accomplished drama student, might try to mislead them as successfully as she misled others. Demon. Straight demon. Alan Dershowitz. The investigators, he continued, were quite shocked at the overwhelming, non-stop barrage of profanity from what initially appeared to be only a young woman with a slight build and soft demeanor. Like, notice how the way he's like ritualistically humiliating the victims, Alan Dershowitz is, by doing character assassination on minors who are victim to statutory rape, okay? By saying they curse, or by saying they talk about marijuana, or they talk about alcohol. That's insane. He also enclosed snippets from AH's presence on social media. She has chosen herself to go by the nickname of Pimp Juice, and the site goes on in detail, including photos of her apparent fascination with marijuana. By the way, Dershowitz denies gathering information from social media and says that the letter was composed by someone else in his office, although it bears his signature and is written in the first person. He suggested her claims about Epstein were motivated by a desire for money. He publicized the accusations in Daily Mail, saying that A.H., a minor, by the way, had a long record of lying, theft, and blaming others for her crimes. You know, slut-shaming, the legal defense for a international sex trafficker, pedophile. Fun stuff overall. In June 2006, a grand jury called by Krischer, the state's attorney, charged Epstein with 1 count of soliciting prostitution with no mention of underage girls. There was no requirement that he register as a sex offender and no mandatory jail time. To Epstein, leniency seemed appropriate. He once likened his offense to that of a person who steals a bagel. So that's why I said Dershowitz is lying when he says Jeffrey Epstein thought that it wasn't appropriate. But Ryder felt that the charges were insufficient. He requested a federal investigation, and the FBI, in a 14-month inquiry called Operation Leap Year, identified at least 34 victims of Epstein. Prosecutors prepared a 53-page indictment, which could have resulted in a life sentence. Dershowitz argued that the federal prosecution was unjustified. In July 2007, he and another defense lawyer also wrote to prosecutors, "As we believe we persuaded you, Mr. Epstein never targeted minors," which he had. Epstein's lawyers reportedly said that he was being unfairly pursued because of his wealth. During the next 2 months, Epstein's team negotiated for a better deal with the U.S. Attorney in Miami, Alexander Acosta, who went on to become Secretary of Labor in the Trump administration. This is something I talked about as well. He was a top federal prosecutor in Florida at the time. They arrived at a non-prosecution agreement in which the federal government would throw out his indictment if Epstein pleaded guilty to 2 state felony charges for solicitation of prostitution, one involving a minor. What was really unique about this deal, as I've said before, is that it featured 2 unusual facets. One, claiming that at the top of the hour, you have to see a 3-minute ad break, unless you're subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Listen, don't yell at me. That's just what it says in the deal, okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Yeah. It contained a provision among granting immunity to any potential co-conspirators. Okay? Very interesting stuff, guys. That's odd. That's interesting. And it was made without informing Epstein's accusers, a violation of the Crime Victim Rights Act. Dershowitz said, "I was not directly involved in any decision not to inform the victims. That was not my responsibility." Well, that sure seems strange, don't it? How did that happen? Anyway, NATO PDAS in shambles. On June 30th, 2008, Epstein pleaded guilty. He was given a brief sentence, 18 months in a county jail with access to a lenient work release program. 6 days a week, he was allowed to leave for an office nearby where he received visitors, including, one deputy recently told the Associated Press, a number of young women. In the history of pedophilia, there has never been such a sweetheart deal While Epstein was in jail, a friend asked what he was reading. De Profundis, he replied, referring to the letter Oscar Wilde wrote from prison to his lover, Lord Alfred Douglas. I don't know why that's relevant. All right. Anyway, after 13 months, Epstein was released. At his mansion in New York, he had a mural painted of himself in jail, telling visitors that it was a reminder that he could always go back. Dershowitz says that after Epstein got out of jail, they no longer socialized. He sometimes still visited the mansion, but only to offer legal advice. Oh, so Alan Dershowitz was lying when he said he only professionally and legally, he only talked to him in a legal setting. Interesting. So he went to his house, but for legal guidance. Got it. The victims, too, wanted to distance themselves from Epstein. Virginia Giuffre had left his orbit in 2002. Soon after she turned 19, Maxwell and Epstein had agreed to send her to Thailand for a 3-week course of massage and arranged for her to bring back a young girl for Epstein. Jesus fucking Christ. There, Giuffre met an Australian man, Robert Giuffre, who was on vacation. They fell in love and they were married 10 days later. For 5 years, Giuffre had no contact with Epstein or Maxwell. She and her husband moved into a house outside of Sydney. They had 2 children, and Giuffre got pregnant again. Then one afternoon, she answered her cell phone and heard Maxwell's exuberant voice. Why is cooperate written like this? Hi, how's life? Maxwell told her that Epstein was being investigated, that if she refused to cooperate with police, she'd be taken care of. Giuffre told me that she declined the offer, but reassured Maxwell that she wouldn't speak to anyone. A few days later, Epstein and his lawyer called her to say it directly. She was frightened that they had been able to track her down. I wanted to start a brand new life with my husband. And when Ghislaine and Giuffre called, it was like, oh my God, this isn't going to go away. That is when I started having to deal with the past. What does an umlaut O sound like? We have it in Turkish as well. So it would be cooperate. 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 Sounds positively Nordic. In September 2008, Giuffre got a letter from the U.S. Department of Justice informing her that as a victim of Epstein, she was entitled to sue him for damages. Giuffre engaged a Miami lawyer named Catherine Ezell, and the following May, she sued Epstein as Jane Doe 102. Epstein eventually settled her suit, paying an undisclosed sum, but the story persisted. In 2001, in February, Giuffre heard from Sharon Churcher, a reporter for the Mail on Sunday, inquiring about her time with Epstein. Churcher asked if she had any way to substantiate her story. Giuffre had a picture of her posing with Prince Andrew, the Duke of York. She literally was on the plane the next day. The Mail on Sunday later paid her $140,000 for the use of the photo and $20,000 for giving interviews. This was the famous photo that you've seen. Churcher was the first journalist she had ever met, and Giuffre said, I felt like we were buddies. As Churcher showed her pictures of prominent men in Epstein's circle, Giuffre identified some of those she'd had sex with. The next month, the Mail on Sunday published a series of articles focused on Prince Andrew, which brought new attention to the case. 2 FBI agents contacted Giuffre, saying that they wanted to reopen the investigation, and they soon came to Australia to hear her recount her experience. The umlaut is an annoying thing that the New Yorker is doing. Atlantic has a great piece on that. Wait, really? It's a diaresis. So what? Why? The story also attracted notice of lawyers working with other Epstein victims. That spring, Giuffre got a call from Bradley Edwards, an attorney in Florida. He explained that he was working with Paul Cassell, former federal judge, on a suit that might overturn the non-prosecution agreement, allowing a new inquiry into Epstein's case. He asked if she would talk about her experience. In December 2014, Giuffre set up a foundation, Victims Refuse Silence, to help survivors of sexual abuse and trafficking. She claimed that Epstein had abused her and had trafficked her to powerful friends. She named 3, Jean-Luc Brunel, a modeling agent, Prince Andrew, and Alan Dershowitz. She asserted that she'd had sex with Dershowitz at least 6 times in Epstein's various residences on his island, in a car, and on his plane. When I asked why she had decided to name Dershowitz, she said, Giuffre got away with it, basically, and Dershowitz was one of the people who enabled that to happen. She went on, Dershowitz thinks he's a tyrant and can get away with anything, and I wanted to say, I might be as meek as a mouse, but I'm going to hold you accountable. After Giuffre's claims became public, Buckingham police empathetically denied the allegations about the Duke of York because they said, it's simply a part of our culture to engage in acts of pedophilia. That's right. We are the Buckingham Palace, after all. You do know that the monarchs are able to engage in acts of noncery. It is perfectly legal and permissible in our culture to engage in a little bit of noncery. That's the Buckingham Palace for you. That's right. Very nice. Brunel issued a denial. Dershowitz began an urgent campaign to clear his name, which has lasted for almost 5 years. Starting in January 2015, he made a series of television appearances to dispute Giuffre's claims. Using some of the same language that he had employed to describe Epstein's victims a decade earlier, he called her a serial liar, a prostitute, and a bad mother who could not be believed against somebody with an unscathed reputation like me. Not unscathed, by the way. He insisted that Giuffre had made the whole thing up for a whole cloth, out of whole cloth, in search of a big payday. When a TV reporter in Miami questioned his characterization of Jeffrey as sex abuse victim as a prostitute, Dershowitz replied, she made her own decisions in life. Cool. At Harvard, 38 of Dershowitz's fellow professors signed a letter supporting his right to defend himself. Among themselves, they debated whether the allegations could be true and whether he was employing the right strategy. I know a little bit about his private life. Not much, Charles Fried said. Harvard, a beacon of prosperity, an institution of higher learning that is so good, so perfect. I think he's very much a family man. I was inclined to believe him, but you know the old saying, you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas. Epstein was a very hard client to represent without getting smudged in that way. It can be done. First of all, it's ridiculous. The problem isn't that Alan Dershowitz represented Jeffrey Epstein. The problem is Alan Dershowitz had a friendly, familial relationship with Jeffrey Epstein prior to his representation of Jeffrey Epstein. This is so stupid. Lawyers defend murderers all the time. That doesn't mean they become murderers themselves, okay? They don't go out and do murders together and then defend them. But that requires a little more distance and discipline and also willing to eschew fun, and Dershowitz is perhaps willing to show he's literally talking about having sex with minors. Oh my God. Harvard professors playing fast and loose with the with fun, with the terminology of fun. Fried noted that when Jeffrey made her claims about Dershowitz, he responded in typical Dershowitz fashion. Attack, attack, attack. He made her the defendant, and he attacked. And I think that probably had some effect. But other peers of his think that his insistence on winning the case in the court of public opinion has had disastrous results. He created the issue by attacks on Virginia Giuffre. A longtime colleague said, it would have been better to let the allegation die of its own weight. In media appearances, Dershowitz argued that Jeffrey's lawyers, Edwards and Cassell, had conspired with her to fabricate testimony that would negate Epstein's non-prosecution agreement. If they could find a lawyer who helped draft the agreement, who also was a criminal having sex, wow, that could help them blow up the agreement. Dude, this is so... Okay, here Alan Dershowitz is now, once again, defending Jeffrey Epstein, okay? He's literally saying, oh, the prosecution plea bargain was absolutely perfectly valid, and now they're making stuff up so they can attack Jeffrey Epstein, who he's defending here again, one more time. He told CNN, so they sat down together, the three of them, these two sleazy, unprofessional, disbarable lawyers. They said, who would fit into this description? They and the woman got together and contrived and made this up, he declared. The end result of this case should be she should go to jail, the lawyer should be disbarred, and everybody should understand that I am completely and totally innocent. The case had continued, he suggested, only because Edwards and Cassell were prepared to lie, cheat, and steal. Noting that Jeffrey had made her allegations in a statement rather than a sworn affidavit, he said that their lawyers encouraged that choice because they know if they submit a sworn affidavit, they could go to jail. Soon afterwards, Jeffrey submitted a sworn affidavit. I've recently seen a former Harvard law professor identified as Alan Dershowitz on television calling me a liar. He is lying by denying that he had sex with me. That man is the same man that I had sex with at least 6 times. When I talked with her, she suggested that Dershowitz had made a tactical mistake by attacking her so persistently. The bad mom thing actually hurt the worst, she said. I love my children more than I love my own life. Edwards and Cassell, who strongly denied Dershowitz's claims, sued him for defamation. And how about you cover some real news? Is this Alan Dershowitz? Is Alan Dershowitz in the chat? Take a week off, Alan. Hey, stop looking into Alan Dershowitz's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein's victims, okay? Please, cover some real news and not this. Excuse me. Please, can you cover some real news and not Alan Dershowitz's news about his relationship and involvement with Jeffrey Epstein? Please, that's not me. But I do think that Alan Dershowitz is very attractive. Just a cool guy. He's Dersh posting. Edwards and Cassell, who strongly denied Dershowitz's claims, sued him for defamation in January 2015, and Dershowitz countersued. Jeffrey became a witness. She was represented pro bono by David Boaz. Dershowitz and Boaz have known each other since they were young lawyers, when Dershowitz was teaching at Harvard and Boaz was at Cravath, Swain & Moore. He's among one of the highest paid trial lawyers in America, a skillful courtroom tactician with a keen instinct for public opinion. For decades, he has cultivated a reputation as a defender of principle. He represented CBS in a major First Amendment case, prosecuted Microsoft antitrust violations, and fought for marriage equality in Hollingsworth versus Perry. But he had also damaged his reputation by using strikingly aggressive tactics. He represented Theranos. Okay, anyway, back to Dersh. Met with Giuffre in 2014 and vetted her story. She was an imperfect witness. She had used drugs throughout the time she was with Epstein, and she acknowledged being hazy on dates. She initially recalled that she started working at Mar-a-Lago when she was almost 16, but employment records showed that she started a year later, meaning that she had been underage for less than a year of the time which Epstein lent her to his friends. Yet Jeffrey maintained that she never got the face of the men she had had sex with. At 30, she was plain spoken and direct, with a quiet self-assurance that seemed hard-won. She didn't try to pretend she was perfect. She didn't try and give a constructed narrative. Dershowitz presented his own difficulties as a witness. When tape depositions began, he often refused to answer questions, delivering long soliloquies and furious denunciations. Yes, Chad, she was working at Mar-a-Lago. Virginia Jeffries was working at Mar-a-Lago when Jeffrey Epstein nabbed her. I don't know how else to describe it. Even his own lawyer tried at times to restrain him. Eventually, a special master kind of referee was appointed to help to control the proceedings. The special master repeatedly admonished Mr. Dershowitz, "Mr. Dershowitz, I'm asking you to stop," and struck some of his testimony from the record. Dershowitz argued that he was being used as a stalking horse. While his real goal, he said, was to use him as an example to frighten Leslie Wexner into paying a large settlement. He insisted that he never met Jeffrey, that he had never seen photographs of naked girls in Epstein's house, and that he had never seen Epstein with underage girls. If he had, he would have reported him to the authorities. Jeffrey was a serial liar, he said. Nothing she said could be believed. It's so strange how all of the people that keep accusing Jeffrey Epstein and Alan Dershowitz are always just liars, cheats, stealers, and people who do drugs, which is enough reason for, I guess, the criminal justice system to go, yeah, well, maybe this is correct. Maybe you, sir, have not done anything wrong. In case of sexual abuse, one important legal standard is contemporaneous outcry, in which victims disclose attacks to people they trust soon after the event. Jeffrey, like many of the other women around Epstein, describes herself as isolated and says that she was discouraged from speaking with the girls who came and went from Epstein's homes. But she has said that she talked about Dershowitz with Tony Figueroa, her boyfriend, during the time. Jeffrey described calling him from the island and complaining of being obligated to have sex with O.J. Simpson's lawyer. In January 2016, two attorneys working with Dershowitz tracked Figueroa down to secure an affidavit. Virginia only mentioned Alan Dershowitz, it read. I remember she described Mr. Dershowitz as O.J. Simpson's lawyer. She did not say she had ever had any physical contact with him. Figueroa, who had been arrested several times on minor drug charges, signed the document. Dershowitz also gathered evidence from phone calls with Rebecca Boylan, a girlhood friend of Jeffrey's. In a transcript that he introduced during the deposition, he informs Boylan that he's turning on a tape recorder and asks her to please repeat what you told me previously. Boylan says that Jeffrey was pursuing Dershowitz only to pressure from lawyers and that I've never heard her mention you when we were kids. Dershowitz says, I'm now turning off the tape recorder. Thank you so much. Jeffrey said that Boylan agreed to the call after they had a falling out. Dershowitz said that Boylan contacted him unprompted because she was horrified by what was happening to me. Yeah, Boylan was a big fan of Alan Dershowitz's legal defense, I guess, or his law career. So I guess she reached out unprompted, and certainly not something that Alan Dershowitz had done prior in defending Jeffrey Epstein, which is hire private investigators to comb through every aspect of the lives of the victims in order to humiliate them. Dershowitz told me he wanted the case to go to trial, but in December, he emailed Boaz to discuss a settlement on the condition that Jeffrey acknowledged that her accusation could have been a mistake. He wrote, we should be aiming at a short, simple statement such as the events at issue occurred approximately 15 years ago when I was a teenager, although I believed then and continue to believe that Alan Dershowitz is the person with whom I had sex. Recent developments raise the possibility that this may be a case of mistaken identification. In April 2016, the case settled with no such statement. The press reported that the agreement included a financial arrangement. It's so strange that Alan Dershowitz did not run the course of this case and was willing to agree to a statement that basically didn't even absolve him entirely and then didn't even get that. The press reported that the agreement included a financial arrangement implying that Jeffrey's team had paid. In fact, Dershowitz's insurance company had paid Jeffrey's lawyers. In negotiations, the parties had discussed a figure of nearly $1 million with $50,000 going to Dershowitz, which would allow him to claim a payment. The final amount has not been disclosed. Dershowitz also got a valuable concession. Edwards and Cassell agreed to release a statement saying that it was a mistake to have filed sexual misconduct accusations against Dershowitz. As the statement circulated in news reports, Edwards and Cassell rushed to clarify that they had committed a tactical mistake. They had attached Jeffrey's filings to a case centered on Epstein, not on Dershowitz, because the filings were not directly relevant, but the judge had struck them from the record. Dershowitz in interviews ignored this interpretation and said that he hoped Jeffrey would be investigated for perjury. The previous 15 months, he said, had been like being waterboarded. So he basically made it seem as though Jeffrey's team had paid Alan Dershowitz. That was not the case. Dershowitz's insurance company had paid Jeffrey's lawyers instead. Okay? And some of that went to Dershowitz himself. specifically so he would claim that he got paid. Okay? Dog is gone. And so is the doggy cam. Ironic that he's saying that this was like being waterboarded, because I'm pretty sure Alan Dershowitz might have defended waterboarding too on principle. Dershowitz was free of the lawsuit, but his public stature was diminished. He had retired from Harvard Law at 75. His latest book, Electile Dysfunction, attracted little interest. He made frequent appearances on Newsmax. Dershowitz remained preoccupied with Jeffrey's allegations. In late 2016, he complained to Boston Magazine that as a result of her claims, he had lost 2 clients and had stopped getting requests to accept honorary degrees. Before an appearance at Johns Hopkins, he was greeted by women wearing duct tape over their mouths holding signs that read, "You are rape culture." Why was him being able to claim that he got paid important to him? Oh, in order to make it seem as though he was, in order to make it seem as though the other side had lost the settlement. I think that's the reason in the court of public opinion. He wanted to make it seem like he won the settlement. With the election of Trump, he became a regular guest, yada, yada. I don't care about the Trump shit. But yeah, he defended Trump a lot. But when Dershowitz was on Fox News discussing the Mueller investigation, when the host asked him solicitously about the accusations against him, not long before, the Miami Herald had published a deeply reported 3-part series by Julie Brown. Famous. This is like what reignited the Jeffrey Epstein case, if you recall. Julie Brown is a legend. Also part of the reason why local newspapers are important to preserve and save. Okay? Downtown Julie Brown. They offered new details on the Epstein case and negotiations that led to his deal. Dershowitz seemed eager to answer the question. There are emails so far that are secret, but prove that not only was I framed, but who framed me? Have me back on the show when the emails come out. Boy, it will be so interesting because there will be prominent people in handcuffs. Dershowitz has spoken frequently of having incontrovertible proof that Jeffrey is lying. I don't think anybody in the history of law has ever been able to prove a negative so persuasively by so much documentary evidence as I have, he told the New Yorker. His evidence, though, often leads to further disputes. He had pointed to an unpublished memoir by Jeffrey saying, in her manuscripts, she says she has never had sex with me. She does not say this. In her memoir, Dershowitz appears in only one passage. He knocks on the door of a bedroom where Epstein has just finished having sex with Jeffrey, and Epstein invites him for a discussion. Jeffrey writes, Alan's taste for the young and beautiful was the bias for a blossoming business relationship between him and Jeffrey. Well, technically, she didn't say that she had sex with him in the memoir, so obviously, like, this further puts him for criminal, like, further means that he lied. Like, even the fucking example that he's using unironically lead him to look worse. How is this possible? Dershowitz also points to the emails that Jeffrey sent to the reporter Sharon Churcher several months after their meeting, and she was drafting the manuscript. When Jeffrey asked for help reconstructing the list of men she had compiled, looking at photographs, Churcher mentioned Dershowitz, writing that she and others suspected him of sexual misconduct, and though no proof of that, you probably met him. Jeffrey told me, I can't say what she was thinking, but I think she threw Alan into it, forgetting that I had already mentioned him, even informed her of the experiences I had with him. When Jeffrey's allegations first became public, the Daily News quoted Dershowitz as saying that he had never had a massage at Epstein's home. After the story came out, he quickly asserted that he did have a massage there, though he said it was given by a 50-year-old Russian woman named Olga, and added, and this is the famous part, I kept my underwear on. In any case, he says during the... That's a famous... In any case, he says during the years that Jeffrey lived with Epstein, he never met her. His travel records demonstrate that it was impossible. I examined the records for a few hours, though I wasn't allowed to copy them. Every day had been accounted for, and in most cases there was documentation, a credit card bill, a public appearance, but some of the dates were supported only by a handwritten date book entry, New York, or by a telephone call from a landline, which could have been made by anyone at that address. And Dershowitz lived in New York from September 2000 to June 2001, when Jeffrey was often in Epstein's mansion. His schedule contains notations about meeting with Jeffrey. In 2015, he hired a security firm led by former FBI Director Louis Freeh to look into Jeffrey's claims. Dershowitz provided a one-page summary of the inquiry, which said that investigators have found no evidence to support the accusations. Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. That he hired an investigator that cleared him of any wrongdoing. The summary notes that Jeffrey described seeing Al Gore and Bill Clinton on Epstein's island and said that Secret Service records show no evidence of such a visit. Gore and Clinton deny visiting the island, although Clinton has acknowledged taking multiple trips on Epstein's plane. The summary points to no other specific discrepancies. When the New Yorker and Dershowitz asked Dershowitz to see supporting documentation for the report, he said that he didn't have it. Freeh's firm did not respond to requests for substantiation. Jeffrey told me that Freeh's investigators had never interviewed her. Huh. What the hell? Dershowitz had frequently argued that Jeffrey never accused them until 2014. He pointed me to an FBI report detailing agents' interviews with Jeffrey from 2011 and said that it proved that she didn't mention him. I obtained a copy, The majority of it is redacted, including a list of individuals Jeffrey identified from photographs. Jeffrey says she named Dershowitz in 2009 to Catherine Ezel, the attorney in Miami. Ezel declined to comment, but in depositions from the time, she questions witnesses about Dershowitz's visits to Epstein's house. Dershowitz says that Ezel's supervisor, Robert Joseph Berg, assured him that no one had made any accusations against him in those years. But Joseph Berg told me, I've never told Alan Dershowitz or anyone else what this client or any other client has told me. He is wrong. Dershowitz also claimed that Boyes must have known that his client was lying. He cites a telephone call apparently recorded in secret in which he and Boyes discussed the possibility of settling a defamation suit. Dershowitz allowed me to listen to it again, refusing to let me make a copy. The recording has frequent stops and starts, and in many places is unintelligible. Dude, Alan Dershowitz doing IDF-style propaganda to clear his name is pretty funny. Like, this is one step removed from, you know how, like, the IDF will do, like, fake phone calls and shit? Yeah. It's like, here's a recreation of this victim saying she lied. Dershowitz emphasizes a passage in which Boyes imagines a conversation with Jeffrey. We know you believe that you had relations with Professor Dershowitz. We have now reviewed the documentary evidence and we're convinced that your belief is wrong. Boyes told me that the conversation was hypothetical, a way of exploring how he might persuade an aggrieved client to accept the settlement if Dershowitz could offer definitive proof. He did a fucking literal, like, he did a HasanAbi clipped out of context compilation and then described, and then in the phone call, foolishly, thought that Alan Dershowitz wouldn't record him and then fucking clip it out of context. He also showed me an email that he sent to associates afterwards, speculating that Dershowitz had intended to gather evidence. From the way he kept trying to put words in my mouth, I suspected he was taping the call. I challenged my accuser to tweet a direct accusation against me so I could sue them for defamation, he wrote. They won't because they know they made up the story for money. Dershowitz argued that by not making allegations in public, Jeffrey and Boyes were taking advantage of a legal principle known as the litigation privilege, which forbids defamation suits based on court testimony. Journalists, however, are permitted to report on that testimony, which can provide a canny lawyer with a safe way to release contested information to the public. By the time, this is the worst part, by the way, this is the reason. By the time Jeffrey had made her allegations about Dershowitz, she could no longer sue him for having abused her as a minor because the statute of limitations had expired. Dershowitz once offered during an interview to waive any statute that prevented Jeffrey's claims from being tested in court, but when her lawyers asked him to waive it to allow a civil suit, he refused. The only way for Jeffrey to test her allegations in court was in a defamation suit. In 2015, when Jeffrey's allegations against Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein became public, Maxwell called them obvious lies. In September, Boyes and Macaulay filed a defamation suit against Maxwell on Jeffrey's behalf. This is the big suit. Maxwell, of course, settled just before a trial was to begin. The amount was undisclosed, but Jeffrey reportedly received a multi-million-dollar settlement. That's crazy. The allegations of the Maxwell case did not leak to the press. Judge Sweet sealed all the documents. Fucking asshole. Among them was a sworn affidavit filed by a British South African woman named Sarah Ransom, who joined the case as Jane Doe 43 and was represented pro bono. I recently spoke with Ransom, who's now 34. She is voluble. I'm South African. I'm not a wallflower, but she says, still deeply affected by her experience with Epstein. The trauma I have gone through in the last 10 years, I wouldn't even wish on Jeffrey and Ghislaine. Ransom was introduced to Epstein in September 2006 when she was 22. She had gone through a painful breakup. And then, it just describes the same exact stuff about massages and how they turn sexual in nature. Ransom said that she dreamed of studying for FIT. By the way, for Ransom, as for the other woman, these benefits depended on her having sex with Epstein and with his friends. In her affidavit, she mentioned Dershowitz as one of those friends. Ransom told me that she had invented the tapes to draw attention to Epstein's behavior and to make him believe that she had evidence that would come out if he harmed me. In 2017, Boyes represented Ransom in a lawsuit against Epstein for sex trafficking. Last December, Epstein paid an undisclosed sum to settle. It's always, dude, it's crazy. All of these people, they keep settling for major. Second woman claims billionaire perv Jeffrey Epstein directed her to have sex with Alan Dershowitz. Dershowitz denied that he had ever met Ransom. The villain here is David Boyes, who was exploiting a crazy woman in order to get revenge against me, he says. Interesting stuff. Anyway, so Alan Dershowitz claims that he stopped having any relations whatsoever with Jeffrey Epstein is false, but he can claim at least that it's a legal nature after his court case, which he does claim. But he did still see him. He did visit him. And all these women that won suits against Jeffrey Epstein, that also named Alan Dershowitz in their suits. You know, Alan Dershowitz, who has written in public an article about how it should be legal to fuck people under the age of 18, which is very interesting that, you know, all these people keep seeming to milk him for what he has, apparently. Of course, the non-prosecution agreement got renewed scrutiny after reports of his arrest, Jeffrey Epstein's arrest, his new arrest. Acosta resigned as Secretary of Labor after the public outcry. Speaking in his own defense, he argued that the agreement had been more stringent than what Barry Krischer, the state's attorney, had recommended. This was a backhanded tribute to Dershowitz and Epstein's other defenders. Without their legal efforts, Krischer would have probably recommended more significant charges. But Dershowitz was distancing himself from the case. In March, when reporters outside of a court hearing asked him if he was still in touch with Epstein, he said, "You never stop being someone's lawyer. I'll always take his call." Now he told NPR, "I have no relationship with him." Also, a second set of Jeffrey Epstein court filings are unsealed in New York. Breaking news. While we were covering this, the new filings today comprise of 19 exhibits totaling 327 pages of previously sealed court documents. The release comes a day after the first group of more than 36 court filings were unsealed. George W. Bush meme. Everybody, give it to me. I'll just do it myself. God damn, dude. We are being blessed on this day. Mr. President, a second document. Does anyone have the George W. Bush meme? Come on. No? Thank you. Vent Saul. Wait, it only saves it as a WEPF file for some reason. Hold on. Let me see if I can download this. Nope. It's not letting me download it as that either. Why is it always trying to do a WEP file? Why am I dressed like this? I mean, think about it. Think about it. You can just copy the image and paste in browser. No, I can't. I do that and it doesn't work. I'm trying. But it always does it as a... I just got to take a screenshot, which is fine. Desktop. Takes so long. God, I'm so bad at this. Okay. There it is. Banger. We did it. Banger tweet, Mr. President. You got it. Let's see what CNN is doing. Why did it take you so long? Of course. CNN is talking about Ron DeSantis.
And realizes that Nikki's surging. They're looking for anything they can to try to slow her down in Iowa. It's not going to work because she's so genuine. She's so out there.
Bro,
she's, making
they talked so little about the Jeffrey Epstein shit and like Bill Clinton and whatnot. It's just like really annoying. Is this the second tranche? Okay, this is all download PDF stuff. This is like...
He started working for Nikki Haley, and now he's got at least a partial muzzle on him because the Haley campaign doesn't want to say negative things about Donald Trump. My candidacy and the honesty and the integrity that we're presenting regarding Donald Trump is something that not only the whole party needs to hear, but the whole country needs to hear.
So how do you respond to that, Governor?
Well, look, obviously I haven't changed my position on Trump. Nothing has changed in the past month. Chris is a great guy and was a great governor. I chose not to endorse him. I know he's disappointed. At the end of the day, this is about winning. And Chris Christie knows that more than anybody. This is about consolidating a vote, beating Trump in the primary, making sure. And we always knew, and Chris knew, that it was a long shot. All of them, for all of them, it was a long shot. And we always had to consolidate around the candidate that was going to make it a one-on-one race. That's clearly Nikki Haley. It's Haley versus Trump at this point going forward. And again, he has a strategy. It's kind of a one-state strategy in New Hampshire, a one-message strategy.
The drop down next to the download button.
It hasn't translated into the votes, right? It hasn't translated into enough of a message and a strong enough message to galvanize the votes. It's all about winning, right? It's
Click
not
attachment
about,
one.
You
don't need to download
making
PDF.
sure that we can defeat Trump. Now he has an amazing opportunity, as you've heard me say before.
This is only 21
to be
pages.
The guy
though.
that kind of gets behind Nikki Haley, allows all of his voters to come behind her, which they would, and be that margin of victory, and not kind of cost it. I mean, he has the chance to deliver Trump the loss that he's been talking about for so long. That's an amazing opportunity.
CNN runs Gaza coverage past Jerusalem team operating under shadow IDF censor.
He's done a great job, and he just has an opportunity to finish really strong right now and deliver Trump the loss that Trump never thought he'd have.
Governor Sununu, thanks so much for
joining. It's not combined,
us.
It's separated. I know, it's annoying. They should make it easier for us to be able to watch.
11 days before the
They
first
should make it easier for us to read this stuff. It's very annoying. It's very annoying how difficult this stuff is to figure out. Here's Vivek Ramaswamy responding to the Jeffrey Epstein file release.
With all the news coming out today,
What would you do about the individuals on
pee.
Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs?
Yeah, look, we got to actually, and first of all, that's not even the whole thing. Why are we only seeing a partial list, a redacted list? So what I'm thinking right now, and a few years ago, I didn't think this way. People say, is this a conspiracy theorist mindset? No, it's just a reality awakening based on how the game is played. I think that was actually a deflection. Because it was a way to at least placate the people who have been making demands for a long time to actually avoid releasing. Just give us the full list. Give us the full video footage of what happened inside and outside the prison. Tell us exactly why Jeffrey Epstein was saying before he said, they tried to kill me, I'm not committing suicide. And then what ends up happening is what it looks like his brother actually has offered a different account in recent days. My answer is we deserve a government that tells the people the truth. Lay out the full information, not the partial list, not the redacted list. Why do you need redactions? List the whole thing. We, the people, deserve the truth. We have a government that has systematically lied to us. From the truth of, all the way. It goes back. These are third rails you're not supposed to touch. The truth about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11, all the way to the basis for the war in Iraq, all the way to the basis for the 2008 bailouts, all the way to the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that never was. The Hunter Biden laptop story we were told that was false on the eve of the last election, absolutely true. To the origin of COVID-19, which absolutely did begin as a man-made virus in a lab in Wuhan, which would have been censored if you said as recently as 2.5 years ago. Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, that's what I was referring to, the basis for the war in Iraq. All the way to how our money's being spent in Ukraine, the truth about what happened on January 6th, which we still don't know. Well, but the extent to which and how, tell us the details, release the video footage. All the way to the Nashville Transgender Shooter Manifesto, which they refused to release. Every other shooter manifesto released except for that one until it got leaked. All the way to the Jeffrey Epstein client list. We deserve a government that tells the people the truth again. And if there's one thing I can promise you as your U.S. president, we will tell you the truth not just when it's easy, but when it's hard. Tell you the truth when it's ugly. That's how we actually rebuild trust in this country. You want to know something? If you want somebody who's actually going to get in there and speak truth to power, start by voting for somebody who's going to speak the truth to you. There's a reason why I'm the only candidate in this race who can say these things. It looks like January 6th, just look at the facts, it does increasingly look like it was the product of government entrapment. That's what it looks like. That the client, Gretchen Whitmer, we actually know that was entrapment because it was actually proved by a jury that acquitted 3 of those people. There's a systematic underbelly of the administrative state, the deep state, and the law enforcement apparatus in this country. The only person who could tell you the climate change agenda is a hoax because it has nothing to do with the climate. That the carbon capture pipeline making its way across half this state, including the western and northern part of this state, using eminent domain to seize the land of innocent farmers, is based on incorrect, false, illegal premises using eminent domain to steal the land from innocent farmers. To tell you Ronna McDaniel needs to resign as the failed chairwoman of the RNC. That all pardon every peaceful protester from January 6th on day 1 in office. To tell you that we'll strip the pharma companies of their special liability shield for liability for vaccine injuries. That I'll strip that in my first term in office. There's a reason why I'm the only candidate who can even tell you these things, because today our politics is corrupt. You need a president who's not bought and paid for by that same system. You need a president who's not bought and paid for. Of course. And hold the bad actors accountable? Yes, we will. I've said my first term in office, first days in office, any government...
Hasan has quoted RP for longer than he's actually played it. Okay, chill out. Oh, there it is.
It's the first batch of sealed court filings related to the late sex trafficker released following a judge's order last month, with dozens more documents soon to be made public. Epstein's circle of associates is well known, but the records provide the public more context about the exclusive world he traveled in while facing accusations of misconduct.
I would say that there's not much new in this, but I do think that it's important that the public have access to the documents because it isn't just about Epstein.
The pages name prominent figures, including Prince Andrew, former Presidents Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, and stem from a civil defamation lawsuit brought in 2015 against Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Included are depositions, including one taken in 2016 from Joanna Schoberg, who worked for Epstein. She said in the document that she and Epstein had a conversation, and, quote, he said one time that Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. When asked if Clinton was a friend of Epstein's, she said she understood Epstein had, quote, dealings with Clinton. Clinton has not been accused of any crimes or wrongdoing related to Epstein and has denied any kind of criminal activity. A spokesperson for Clinton on Wednesday reiterated that Clinton knew nothing of Epstein's crimes. Sjoberg also recalled a time she was with Epstein on one of his planes, and pilots said he needed to land in Atlantic City. Jeffrey said, "Great, we'll call up Trump and we'll go to, I don't recall the name of the casino, but we'll go to the casino." She says in the deposition she never gave a massage to Trump. In 2002, Trump called Epstein a terrific guy, but he later said he threw Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club. Trump is not accused of any wrongdoing. When CNN asked for a statement, the Trump campaign responded by attacking the media. The documents also contain excerpts of a deposition taken from the woman behind the lawsuit, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who previously reached an out-of-court settlement in a separate sexual abuse
also
lawsuit
literally said
against
Jeffrey
Prince
likes him
Andrew.
young.
Giuffre alleged in her deposition that she was Epstein's sex slave, and Maxwell directed her
Like
to have
me.
sexual contact with people, including Prince Andrew and former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, who died last year. But Prince Andrew and Richardson have denied wrongdoing. A spokesperson for Richardson denied he had ever met Giuffre.
I think for the survivors and the attorneys who've been working so hard to bring this to light, I do think it gives them a sense of at least some satisfaction
Donald
and
Trump
some
said
justice that we're keeping the conversation
Come on,
going.
Trump.
Giuffre's attorney says the disclosure furthers the important goal of shutting down sex trafficking wherever it exists, and holds
Come on, chap. I can't cover stories like this if you're going to do
us
this.
closer to that goal. Attorneys for Ghislaine Maxwell, who is serving a 20-year prison sentence, said in a statement on Wednesday she has consistently and vehemently maintained her innocence. Now, this new batch won't be the last batch of documents that we get. We're expecting to receive dozens and dozens more over the next coming days. Well,
Kara Scannell reporting for us. Thank you. Coming up, the 5 biggest cities in the United States reporting drops in their homicide rates. We're going to take a closer look at what's going on.
Bro, I thought the police had been defunded. Yeah. Okay, so no updates on the court. They're not covering the new trove of data. I know the second batch dropped, chat. That's why we went to CNN Live. Or you could have seen it from my tweet announcing. Second set of Jeffrey Epstein court filings unsealed in New York. Oh, sorry. He said Donald Trump in 2002 said that Jeffrey Epstein was a terrific guy and added, "It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." That's what he said. I thought he said he likes them young like I do. Like me. What I thought he had said. I was wrong. Does this mean we're going to skip RP today also? No, it doesn't mean we're going to skip RP today. You don't believe Ghislaine because she's a woman, huh? Yes. I'm in the don't believe women camp. One of the victims said or testified that Epstein had told her that Bill likes him young. Yes. Alex Jones' game is not new, chatters that are consistently linking this to me. It's not new at all. It's actually been around for a minute. Okay, so everybody calm down. Here, while we wait for one of the news outlets to actually cover it in real time, because I'm currently eating and I can't read through a bunch of court documents. Also, CNN breaking news. Oh my God. Right at the top of the hour, breaking news, 3-minute ad break coming to you. Also, on top of that, right at the top of the hour, breaking news. Voters in Illinois and Massachusetts seek to remove Donald Trump from the 2024 primary ballot based on the insurrectionist clause. Right at the top of the hour, breaking news, you no longer have to see those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's what they're saying, folks. CNN breaking news says you no longer have to see those ads. Also, if you get gifted a sub, here's the 3-minute ad break now. ASAP WAP, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. All right, let's get to Fox News covering the real stuff, though. The real important stuff. Also, let me see if I can find like the NBC Live coverage like yesterday.
To production here.
This is a phenomenon of the past 5 to 7 years where these big iconic franchises will make a creative choice or do something interesting or more progressive than you might expect from their original incarnation. And the conservative media world just pounces. And this is partly fan driven. It happened on the last Star Wars trilogy where an actress named Kelly Marie Tran was basically bullied.
The first one is an argument by Maxwell's lawyers of the journalist Sharon Church's fabricated claims
against her and thought that she was a token Asian character thrown into the movie, and it was really hurtful to her, and the fans are egged on by conservative media that takes up the
let's talk about woke wars
the cause
for now, while we
here,
wait.
and it's all kind of noise. It really is just noise.
I also wonder, like, obviously, we've heard backlash against like so-called wokeness in movies, right? We know that that's a thing that Hollywood has grappled with here. But when it comes to Star Wars in particular, Daisy Ridley, who was obviously the star back in 2019, her movie grossed like $515 million worldwide, right? So like you got to look at where the facts are and where the reality is here too, it seems, no?
Yes, I mean, this is a project that nobody knows anything about. They're basing this criticism on some comments that this filmmaker made years ago in another setting. We have no idea what the movie is about other than Daisy Ridley is in it, and there's a bunch of Jedi trainers that she's training to be Jedis. That's it. We don't know what the choices are. Now, I will say that Disney is particularly sensitive to these issues because they have seen it come up a number of times. It came up in the Buzz Lightyear movie where there was a same-sex kiss that was in the movie that drew some controversy. It has come up on the Snow White movie that is in development, where there was some press. Again, nothing has been seen about that actual movie, but there was some press about how the 7 dwarfs were going to be replaced by a diverse group of helpers instead of dwarfs. So it comes up a lot, and the CEO of Disney, Bob Iger, actually addressed it last month, and he said, we're going to get away from making the message the point of the film. We're going to focus on the storytelling. Doesn't mean we're not going to have a message in the movie, but we're not going to make that the point. And many people in that conservative universe interpreted that as Iger saying, we've gone too woke, we're going to pull it back a little bit.
Matt Bellany, there's a lot to untangle on this one. Founding partner over at Puck. We're so glad to have you on. It's good to see you. As always, we'll have you back soon, I hope. Thank you.
What the hell?
That does it for us for this hour. We've got a lot more coverage picking up right now.
What?
Tonight, the deadly school shooting in Iowa just 4 days.
That's so stupid. Yeah, crime is dropped. Okay,
is to make men feel uncomfortable. Guess what? They're not going to watch it, and I'm certainly not going to be the one to pull it up. So just like Captain Marvel, when they try to put these women-first agendas into these action movies, they flop, and this is going to do the same.
To that end, a few data points. Try that in a small town. #1 on iTunes. Sound of Freedom earns $100 million. Top Gun breaks Memorial Day weekend record. Modelo Best Bud Light.
Wait, every single thing that you just mentioned is literally nothing in comparison to the Star Wars franchise. What is going on? Like, I don't care about Star Wars at all, okay? But it's odd when their argument is like, oh, Sound of Freedom did great. Yeah, okay. Or this was the #1 song on iTunes. Oh, that's sick, man. Like, yeah, Barbie made $1 gorillion, okay? I don't know how much money it made, but, all of these movies are massive hits. It's awesome that the new Star Wars director that they're yelling at made a statement about like challenging men's perceptions years ago. And these guys are just like, I'm a serious person and not a major baby. Okay. And as a serious adult, I choose to absolutely lose my mind in ways that you've never seen before about a quote from a director about a movie that hasn't come out yet, but a quote from a director from, 5 years ago.
Ben & Jerry's loses $2 billion. Disney loses $900 million. But best of luck to the feminist director. I'm sure yours will be a hit.
Yeah. That's why I am a Trekkie and not Star Wars.
Wait, what?
We're outnumbered in just a moment.
Star Trek is way more woke. Star Trek is literally communist. What the hell? God, these people are so stupid. Okay, I can't do this. They're so dumb, bro. Why do they have Christmas trees up still? So you can ask that reasonable question and they can turn around and go,
former president.
Wow, look at that. The woke left is terrified. 11 days to Iowa. Haley DeSantis neck and neck as Trump dominates is such a funny way to cover this story.
Yet Haley and Biden oppose Trump's border wall, confirm warnings of terrorists sneaking in through our southern border. Yet Haley joined Biden in opposing Trump's visitor ban from terrorist nations.
Haley's camp responding, saying, quote, Donald Trump must be seeing the same polls we're seeing, and he's running scared. This is a two-person race between Nikki and Trump. We have a lot to get to tonight. I want to begin, though, here with Jeff Zeleny joining me live here in Des Moines. So, Jeff, you have spent an extraordinary amount of time in the state. And now here we are in the final days. People's got to make up their decision. So what are you hearing from the voters who have not made up their minds yet?
Well, Aaron, surprisingly, there are a lot of voters who have not made up their minds. For some, it's because they truly can't choose. Others are just tuning in right now, just paying attention after the holidays. You hear questions about electability. You hear concerns about specific policy issues. But as these candidates try and make their cases, we hear a lot of voters trying to weigh between DeSantis and Haley. That's why tonight's town hall is so important. But as they make their case to voters, looming large over all of this is what they're actually saying about Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, first of all, he won't debate. I mean, like, he's not willing to get on a stage. He's not willing to answer questions.
Loser!
Chaos follows him. And we can't be a country in disarray and have a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos.
Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are talking a lot about Donald Trump.
I think right now we need a commander-in-chief, a general to lead us to victory who has not yet been wounded in that way. Somebody with fresh legs to lead us forward to the next generation.
And if we don't get slippery, slick politicians out of the way.
Oh my God, he's so cooked.
We'll lose that fight.
Vivek Ramaswamy and Chris Christie are too. The former president hangs over the Republican primary in most every way.
Hello, Iowa. I'm thrilled to be back with so many proud, hardworking patriots in the heartland.
Just 11 days before voters in Iowa render the first judgments of the GOP contest. For his rivals, one of the biggest balancing acts on the campaign trail is how much to talk about Trump, and just how to do it without alienating Republican voters they're still trying to win over. Trump is eyeing more than an Iowa victory. He's looking for a decisive one.
We got to be sure
got clapped.
that we put this thing away. The poll numbers are scary because we're leading by so much. The key is you have to get out and vote.
As he heads back to Iowa on Friday for a weekend campaign swing, advisors tell CNN that complacency among supporters poses more of a challenge than any of his rivals.
We can put this to bed after Iowa, if you want to know the truth. We can put it to bed for them, too. They can go home and forget it. But you have to go out. Happy New Year!
With time running short to make his case, DeSantis has been sharpening his argument on electability.
I don't think Donald Trump ultimately can win an election.
And relentlessly reminding Republicans what Trump failed to accomplish.
And I have said with Trump, he's running on the same issues that he ran on in 2016 and didn't deliver on. Border wall with Mexico paying for it, deporting illegal aliens, draining the swamp.
Haley bluntly blames Trump for his share in building the nation's record-high debt.
Everybody talks about how good the
Also
economy was
stupid.
under Trump, and it was good, right? But at what cost? He put us $8 trillion in debt just in 4 years. Our kids will never forgive us for that.
The question is whether any of this will whittle away Trump's support in Iowa.
I have voted for Trump in the past.
Rick Beatty said he misses many of Trump's policies, but little more.
There's a lot of times I wish he would change his language. I don't think it would stir up as much controversy, but that's his personality, the way he is. And I think that's probably something we just have to live with.
So there is no doubt that Trump does loom very large over this race, Aaron, but it's important to point out there are many Republicans who are shopping and who are interested in turning the page. That doesn't mean that they don't like
that
Donald
guy
Trump
is going to 1,000,000% vote for Trump.
All the drama. The question is, what is
when
that
he's the
balance
inevitable
here?
candidate.
Layered on top of all this is organization.
I hope
That's
everybody
what wins
understands
the Iowa
that.
caucuses here. So the next 12 days, that's what's important.
If they're looking to move on, to your point, if they're not doing it out of disgust or disdain, right, they're doing it out of, maybe it's time. It's very different in terms of what your rival's messages should be. And that's the crucial question. So, Jeff, stay with me. I want to bring in Amy Walter now into the conversation, the publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. So, Amy, great to have you back. I mean, from what you're seeing and hearing, and, you're seeing this reporting as well, who do you think has the momentum on the ground right now in Iowa?
Come on!
Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis.
Who do you think?
Yeah, I think these events.
Donald Trump's got like a 70-point lead right now.
Both the town hall tonight and then the debate next week are also going to give us some clues in terms of which one seems the most confident, which one is able to really get the blows in on her opponent or get some, attention through these last few televised events. But honestly, I think that it's really now up to Ron DeSantis. He is the one who has put everything on the line for Iowa, and anything other than a second place finish is going to be a huge problem.
And the second place fans, okay, so he touts every chance, Ron DeSantis does, that he's gone to all 99 counties. Right. I mean, I was just watching him in his little vest and remembering back in the day, remember Rick Santorum and the vest, and it went viral, and going to all 99 counties. And but yet there's no poll, there's nothing that shows him even close. Is a surprise possible? Could everything be that wrong?
Iowa has a history of surprises, so yes. And the polls are taken a while ago. Before the holidays. So at this point, I think, let's throw the polls out and listen to what the voters are saying.
That's insane.
But it is, you do sense momentum.
That's insane.
Here, and it's not
That's
necessarily
insane. They're trying to build a narrative.
DeSantis side as much as Haley, but
that is
organization,
so
again, matters so tremendously here. So I think Amy's
there's
right.
no reason.
There's no doubt that
Okay.
Governor DeSantis
This
has
is like
more at stake here in Iowa.
Bro. Then don't do polling. Okay. I it's not an exact science, 100%. But you basically are just saying, you're no different than just reading the tea leaves at that point. That's insane.
Change having an impact when you actually look at what people think, or your confidence in our read of what people think.
And Jeff knows this very well too. The Des Moines Register poll usually comes out the weekend before the caucuses. That is the expectation setter. Where we see movement, unfortunately, may not be for a little while longer. Obviously, we got another week or so before we get through the last week of campaigning here. But if it shows that Trump is as far ahead as all the earlier polling has shown, then it's really now a question of whether or not the second place candidate is Haley or is DeSantis, and whether that is enough to bring Haley into with a big steam behind her, head of steam behind her into New Hampshire. I think there's also something else really important to appreciate about this moment in Iowa, which is the fact that you said earlier, these candidates, they're only now coming out against President Trump, sort of addressing him directly. But remember, we've had over 2 years now since the January 6th event.
I've been literally
saying attack on the Capitol. Republicans, leaders.
I've been literally saying that they should have been at least trying to rip into Trump for as long as they as long as they could, and then they refused to do it. And now a week out, you look like a fucking coward. You look pathetic.
Only a handful of Republicans voted to impeach the president over these actions. And of course, they did not participate in the January 6th investigations and the commission. So it's very hard for these candidates now, 3 years on, to suddenly be telling Republican candidates this matter when their leadership in Washington has been telling them for years that it's not important and that it's not a real issue.
Yeah, it puts them in a difficult situation as they try to court that base or court those viewers, as Jeff said, some of whom are ready to move on, but not doing so with disgust over those issues. All right, Amy, thank you very much. And our Jeff Zeleny, thank you. Bob Vanderplatz is with me now here in Des Moines. And anybody who watches anything about politics, our show over the years, great to be with you, Bob. Know you, right? Major evangelical leader here, CEO of the Conservative Family Leader Organization. And I should note you've endorsed Ron DeSantis. So in this whole conversation, in that context, will you be happy if Ron DeSantis is number 2?
Well, I think what it is, this is an expectation game now. I mean, Trump's got the expectation he needs to score in the mid-50s. He needs to dominate this. He's telling his caucus goers, we're going to dominate this. We're going to put it to bed. Nikki Haley, the governor of Sununu, is now saying she's going to take second place. So that's her expectation. I really believe Governor DeSantis is going to have a great night on Monday night, January 15.
Yeah.
I think he'll beat the expectations, and it does become an expectation game.
Okay, now to this point, I guess you're going to say it all sets, and Amy's talking about that poll that comes out, the Des Moines Register poll everyone talks about. Now, what is second? If Trump comes in at 50, if it comes in near the expectation, if Ron DeSantis isn't close, if it's a blowout but he's second, is that it?
Well, I don't know if that's it. First,
saying that Trump is losing if he gets below 50% is so insane.
Absolutely not. As a matter of fact,
you're talking about a fucking blowout, dude. You're talking about a major, and I mean major blowout. It's gangbusters. It's over. It's not a barn burner. It's so done. I mean, he knows DeSantis is a dud. He knows it's over. That's why he's saying, oh, Trump needs to get over 50%. And Nikki Haley says she's going to be in second place. But if she does, well, you know, who knows? Even then, Ron DeSantis, like, blah, 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 shut up.
Criticizing him, saying, you got to go after Trump. What is wrong with you? Why are you not doing that? Now,
you backed the wrong horse.
We've seen some of that from both DeSantis and Haley, but not very much. And certainly when you look at where they're spending their political money, it's all been going after each other as opposed to Trump. So I want to just play one of these voters who talked to Jeff Zeleny. He said, all right, I'm frustrated with DeSantis. He's still going to vote for him, but I want to play what he said.
I think he needs to go after Trump, and I don't see him doing it. So I don't know that he's going to be able to pull this off unless he goes after Trump.
He's going after Nikki Haley quite a bit in ads. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's fine, but Nikki Haley isn't the leader. You know, Donald Trump is. So
yeah, because she's a woman.
That's where it needs to be.
Is he right? Is it time to just go for the person in front?
I guess I've been around Ron DeSantis a long time, and he's the most accomplished person I've seen in a long time, ready to be president. And I think he takes on Trump. I think he draws the distinctions between him and Trump, what would make him a better candidate, one that could win and lead on day one. But he also knows this is a tough needle.
Day one.
You cannot alienate the Trump supporters, the Trump voters. And I think what he's doing, he's making the case of, listen, by electing me, you're going to get all the good of Donald Trump without all of the bad, and you're going to get somebody who can win and lead on day one and for 2 terms.
And I venom is too strong of a word. But is it smart to save your venom and not direct it at the person in front? So if you're not going to criticize that person strongly, then why would people not vote for that person?
Well, first of all, I think Ron DeSantis believes, listen, I'll stand on my own credentials.
Listen, saying Brandon instead of Joe Biden is one thing because it's actually like political memes from politics. Day one and Ramaswamy is not political memes from politics. It's from fucking role play. That's why I make this distinction and get mad when I fuck up.
Without playing the game of just disparaging the front runner.
All right, so Trump, meantime, has put up an ad. And his ad in New Hampshire, where he's now focused, his first ad came out, and it is targeting, well, let me show you.
Sure.
Haley joined Biden in opposing Trump's visitor ban from terrorist nations. Haley's weakness puts us in grave danger. Trump's strength protects us.
Sometimes you like to be the target of an ad because it shows someone is afraid of you or takes you seriously. His only ad, it is 100% about Nikki Haley, not about Ron DeSantis.
Oh, my God. Oh, she's cooking
and
them.
Take a look at Iowa. I think $36 million right now has been spent against Ron DeSantis. They know who the real opponent is. Nikki Haley knows who the real opponent is. So does Donald Trump. That's why I think DeSantis, again, I think he is set up for a really good night on Monday the 15th.
All right. Well, we shall see. And as you say, so much can happen between now and then. And so many people who will be with us tonight say they are still undecided. Bob, thank you very much.
You.
And please don't miss our back-to-back town halls tonight. It all starts at 9 o'clock Eastern right here in Des Moines. And meantime, next, Iranian-backed groups targeting more ships near American troops as a senior administrator.
Bro, are you kidding me? Him attacking Nikki Haley this close to the election instead of Ron D shows that he does not care about little Rhonda at all. It straight up shows that Ron DeSantis is not trouble for him. I think there's nothing funnier than the entire institutional preservation forces within the Republican Party backed Ron DeSantis unconditionally from the jump, only to have him reveal himself as probably the least charismatic person that they've ever put forward, like in ways that are worse than Jeb Bush. You know what I mean? And his entire campaign nosedived since there was more attention on him. Like every time he went in front of a camera, more people were like, oh my God, this is gross. You're a gross person. I don't want to vote for you. He is the worst retail politician I've ever seen. And yes, Kaya is chewing. She's chewing on the Icelandic ramhorn. Oh, that's so creepy. He went into his pre-programmed practice in front of the mirror pose for a kid asking questions, and then he got stuck there. This is Ted Cruz erasure. Folks, I'm going to keep it $150 here and say something quite controversial. I think Ron DeSantis is less charismatic than Ted Cruz. I think Ron DeSantis is worse than Ted Cruz. At least Ted Cruz knows how to stand in public.
That's a great.
He's stuck. Dude, Ron DeSantis, also known as Nick Merckx's goat, by the way, as the chatter correctly pointed out. I will never forget the funniest thing that Nick Marks has ever said when he tweeted out that Ron DeSantis was his GOAT. That's real. That's so good. Anyway, face. The problem with Ron DeSantis is that he just looks like legitimately an extraterrestrial species that took over the body of a human and is like trying as best as they can to appear human. I don't know how else to explain it. It's just very like, here's where you put your arms. You know what I mean? Cock your head sideways by 30 degrees. It's sugar, man. It's just, he is not even remotely charismatic. Oh, by the way, what goes around comes around, baby. Bill Ackman's celebrity academic wife, Neri Oxman's dissertation is marred by plagiarism. Remember what I told you guys? That you go after academics one by one for accusations of plagiarism? That's every academic that you can take down. I told you. This is what I meant. Okay? This is what I meant. The bar is low as hell, dude. A lot of this stuff people think is like based around merit. But especially in the Ivies, there's a concept called the gentleman's seat. It's very difficult to get into an Ivy League institution, okay? But you always graduate. It's very difficult for you to not graduate. So none of the works that these people put forward are like all that significant. Obviously, there are still plenty of people who are brilliant researchers, yada, yada, great writers, and the like. However, if we're keeping it real, it's just like bullshit. Oh my God, her and her husband both. Why do they do this? They write so much. Bro, stop bullshitting this social science shit, non-real science or engineering, my dude. Yeah, it's funny you're saying that because I think the Stanford president quite literally was caught falsifying data. So no, they do it on real sciences as well. It's not even just social sciences per se. They absolutely do it in real sciences, like the hard sciences too. I love STEM lords. I love STEM lords crying in the chat being like, no, you don't understand. It's like totally different. It's like, no, they still do it. They still do it. They do it in STEM too. I mean, false data is at least original content. Yeah, I can't read all this, man. This is crazy, dude. My boss caught up in the semiconductor stuff because he signed off on that shit without checking the data. I got a master's in astrophysics at Princeton. We 100% plagiarized Lamau. This is easy to parse. Oh, yeah, here. I wonder what those people will call this. I suspect this is also... I mean, she mentions it. Look, Vincent 92. It's just... And Vogel 2003. It's just improper citations. What are you talking about? She cited it. Oh, wait, no. This is Michael Ferry's Ashby, LJ Gibson, U. Exton, R. Olive, who cited Vincent and Vogel, and then she acted like she's directly citing them. Oh, this is the thing where you copy someone else's research and then you don't cite the and then you cite who they're citing. It's like Wikipedia. Like, you know, when you go to Wikipedia and then you basically go to Wikipedia and you cite the sources on Wikipedia as though you found them. One of these was the ecologist Julian Huxley, as secretary of the Zoological Society of London. He had an apartment at the zoo, which he used partially as a showroom for modernist design. Julian Huxley was then secretary of the Zoological Society of London. He had an apartment at the zoo, which he used partly as a showroom for modernist design. Here, scientists, artists, architects, environmentalists, and the science fiction writer H.G. Wells regularly met for discussions. Wait, what do you mean? This is a citation. It says Anchor 2006. This is correct. It's just an improper citation. What are you talking about? Peter Anker's writing. It should be a quote, not a simple citation. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's an improper citation. Chatters, it's an improper citation. It's a little bit different, especially if you put the original. Oh my God, this stuff is frustrating because like some of this stuff is just simply improper citation and not like some of it is negligence, some of it is malicious, right? Plagiarism can be both, but it doesn't matter. When you're analyzing plagiarism as a human being and not Turnitin, you're going to look at what is negligent and what is malicious, okay? While this is still broadly defined as plagiarism, I think that the plagiarism accusations against Bill Ackman's wife are also not dissimilar to the plagiarism accusations made towards Claudine Gay, which are overall not as severe as the way that they were presented. The incorrect citation is plagiarism because it takes the original chatter. I am not your college professor, even though I might look like it currently. Okay? Putting in citations for the author, but then not quoting it correctly is negligent. But everyone understands that it's negligent. It's something that your professor will tell you can be used against you and be considered plagiarism to scare you. Usually, unless you have an hard ass, unless you have like an insane college professor, they're just going to point to it and go, hey, this got dinged, fix it. Okay? Yeah, there you go. And there's more to it, but stop. I'm going to be consistent, call this sloppy paraphrasing, which can happen in the rush to finish a thesis, a minor faux pas. Are the plagiarism hardlines going to be consistent as well and call these examples plagiarism? If you're suddenly now realizing that maybe this plagiarism thing has some nuance to it, that's a good instinct. You should introspect about why it occurs to you now but didn't before. Yeah, this is what I said from the jump with Claudine Gay as well. Okay? A lot of people have said to me today that the Claudine Gay plagiarized because any copying of another's text without quotation marks is plagiarism. No excuses, no exceptions. But I don't see it that way, but boom, Bill Ackman's wife. My first year in Cambridge, I was hit with a plagiarism claim. They threatened to kick me out of uni, and I fought it, and it was deemed to be just poorly cited. I didn't lose anything more than the respect of 3 professors, but it's stuck for the following 2 years, and it sucks. Yes, plagiarism is not the same as improper citation. Plagiarism is taking someone else's work and claiming it as your own. A lack of citation we consider plagiarism if it's bad enough. For example, I knew someone in high school who copy-pasted an entire Wikipedia article and turned it in as his own written essay. He got in trouble for plagiarism. Yes. What are you talking about? That's exactly what I said. Yeah. Paraphrasing and failing to cite it as a paraphrasing from the article that you took it from is not plagiarism. Especially if you literally have it in parentheses that you took it from the Weiner and Wagner article. Like, which she does right here. So yeah, in this situation, she's supposed to put it in quotes to show that this is a direct rip. She didn't, and put it as a parentheses at the end. It's very obvious that this is a failure to cite the work appropriately. So that's not how the academic or writing worlds understand plagiarism. What's on screen right now is plagiarism because she's presenting Weiner and Wagner's words as her own. Oh my God. Yes, if you're a massive hard ass, there's a difference between improper citations in a negligent way and directly refusing to cite it and trying to play it off as your own words. Both of those accounts can be considered plagiarism, depending on who's looking at it. It technically does fall under the standard of plagiarism, but most people would look at this and go through it, realize that this is a improper citation, especially because it's right here. Why do you think she put it in parentheses? This is the worst one. This is the worst one. She played off Michael Ferry's, Ashby, L. Gibson, and Ueg's and R. Olive's work as her own. They're the ones I assume that compiled this evidence from Vogel and Vincent. She titled it as Vogel and Vincent as though this summarization comes directly from her. That is the worst part about it. In the story, this is probably the worst one, the most glaring example. Now, ultimately, it's not about being a hard ass, it's about respecting people's academic, journalistic, and writing work. The parentheses are a form of deception that hides the fact that the author has copied another author by suggesting it's a source reference instead. Yes, you're attributing malice in this circumstance to negligence. I happen to be much kinder when it comes to issues of plagiarism. That's what I'm saying. I also am describing this to show you my consistency on the matter, like this is Neri Oxman, a person who is friends with Jeffrey Epstein, a person who is the wife of an absolute demon, Bill Ackman, and I'm still applying the exact same principle to these accusations of plagiarism that I do to Claudine Gay, who I also don't like, for the record. Anyway, some of these takes make me think that no one has actually ever written a paper over 10 pages. Yeah, it's just like... Chad is in here arguing about plagiarism when they all plagiarize your tweets verbatim for family dinners. Yeah, I mean, that I don't care about, obviously. Totally wrong. It's not about being a hard ass. Professors check hundreds of papers per term and don't have time to apply nuance to everything flagged. This is why there's often a zero tolerance policy at larger schools. Okay, you're just describing the bad thing. There's no world in which having a zero tolerance policy is a good thing. You know? Aren't you anti-copyright laws? No, there's a difference between, wait, what? Anti-copyright doesn't mean you shouldn't show your work. What are you talking about? This is also research. What? No, you should absolutely always properly cite your research and show where where this information is coming from. That's not what I'm saying at all. There's obviously a difference between this and copyright, and I'm simply still stating that there are instances where it's very flagrant and very obvious that someone has just copied and pasted, right? And then there are simply instances where someone, over a massive piece of research, has ended up messing up in 1 or 2 paragraphs, okay? This person is a scumbag, and I'm still applying that same exact, more understanding principle. Some of y'all watch H-Bomb's vid and think you know everything about plagiarism. Yeah. Plagiarism standards differ from area to area. There are no set in stone standards, and they differ locally too. However, any serious academic can recognize this as plagiarism. As far as I understand, both papers are citing a work and summarizing it. The person in question did not properly paraphrase that explanation. They have to put that thing in quote marks or paraphrase it better. Anyway, people are conflating bad research practices with the idea of stealing work, which is what copyright is mentioned. They think it's about credit or money instead of finding good information. No, plagiarism can be exactly like stealing people's research, though, especially if you pawn it off as your own, or stealing people's words and pawning it off as your own. But this isn't paraphrased. This is a direct rip, and it's the worst one out of all 3. But this is not paraphrasing. This is just straight up. I guess like one word is changed in it. You know what I mean? But it literally shows it shows the research. Like, it's not like it's pointing to it. It's not saying Neri Oxman wrote this. It's basically pointing you in the direction of Peter Anker, saying that you got this information from Peter Anker. Just because you're paraphrasing it very, very loosely doesn't mean that you're not basically pointing to that. So the difference here is an aesthetic one, which is why I lean on negligence rather than maliciousness, I guess. Why are we so, oh God, I hate these stories. Anyway, I hope her all the worse, okay? She's awful. I hope everybody yells at her. I hope everybody humiliates her in her academic career, and her husband as well, and her stupid ass husband, okay? To me, in this case, if you believe Gabe was malicious, then you can call it plagiarism. But if you believe it wasn't malicious, then you can attribute to improper citation. I lean to the latter. I personally think in a lot of academic papers such as this one, there is part malicious negligence and part just straight up negligence, especially if they cite it, okay? And for me, it's just like, I don't care as much. They all suck. The worst kind of plagiarism I frequently see students in academia engage in is accidental plagiarism, where they fully cite the source but intentionally misconstrue what the source is saying. There's an instance Helen Keller talks about where she was accused of plagiarism and received a heavy penalty. But she had read the source material long back and had paraphrased it about in one of her works. She just didn't know. This was a case of an honest mistake or negligence, which happens a lot in cases of plagiarism. Yeah. Helen Keller? What? You're making the mistake of applying charitability in the sphere of intellectual property, which isn't a thing, and hence why IP is bad, versus charitability in a debate discussion. We're having a conversation over charitability in a debate discussion matter, and not the actual, IP conversation to be had. You want to know why? Because all of these papers, at the time and place, met the muster of whatever academic excellence they were supposed to achieve. People reviewed them. People looked through them. They didn't catch the instances of plagiarism. And these are old papers now that you are basically looking at. So the idea that this is an IP violation or whatever is it's gone way past that point, right? I'm not scrutinizing it on the basis of plagiarism because it's so long ago, and people clearly that were looking at it thought it was good enough. I don't personally care, even when it's someone I don't like. Anyway, let's get to the Epstein docs.
Recruit young girls. And then the question was asked of him, how many would you say were recruited? His response, 30, maybe 33. The documents continue to be revealed.
A new window tonight into the complicated company kept by the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
It really so far paints a picture of what
the girls and young women were experiencing, and it was quite horrific.
Newly unsealed court documents include the names of several prominent figures. Many who had previously been linked to Epstein, like former Presidents Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, were named in the filings, though the two, like many others, were not accused of wrongdoing. Epstein, a wealthy financier, died by suicide in jail in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges involving underage girls in Florida and New York. The documents stem from a 2015 civil defamation lawsuit filed by one of his accusers, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, against Epstein's former confidant, Ghislaine Maxwell. The unsealed filings also contain a 2016 deposition from one of Epstein's alleged victims, Joanna Sjoberg.
Much of this information was her firsthand accounts of what she had seen, observed, and heard in her dealings with Epstein.
Sjoberg recalled that Epstein spoke to her about Bill Clinton. Quote, he said one time that Clinton liked them young, referring to girls. When asked if Clinton was a friend of Epstein, she said she understood Epstein had dealings with Clinton. Clinton has not been accused of any crimes or wrongdoing related to Epstein. His spokesman on Wednesday reiterated that Clinton knew nothing of Epstein's crimes and told CNN that it has now, quote, been nearly 20 years since President Clinton last had contact with Epstein. In her deposition, Sjoberg also recalled a time she was with Epstein on one of his planes, and pilots said he needed to land in Atlantic City. Quote, Jeffrey said, great, we'll call up Trump and we'll go to, I don't recall the name of the casino, but we'll go to the casino. Sjoberg said in her deposition she never gave a massage to Trump. He is not accused of wrongdoing related to Epstein. The Trump campaign responded to a request for comment by attacking the media. The documents also contain excerpts of depositions taken from Virginia Roberts Giuffre and Maxwell. Giuffre alleged in her deposition that Maxwell directed her to have sexual contact with people, including Prince Andrew. She previously reached an out-of-court settlement in her sexual assault lawsuit against him. Andrew has denied all the allegations. Also a part of the new releases, Maxwell's exchange with one victim's attorneys.
There was one exchange in which Macaulay asked Maxwell, did you ever tell anyone that you recruited girls in order to take pressure off yourself? And Maxwell retorted, you don't ask me questions like that.
Attorneys for Ghislaine Maxwell said in a statement on Wednesday, quote, she has consistently and vehemently maintained her innocence. She is currently appealing a 20-year prison sentence following her 2021 conviction on 5 counts, including sex trafficking of a minor.
All names are not being released. We do have some documents that say that a victim was ordered to have relations with an unnamed prince, an owner of a very large hotel chain, and then an unnamed individual. So not everyone is being revealed by the court at this point.
Not yet. And of course, the question is, will we find out those names and why they are still being redacted, even amidst this improvement in transparency that we've seen. All right, Jean, thank you very much. Next, the wife of Yoni Asher. We've been covering this family's story from October 7th. Speaks out front for the first time since she was freed from captivity.
Wait, so she got convicted of trafficking? The news still can't say she's guilty? Yeah, I don't know what that's about. That's like a very weird thing. What was the thing about Stanley Cups, like the hockey trophy? All right, we're going to move on from all this stuff, okay? And we're going to move away from Bill Ackman's wife, and we're going to talk about the Stanley Cups. Stanley Cups, for those of you who don't know, it was revealed, I think, the owner of Hyatt Hotels. Wait, really? The suspect, by the way, in Iowa was a 6th grader, which is crazy. Dave Chappelle gets outed as a diva? What do you mean?
Right up in this area here is this banana powder deluxe combo highlight moment that Miss Bernadette Chappelle here has going on. You know, and if you know anything about femme queening, about the school of femme queenage, we've all had an iron clug who is wanting to get up and geesh and taken out on the town to just be one of the girls. You know, there's something going on here. I'm not quite sure. It's giving.
No, they're just saying, they're saying that, like, this is a speculation, not an accusation.
Ishfug, iron clug out on the Ountug.
Oh, It was a 16. It's a 17-year-old. What do you mean a 6th grader? Okay, one of the killed is a suspect. Oh, there's a. I got cooked by the freaking comma that I didn't see. So the 6th grader died. 6th grade student killed in Perry school shooting. 5 other victims shot. One of the victims was a 6th grade student, died. 5 other victims, including an administrator, were injured. The suspect himself was a 17-year-old. That's what you get for plagiarizing? What do you... Okay. Yeah. Gagged him with this one? It's not gagging. I was reading a headline.
Oh, come on, sis. Yes. That's the tea. Or the butch queen who did his makeup said, I'm going to set his ass up. You think you're going to come out here and talk about my sisters? Honey, I'm going to get you right together with this little 1-2 blush combo. I see it. And it's one of those two things. It's either giving client wanting to be one of the girls, or the butch queen who did his makeup set him up, honey. She's giving something. She's giving much.
I don't know what it is. I'm just like really, I mean, I hate Dave Chappelle, and this is a situation like, I think it's, I mean, I love Dave Chappelle, but I don't like his latest stuff. I think it's gross and awful and annoying, but I'm so annoyed by her too. I don't know why. I think it's just like I don't know. It might be the gum and the heavy breathing. I think it's because you hate women. Yes. And that too. I think ultimately, yeah, of course he's wearing makeup. It's a special. I think the idea that like might be a John is fair. I think that's a decent assessment, because a lot of transphobes are chasers themselves. You never met a New York City doll like this before? Like, there are so many people like this. Do you hate them all? No, I just got annoyed with the chewing. I think she's saying he has had work done on his face. No. Hasan intimidated by dolls confirmed. No, I have no. Now you know how we feel. First of all, I very specifically have a noise gate so you don't hear my mouth noises, and you don't hear my mouth noises at all. She's saying he has leftover makeup from drag, or someone did his makeup like that on purpose. Yeah. Anyway, I'm skipping the Trump appeal stuff and the Twitch meta stuff. That stuff sucks. I don't care. I was going to do DEI, but I don't want to do that either that much. But when you're on vacation, it's torture. Yeah, okay. Well, sorry, you know, I can't do that. I can't always do that. Oh, here, this is what I wanted to talk about.
I carefully peeled off the label on my Cosmo Stanley tumbler. Packaging was so cute, I had to get it laminated. Then I rolled it up and tied it with a scrunchie and heated it with a blow dryer to form this shape. I added some glue dots to the back, and now I can use my tumbler without messing up the label.
So this is commodity fetishization to the maximum. I've brought this up before. I talk about like guns all the time about in the same framework. I said Americans treat guns the exact same way, but no one wants to have that conversation, because the reality is Americans do this because they have no sense of community. They're alienated from their labor and they're hyper-atomized. So the commodities we consume become our primary signals of culture and community. Another much deadlier example of this is the gun culture in the U.S. So there are so many things that I found out about Stanley Cups or whatever. I didn't realize there was an entire genre of girlies that are simply Stanley Cup girlies. Stanley Cup wasn't the hockey cup. Let me see if I can find. I think Brad did a whole thing on it, Brad Trammell. So we're going to go through it, and we're going to look at the Stanley Cup madness that has taken place. Did Brad Trammell not do this? I can't find it now. Where was it? There was like an entire... I feel like I watched so many different videos of like people fighting each other for Stanley Cups. What?
POV. You got up early for the Target stand.
Yeah, where is this video? I've seen like a bunch of videos like this. Where is it at? No, not this video specifically. Like a bunch of these videos. I think it was a Twitter thread. There was like 3 other people who were actually men in line during the Valentine Stanley drop.
Don't judge us. No. Must have been a Home Depot bucket. You didn't know that you... They're probably like, those fools outside waiting.
Wait, I'm not liking this.
But it doesn't look like that many of them.
It's like at least
30 to 40, like they said.
30, 40.
Ashton said you imagine you're like one of the... Oh, it's pink. It's so cute.
I think a lot of people are mentally unwell. That's what I think. I don't know what else to say about it. This is so crazy to me. Oh, this is the other video that I saw. It's not just white women too. It's just women in general, but it's just people. Like, people are obsessed with these things. And people are obsessed with many things. But yeah, this is why. Exactly. I'm not kidding. I think this is the reason why. I think there's something going on TikTok where, like, when people see something on TikTok that bangs, they have to buy it. Nerd culture does this too. Look at the shit behind you. I didn't wait for a single goddamn thing behind me. And all of the stuff behind me are works of art, things that you guys have sent me. Like, there's masks and stuff behind me that you guys gave me when I went on trips, when you found me in Japan. There's a big difference, in my opinion, between that and just like waiting outside of a Target to get a Stanley Cup, a mug. It's literally the most, it is the most normal thing. It's like supposed to be a thermos, Chad. What are we doing?
Look at them. They're trying to steal. You guys, this is insane. Look at this stupid. Get him, get him. Stop him, stop him, stop him. Yeah, stop him. I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him. Stop him. Stop her. Stop her. She tried to grab my bag, you guys. Look at, this is insane. Look at this. He is insane. Look at this. Yeah. Good.
But like the cool extra stuff you get for free boils down to common culture. Is like high fashion, you're an influencer. No. The things that I have behind me are things you sent me. That's the only relevance it has for me. That's the only thing that makes it special. In a way, it's no different than the Streamish trophy that's behind me as well. I didn't go to a store and buy them. It fits in my cup holder.
No, it's okay. We're gonna call law enforcement. They'll take care of it. Wow, you guys. Look at that. Was that not insane? Be aware. Be aware. Be aware. He just stole that cup and beat up security. Oh my God. Look at them. They're trying to steal.
Chatter's feeling seen as fuck, giving too much of a shit about Cubs. So we're at the hypercapitalistic society part of Downfall of America. The worst part is the Stanley mug leaks when you tip it over. Wait, no way. There ain't no way. Are you telling me that those mugs aren't even doing the one thing that they're supposed to, which is hold that shit in? Come on, dog. There is no way it doesn't fit in a cup holder and they leak all the time. Those are the two things. Bro, that's the two things that it's supposed to do. Fit in a cup holder and hold that shit in. Are you kidding me? Are you for fucking real? I'm sorry, I'm breaking it. I'm cursing. Yeah, I know. I saw the video of it surviving a car fire. Okay, I know. I think that's what popped them off way hard. I know. But how many car fires do you have to have your cup survive? Versus on a daily basis, you're putting that shit in a cup holder and you don't want it spilling. Nurses have been using Stanley Cups for a while because it lasts all shift and you have to have a covered cup. Most of my classmates in nursing school have one and the little straw covers for it. I've seen zero complaints or spills. Peepo shrug. Look at my Stanley Cup collection.
Organize my Stanleys with me.
What are those? Is that for soup? I feel like is that a soup thermos? I don't understand it. It's like, what's the deal? Why are you? Yes, those are normal. How much soup are you consuming that you're like, I need multiple? They're $50 each? It's easier to make gun perverts recognize their commodity fetishism when you show them Stanley Cups because of their misogyny. Yeah. I just don't have a single damn thing that I love this much. and I buy expensive clothes, but I also see the value and the utility in it, I guess. Like, I don't know. And I'll throw them out. You know what I mean? Hey, Hasan, can you tell my hockey joke? You know who doesn't have a Stanley Cup collection? The Sharks. Omega Law owned. I don't get it. Like, getting one is fine because you're like, oh, I love this mug. I saw it on the viral TikTok. Like, it seems very durable. I'm going to get one. Maybe two. One for a good day, one for a bad day. But I don't understand why you have 30. Because that's $1,000+ of Stanley mugs here. And you could be gifting subs to the HasanAbi broadcast at the top of the hour instead of spending your money on that. Which is an infinitely more wise way of spending your money at the top of the hour, especially. Or at least a $5 subscription, right? At the top of the hour will allow you to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. That's a good way to spend it. 8.99 out of 10. Come on, Nair Average African. That's messed up. This marketing pro got Crocs on every celebrity from Bad Bunny to Justin Bieber. Now he's behind the Stanley tumbler. You can't escape. Terrence Riley, the executive who shepherded the Stanley Quencher to TikTok fame, offers his playbook. So I don't get it. Nearly 3 years into his new role as the global president of Stanley, Riley got a message from one of his daughters. Chances are good you've seen the cup. It's turned into a really coveted item. When Riley joined Stanley in 2020, the brand was best known for his hammer-tone green quartz-sized thermos that dated back to 1913 and flew with B-17 pilots in World War II. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The vacuum-sealed steel bottle made appearances in dozens of television shows and movies, often period pieces. Within the first few months, Riley set out to change that image. Oh my God, he took the iconic image and he changed it. That one is actually dope. Like, I would like that one. That's some hipster. That's a hipster ass mug, in my opinion. Even the kids are going nuts. You're crying for a thermos? What's happening? Hey, yo, TikTok is crazy, dude. I probably have 50 to 100 vintage Stanley items from childhood. The quality was so much better.
That's what you wanted. She wanted to Stanley. What? Baby. That's what you wanted,
Bro, I swear to God, if I was that age and someone got me a thermos, I would throw it. I would throw it on the ground. I'd be like, that's a cup. You got me a vessel to drink out of? Like, that's like not a PlayStation 5. Like, you got me a cup. This is crazy. I guess, cool. Look how much they sell for on eBay. No, I don't want to do that.
So much. Let me see. Hold it up.
Bro, I feel like my Jewish friends would make fun of this as like, this is the bad gift that they get on Hanukkah. Yeah, sure, they get it 8 days in a row, but it's like 8 days of mid rather than the 1 day of good. Like, this seems like in other circumstances would be like a Hanukkah gift on one of the days, okay? It's a flask. I'm losing my mind. He had to fight off white women for that cup. Adult sippy cup has been a thing for years with Yetis. She has an iPhone next to her. Oh my gosh, she's crying for the Stanley. There's an iPhone right there. What? It's selling for $1,000? What are you saying right now? Oh my God, the Valentine's Day Stanley Cups are being resold for $900. The more of the old. Now you understand why I'm covering the story? Do you understand? Because, like, I saw the phenomena. I saw what was going on. I saw what was popping about the Stanley thing, and I was like, I have to look at it on stream. There's another story that I wanted to cover on stream, which is the apparently there's a cruise that's like going around for a year or something. I saw another one. A woman made an entire wall, like an entire wall with Stanley Cups too. I saw the Will clip.
V, you got up early for the Target Stanley release.
What is it? What are they? Oh my God, this is a Stanley. I am drinking out of a Stanley.
Wait, that's not just a Stanley. Is that a Pokemon cookie Stanley? Oh my God. Oh my God. That's Omega Rare. Oh yeah.
Viral videos of Stanley.
Yeah, oh, this is the one I saw.
Are a reminder of how Mormonism is the most underrated contributor to American culture in the 21st century. So, per Mormon doctrine, hot drinks are prohibited. So Mormons aren't really supposed to drink coffee or tea. But Mormons still need to perk up in the morning just like the rest of us. So they turn to alternatives to coffee and tea, like soda. Let's call it the ice-cold cola loophole. And so Mormons have created an entire culinary subculture around handcrafted carbonated beverages. If you go to Utah, there are entire chains of so-called dirty soda shops with a bewildering variety of mix-ins that you can put into your base soda pop. But if you mix the drinks at home yourself, what are you going to put them in that will keep them properly Joseph Smith approved chili? A Stanley tumbler, of course, which has since been picked up by non-Mormon corporate girlies and guys as a kind of, basic B starter pack, along with pumpkin spice and Christian Girl autumn aesthetic. Honestly, props to Stanley, who realized this was an opportunity to market to a passionate niche audience, Mormon women. Mormons are just 1.7% of the population, but they're above average college educated and they're an above average income community. That's a marketer's dream. Does that remind you of any other famous marketing campaigns? Here's a
lesbians
hint. What Subaru did for...
Yeah, I think like if you're young, if you're in the entertainment world, your target market is young girls, okay? It sounds weird to say it, but like teenage girls are the movers and shakers of the entertainment industry. If you can captivate a broad audience of teenage girls, you will become a massive phenomena, okay? The Justin Biebers of the world and whatnot, because teenage girls are the most, one, impressionable, but also the most passionate fans, right? Can we please stop making Jeffrey Epstein jokes while I'm talking about something entirely different? However, beyond that, the best audience that you can captivate with disposable income and with the same level of passion is women, older women, okay? Like women with jobs and careers, like white women. Once you get the white women on board, you will be able to deliver revenue too, okay? So that's how you arrive at the convergence of both of these target markets. Taylor Swift has young girls in her fandom and older women in her fandom as well, white women specifically. That's probably the reason why she is such a cultural force. That's it.
For lesbians in New England in the 1990s, Stanley is doing for Mormon moms in Utah in the 2020s, both with national spillover effects. And Stanley's social media marketing is on point, like the Stanley tumbler they found in a burnt over car that still had ice in it. Side note, it cracks me up that when you search for Stanley Cup in Google, the top results are mostly the tumblers, not hockey. Flawless victory.
Yeah, so remember hearing about that Mormon person who thought Taylor Swift was allowed during their missions because her voice was angelic? No, but that's pretty funny, and it sounds like Cutie Cinderella. Okay? 3 years later, come out with Stanley for Men, and bam, you get the other half of the market. I mean, I think men are more fickle. I think men are more fickle and like harder to sell to in large quantities.
Nah, girl, you just dirty.
Oh, man get gifted something like this by a white woman, then buy it for secrets, buy it for others in secret after the fact? Wait, what? Men have been buying Stanley since like 50 years ago? Yeah, it's over. It's nothing. Stanley was nothing when men were buying it, and now it's everything because women are buying it. That's the difference. Yeah, men have been buying Stanleys for 50 years. Ain't nobody was fighting each other over it like as a supreme drop until like this past year. No little boy has ever cried receiving a Stanley Cup. Okay? There's no videos of a little boy crying that they received the Stanley Cup. Now, how did I arrive at this? Well, it's because TikTok has the capacity to just like legitimately create absolutely like an insane market. Like TikTok has the capacity to create culture surrounding items that you can consume, commodities that you can consume. And that's how you arrive at people waiting outside for the latest Valentine's Day Starbucks Stanley collaborative mugs.
No, we're crazy. Don't judge us. What's a bit of
Calling out the little girl who's probably not gonna get not get bullied now for having the right cup is kind of wrong. Not gonna lie.
We spent the night at.
Why did you just fantasize about this girl getting bullied potentially and being saved from being bullied because she has the right cup? Like, that's such a weird thing to do.
Oh, a Home Depot bucket. She didn't know that you were. They're probably like this fool's outside waiting. Wait, I'm not like. But it doesn't look like that many.
I don't know a single lady in my life that I could like get a Stanley Cup for and they would be super stoked. They'd just be like, "Oh, thanks. You got me a thermos? That's whack."
30 to 40, like they said.
Cutie, you're right. Oh my God, Cutie is that. Cutie is that woman. Oh my God, you're so right. I feel like if I got Cutie a Stanley Cup, she would probably lose it, right?
It's pink. It's so cute. All the way back. Whoa.
You said Ray probably would like it too. Yeah, I get. If I got Valkyrie a Stanley Cup for taking care of Kaya in my absence, she would look at it and go, "This is a vessel to drink out of." No, she wouldn't. She would not cry at all. What are you crazy? No, she'd be like, "Why did you get this? The fuck? You're so wrong."
She got it.
Cutie would like it for sure.
But you can't even hear the music. Go, go, go. Nope.
Single file. We got this. We got this.
Mom, you got two? Yeah. If you're getting one. I just want a video. This is funny. Oh,
I love when chatters think they know your personal friends better than you. It's very funny and definitely not weird or out of touch in any way. Yeah, I mean, such is the nature of being on.
They did it?
Austin would cry. No, Austin doesn't care about this at all. Austin is basic too, but in very different ways. I think you guys just don't understand it. Like, Austin definitely has a lot of basic qualities. This is not one of them. Cutie, on the other hand, is, oh my God. Cutie was, you nailed it. When chat said Cutie would love this, you nailed it. She would lose her mind. I think she would love that. Austin, on the other hand, would be like, "I don't know. Well, why'd you get this for me?"
No. Let you know ahead of time.
This is for people 22 and under and Cutie. Boycott Starbucks until white girls say so. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm saying go to Starbucks and get the Stanley Cup right now. The Starbucks one is so funny too, but anyway, I'm not even going to get into that. Caroline too. Think about how Will got that cup. No, Will got that cup because it's a Mina cup. It probably came with the care package the Pokemon sent out. Back in my day, you had to go through so much more to get your girl a Stanley Cup. Good one. This cup got girls to act like guys when Modern Warfare 2 came out.
Target for the new Stanley Starbucks cup. Yes, I know what you're thinking. It's a cup. Why? What are you doing? On the other hand, I love my daughter, and we were bored. So we got there like at 1:40 in the morning, and it was a ghost town because it was
Okay, that's crazy. Like, loving your daughter is one thing. Loving your daughter so much that you're going to camp outside of a Target at 1:40 is entirely different. If you love your daughter, get her to stop caring about these things.
Target.
Oh, God, I'm so old. I take it back. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. That was such an old man thing to say. Oh, my God. Oh, that's so... Oh, what am I doing? I'm turning into a reactionary conservative. Oh my God. Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine that your daughter likes little trinkets like this. That's cool. Why did I say that? I just caught myself in the act. Like, as it came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, no. No, it's cool. It's cool. It's fine. Yeah, it's just like people like that stuff.
in the middle of the night. But once we saw the cup, we knew we were in the right spot. We brought...
Bro, it's a good take, right? Like, I would say that. Yeah, you would say that because you're old and you're a curmudgeon, okay? That's the difference. The thing is, I'm a big advocate for letting people enjoy things. I'll make fun of it if they get weird with it, and this is certainly getting weird with it, okay? But, like, I get it. I'm an advocate for letting people enjoy things. This is clearly, you know, there's a lot of enjoyment to be derived out of this father-daughter bonding moment.
Got the new puppy with us and just waited for people to show up, and they did. So we hopped out of the car, brought the chairs, and made sure we were first in line. So it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and that's when people started to show up. I mean, these people are dedicated. We just watched one by one, and the line was massive, and it was cold, like 40 degrees cold, but we got through it, and I ordered Whataburger delivered in line, so if you know, you know. How you doing? At this point, the store's about to open, and look at this line. Guys, are we okay? No. The answer is no. This lady came out to make sure we didn't burn the place down, and once the doors were open, it was go time. And for the most part, it was pretty calm. There wasn't much looting or rioting, just a few.
There wasn't much looting or rioting. I think Black Friday mobs are going to be replaced by these types of drops. Think of rare shoes with this type of thing. Yeah, I mean, this is a collaboration, so it is going off the Supreme model. Artificial scarcity. What is it? Why is it NMP law? It's artificial scarcity and a collaboration between two brands. It's identical to Supreme in that way. And I think Black Friday sales don't hit no more. They just don't. I don't think Black Friday is like most of the content that I saw out of Black Friday this year was about how like a lot of places were basically substituting the signs, making it seem like it was like 20% off, but it wasn't even 20% off. There were no real sales on Black Friday.
Few small fires. That's it. And finally, we got one. Just one, because Target's doing this one Stanley per household thing. I don't know. Either way, we're tired, we're hungry, it's over, and it's time to enjoy the sweet taste of victory. Thank you.
When I line up, it's because of supply chain shortage, CPS5 and GPUs. When this child lines up, is for artificial scarcity. We are not the same. Yeah, you dunked on that little girl, man. That little 10-year-old girl, dude, you freaking owned her, son. It's all online now. You don't have to go outside at all. I think that's probably part of it. But oh yeah, I saw this. If a sale doesn't make me want to punch Meemaw, then I ain't getting up at 5 a.m. Early use for the Stanley bottle included flying with the pilots on the B-17s during World War II, carrying human organs, transporting bull semen by the cattle industry, and accompanying crews on deep-sea explorations. Yeah, that makes sense. The same thing happened in 2020 with Pokemon cards being released at Target, where it got so bad Target stopped carrying them. But yes, again, Logan Paul ruined it, right? Logan Paul took Pokemon cards that were already relatively popular, obviously, and unboxing Pokemon cards, and turned it into an entirely separate phenomenon, right? That's what they did. And it's the same thing for Stanley Cups. The point I'm trying to make is people basically take like, I think the perfect good is something that is less than $100. So it's not so expensive that like no one can purchase it, or you're eliminating a decent chunk of the people. That like is less than $100, okay? But also more than like $30, so it actually is like worth it, right? That is artificially scarce, that somehow has numerous different versions of it. If you can add a gambling component into it, like Pokemon cards, then it's all the better. If you can't, that's still fine. You do collaborations and whatnot, so you increase the rarity, and then it goes viral somehow. Okay, as long as you can get that to go viral, people will go nutty over it. The Etsy girlies need to rise up and make bank on custom bedazzling these cups. I don't know if that would bang as hard, specifically because I feel like Stanley as a brand needs to be shown, right? So bedazzling it is kind of taking away, it's like cheapening it. It's like putting, hear me out, diamonds on a Patek Philippe, right? When you ice out your watch, you actually lower its resale value, and it's similar to the Stanley Cup. What do I mean by this? Even though one is a direct Veblen good, the other one is being sold as a Veblen good, even though it's not. And I guess what is important there is that it maintains its like brand. It maintains its branding. You're wearing the Stanley Cup with you wherever you go. Like you're showcasing it like it's a bag. You're showcasing it like it's a top of the hour ad break avoidance fee, right? Which I forgot to run at the top of the hour. I think I gave it to you, but I forgot to run it seems. I'm looking at it right now, and the last thing I did was run a 60-second ad break an hour ago. So I'm going to run it now. There's a whole world of Stanley Cup accessories. I'm sure there's some accessories and stuff and a little bit of customization, but I doubt that it's like directly changing the look of the cup, right? Oh, that's the guy.
Look at that. The steal.
My mom has a fanny pack for her Stanley. It's nuts. It's like sticking a bunch of diamonds on a Birkin. One would never, unless it is a genuine collaboration with Hermes. Bro, the accessorizing is unhinged.
First up is this silicone boot that serves as a cushion cover for the bottom. It comes in 2 sizes for the 30-ounce or 40-ounce with a custom fit that helps prevent dents and scratches.
If I was married to the TikToker that made this clip, I'd ask for a divorce because she not tending to her relationship, putting all her energy into a hashtag Stanley Cup. Says Shabooty.
Scratches. And I love these cute covers to help keep my straw clean. Next up is a snack tray that's designed to sit around the top of your tumbler, so you got
a snack tray? Wait. What the? Wait. A snack tray? What are you putting chips on there? Salsa?
Snacks at the same time. It also comes with a protective boot for the bottom and holds a good amount of snacks. Plus, it includes other accessories like this straw topper. I love using this while watching TV or while I'm in the car. This carrier is another favorite, especially if you like to bring your Stanley on the go. It secures around the cup with Velcro for a nice snug fit and is cushioned with a soft material, providing a protective barrier and an optional adjustable shoulder strap.
Dude, a shoulder strap? Bro! A shoulder strap? Yo, I'm gonna use this for my fleshlight. Oh my God, bro, it's a thermos. What are you doing? What are you doing? The bump straw attachment about to get banned? The bump straw.
So your tumbler feels comfortable while you're holding it. There's also this pouch that's designed to strap onto Stanleys so you can keep a few of your important belongings like a cell phone, key fob, and card holder all together.
Why would you strap? Bro, it's not exactly easy to carry around. What is happening? She said, here's a fanny pack. Not for you. No, fanny pack's not for you. It's for your thermos. They have a Kickstarter for purses for their cups to carry them around. Wait, what? Cup holder purses by Kate Gabrielle. The Ella bag is a patent-pending purse designed by Kate Gabrielle to hold your drink so you can stay cute and hydrated. Top tumbler accessories according to TikTok.
Top tumbler accessories. This snack ring that crowns your Stanley for on-the-go bites. This wearable crossbody set for hands-free hydration on the go and protection from drops. This adjustable Velcro pouch that looks like a mini backpack for your tumbler made to hold your wallet and essentials in one spot. The absolute cutest straw covers designed to mix and match with your cup. This grabber that attaches to the handle and holds your chapstick and key rings. And this...
Wait, what? The wearables are just plate carries, but he won't even save your life. Stanley Thermos lying about being bulletproof? Wait. What is happening? Dude, and then because like we hit the algo, now everyone has to do Stanley Cup related content, myself included. I guess technically I'm doing it right now. Like I need to come out with a video as a content creator of like the ethics behind the Stanley Cup. Whether it is tactical for women or chaotic thermos from hell. Yeah, I gotta do IRL shopping for a Stanley Cup now. He must have heard Stanley give a cup to a trans influencer. Yes. I took a break from TikTok recently and just started using it again. It made me realize how bad the constant consumption culture is for my mental health. I'm sick of being advertised to, and I need to, told I need to spend more money on useless junk. Sag. Yeah, well, you can be like me and spend all of that time on Twitter instead, looking at people saying the most unhinged things about me, right? Because that's what Twitter chooses to show me nowadays, because I guess that's what I interact with, which is wonderful. I spend no time on TikTok. Like if you look at my hours spent on my phone, I spend such a little time on TikTok that I have to sometimes remind myself to go on TikTok so I can like stay in the know. Okay? And it's like weird because maybe Soviets were right about not indulging in commodity production and consumption. I don't know. Zero Lie, bro. Please read. My girlfriend last year dropped her Stanley in a college gym floor, four floors up, and it was literally 1 foot away from exploding in some poor kid's head. Jesus. S-Fam went viral on TikTok.
So this is love. So this is
POV, your husband has a new favorite Twitch streamer, so now you have to listen to a dude named Cletus Cornwood roleplay as a cop every night before bed. That's so awesome. If you are so addicted to gaming that you have to not only watch a streamer, but do it in bed when you should be paying attention to your wife. S-Fan is pretty funny, though. He has gotten a few giggles out of me, I fear. Watch Squeaks Ramas Squammy. He's hilarious. No Pixel is my Roman Empire. It is kind of wild how many women love No Pixel. Like, what's going on there? There's a lot of, like, I feel like Twitch... Wait, what? This gives me hope for whoever marries me in the future. May they enjoy HasanAbi reacting to true crime in their background of their dreams. Oh my God. Like, of course, everything else has like 1 reply, 18 replies. And then someone brings up HasanAbi, 60 replies. I wonder how normal the replies are. Ain't no way you watch a fake socially react to misery porn. How about that boot taste? Not like empathy, I assume. 258 likes. Jesus Christ, dead. You're racist. You mind expanding on that? Because I absolutely am not. You're not. You're dead right about that loser guy. Bro, just call someone racist when their comment didn't include anything about race. What a weirdo. How can one be a fake socialist? Average Hasan hater. Most people who hate Hasan are usually racist. You destroyed him. Holy shit. By not applying what you preach, brother. Doesn't Hasan donate to social causes such as unions or votes pro-labor? Never ask HasanAbi fans how much he pays his editor, which is such a funny lie. Hasan, dead. Bro could have named literally every single streamer and it would have been fine. Yeah. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. It's like there is no content creator on any platform, anywhere else in my group of friends, not even Pokimane, gets this level of like diehard designated haters. Like it's literally like flies to shit. Okay, it is my haters are so insanely deranged. Come on, Pokey is treated worse, bro. First of all, I agree. I was simply talking about like you mentioned Pokimane on a video like this. Most people are not going to rip on you because the target market of this is like TikTok girlies, right? Who agree like, oh, it's so silly that your boyfriend is watching S-Fan on Twitch. So that's the difference. Like there are certain spaces where she can at least like get a decent amount of like, oh yeah, I like her. She's so cute. That kind of thing. No matter where it is. Yeah, mentioning your name in a comment section anywhere is like an ancient magic spell to summon forth mental illness. My haters don't just hate. Bitches seek out your fans. Yeah. My haters don't just hate. My haters make it a full day job, night job, day and night, deranged, multiple sock accounts. It's crazy. Your haters take no days off and neither do you. Yeah, it's crazy. Casey Strauss said, I'll get weird Hasan haters replying to me and accusing me of being like a Hasan bootlicker or something. The amount of DMs of people who try to convert me out of being your fan is insane. That's crazy. Like, I've never seen somebody, like, do you think people DM people to be like, don't watch Pokimane, she's bad, and then write like a dissertation as to why? I'm sure it has happened, but the way that my haters, I don't tell people IRL that I watch you. No, people IRL are very different. People IRL know me as like, oh, he's the like progressive guy that I used to watch in 2020. IRL people, if you're talking to an IRL person that's like, oh, I hate that guy Hasan, he sucks, you're probably talking to another extremely online person who is IRL. Most people have no idea who I am, or if they know who I am, it's usually from like, they just know me as like a guy that covers the news. Depending on how old they are, they might know me as the TYT guy as well. Exactly. All my IRL gays still love you from like TYT days. Exactly. But on the internet, that's where I got the craziest stalkers. You and Pokey have a lot of crossover haters as well, like 33-year-old cops from Florida who watch Nick Merckx, and their own sense of humor hasn't moved past quoting South Park, and the only window they have into other streamers is Dick Cerdo. Yeah. Anyway, I get whispered at least twice a week by people banned from your chat trying to help me see your evil. Anytime somebody tries to convert you into hating on me, just ask them to watch uninterrupted, because it's usually off of bad faith clips. I was making content and you were playing in the back and some random messaged me to hate on you. You and Pokey both blame for Gamba downfall. That's another reason. Like I said, for most people, they probably are completely unfamiliar and have only seen like clips and stuff. So just ask them to watch like a full video, a full YouTube video, or a full stream. Not a full stream entirely, but you are aware there are subreddits that find something adjacent to you and then flood it with negative comments, and you see a lot of comments and have to click on them. You need to seek therapy. That's why you have to click the button. For why you have to click the button? Yeah. We need a campaign to counter this. I know you told us to just ignore it, but it's not working. I've never seen a creator be subject to more misinformation or unfounded hate than you. Not even people doing drama full time. We need a HasanAbi PR campaign for real. Saying your name anywhere is a summoning spell for haters. No. Saying my name in the real world is not. Unless you're talking to an extremely online person. But the reality is, it's always the same. It's always the same all you need to do is just get people to watch, and they will make up their own minds. Be like, don't get deluded by people who have like motivated you to feel a certain way. You're a smart guy. This is what you can say. You're a smart guy. Don't get deluded by what people say. He's gonna be your friend, I swear. Just simp a little bit more, dude. These haters are they work, like I said, they work extra hard. Look at this. At 5:41, this dude is in the chat right now. He's in the chat. He's watching. He's in the chat watching, and he probably can't even talk. That's crazy. No, it's not Grumana. It's Grugmana. Are they banned? No, they're just watching. They haven't written yet. It's crazy. I was at the gym the other day and heard someone talking about TrueAnon and their new board game and wanted to ask if they watch you but didn't because of this. No, if they're a TrueAnon fan, that's different. That's an all specifically to look at chat. Wait, what? So ultimately, the point is, if people get like, people are like super invested, super motivated. TrueAnon fans don't like streamers, dog. Yeah, but I'm friends with Brace, so. Hoscore has some weird type of lurkers as well who haven't typed a single message but spring up screenshots of Hoscore chats and other spaces. Yeah, I know. Here's the thing. If you get, I feel like the amount of people you pull up on stream and berate has something to do with it. Yeah, that definitely has something to do with it. Why do so many people default to hating on you? It drives me crazy. Over the course of the past 5 years, I have been incredibly interactive with my chat. And because of that, a lot of people that have like very parasocial feelings towards me sometimes feel wronged by what I've done. So they go from lifelong fans to lifelong haters. I mean, you see it. And it's due to me constantly interacting with my chat. There's also other reasons, like there's other communities that basically make content off of it. So then that like creates a sense of community, like where they have a shared sense of purpose together. The originality of people that dislike you is insane. They will take any chance to attack you. Last week, an alien civilization intercepted the Voyager space probe. What? Good one. But here's the thing, okay? Like I said, no matter what happens, you can convert a lot of the randoms that are in the margins by just simply saying, yeah, just go watch them. Don't be duped by stuff that you've seen online. Because I think ultimately, if people do watch, they will make up their own mind. And they will very rarely develop such an unhealthy attitude if they're in here and watching for like 5 to 10 minutes. You know, you have too many beefs. Tate, XG, Fresh and Fit. What? Bat Nazi, V Word, Aiden Ross, and many more. D Word. What? The guy who made the Toyota War video posted about how much he appreciated your reaction. Wait, where? This is massive. I've been a huge fan of Hasan for years, and to know he even watched something I made, let alone that I baited him and it worked, just massive. So proud of my team for making a video entertaining and smart enough to have him watch, and so happy that a little joke I added got this kind of reaction. Check out if you wanna. Otherwise, hope you're having a wonderful day. Squid and team. It's sick. Hell yeah. Yeah. I thought you did your research. Why are you relying on YouTube comments? It's worked way easier than it should, honestly, to get people to heel turn. Yeah. Because ultimately, look, here's the thing. You're in here all day. You know how it works. You're in here all day. You obviously watch for a reason. And many of these people that have like developed memes around how bad and how wrong I am have not watched. So if you were to go and get one of those people, whether it be the ReactGate controversy haters or whether it be the haters of different varieties, right? If they were to come in here personally, they would be like, okay, maybe I was a little bit wrong. Obviously, there are people who you can't ever convert, like the people who I have banned, who I have wronged deeply and undesirably, you know? So that's it. Yeah, that's how you get so many people on your clips being like, I normally don't like Hasan, but he's actually spot on here because they haven't actually watched. Exactly. It's not an accident so many people go incredibly rare HasanAbi W over and over again under a take that I have repeated probably 7,000 times over the course of my Twitch career. You know what I mean? And they'll be like, wow, how rare, how refreshing of a take from HasanAbi, who I despise and hate. And it's like, yeah, I don't think you've watched me at all then, because I've had the same take for the past 10 years. Yeah, pro-Palestine, ultra rare W, exactly. So that's what leads me to believe that, like, one of the funniest things is when they say I'm transphobic. Like, I hate Hasan because he's transphobic. Like, there's no better example that you are talking to someone who has never watched more than a single second of this broadcast. He's only watched me through the lens of someone who is trying to be like, you suck. And yes, I do have enough live footage that people can clip me to be whatever they want me to be. So that's it. And Tommy Cole with a 50 big ones. Holy moly. So, goddamn. Thank you, Tommy Cole. Instead of arguing against people like that, I think one thing you can do is be like, yeah, this is a good take. Just like they clipped you for the Steam trailer of the Alex Jones game. There is literally so much footage of me out there doing whatever you would want me to do that it looks like I'm defending the Alex Jones game on the Steam clip for the Alex Jones game. They put me in the trailer. So my point is, all you need to do if you want to, not be annoyed by people like that is identify if they are personally people that have been wronged by me because I've like yelled at them and then like banned them or something. Because then it's like that's a little bit more of a lost cause there. It's going to be a little bit harder to deal with something like that. But if it's not like that, if it's just simply someone who is saying stuff like, oh, Hasan is transphobic, or isn't he that guy who's like really controversial and a lot of people hate him, then it's super easy for you to convert them to fans. Because in that situation, all you need to do is just be like, no, he has a lot of haters because he's doing politics, but you would really agree with his takes. All you need to do is just watch him for a little bit. And as long as you do that, you will be able to change people's minds. Because at the end of the day, I'm the type of person, right? The type of person that makes promises. And I'm the type of person that keeps said promises, right? Like when I tell you I'm going to be playing No Pixel early today, right? When I tell you that, I'm not lying to you. Just like when I say at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, well then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster, lads. That's right. Tommy Cole with another 20 gifted subs, allowing 70 total people at the top of the hour to no longer see the ads at the top of the fucking hour, lads. It's Donny O'Sullivan time. I'm going to tweet about it too, because I never do. I realize I never tweet when I'm actually going live on No Pixel. Donny O'Sullivan is back. That's right. Will he pursue a life of crime, learning how to chop? What kind of Wired Rope and Lily the Chaos? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's 104 degrees Fahrenheit on Thursday. The weather is sunny and wind speeds of 1 meter per second. Donny O'Sullivan is back. What the hell is this? A mask. Why in the ever-loving fuck do I have a mask?
And I think this day is near. When he's shown him traitor, he will run before us. And if there'll be a need, well, our kids will say Godspeed with a verse of
I have 2 masks. Why do I have a mask in my bedroom? I don't understand it. What the hell is this then? A Christmas trophy? Why the hell? What the hell is a Christmas trophy? Merry Christmas 2023. What the hell is this? What? What the hell is this? Colors to paint my vehicle. How long have you not played, Lamau? What is this? Colors. I don't know. I think sometimes you wake up in a different apartment. Right. I think so as well. but I don't know why I have so many things in my apartment. I'm on the 6th fucking floor. Bro, so much has happened since you played the other day. You mean yesterday or 2 days ago? It's not your shit. Am I not supposed to take it? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Let's check Twitter. That's the first and foremost what you need to look at. Vivek Ramaswamy. Rami Al Rahman, I'm hiring him tomorrow. If he loses, nobody trusts Rami. It hurts like the first time. A mayor who cares about his citizens' souls, partner with a hospital who takes care of your body, is a winning ticket for our great city, Max, for mayor. Now, bar certified actual lawyer. 5-0. Make sure you ring Rami. I'm hiring tomorrow. If he loses, nobody trusts Rami. Yeah, since then, a lot has happened. Murder, jail, parties. Yeah, chatters who love watching No Pixel have to remember that, like, I'm an adult and I have a life outside of this kind of stuff. So, you know, I physically can't keep up with what's going on. You were an adult 3 years ago? No, I wasn't. I was not. I was not an adult 3 years ago. I was not an adult. You're wrong. I was a baby, a mere child. All right, I'm going to make my way over to Senior Buns. Hello. How's everyone doing tonight?
Donnie. Wait, Donnie, I still don't have your number. Donnie?
What's going on? T, right?
Timothy.
Timothy.
I changed my... This is what I usually wear, yeah.
Right. I couldn't tell from, you know, your colorful shoes and your balaclava.
You have a good one.
Yeah, hit me up if you guys do more, maybe, alright? I'm down to join.
Yeah, most likely when the others are back in town.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay.
Hey, Timmy, it gets better, bro. It gets better, Timmy.
I know, I hope it does. I'm waiting for it to get better.
What are you talking about, Timmy? What have you been up to?
Let's say we've been doing a lot of shop.
Right, I don't.
Like last time.
Is that your phone?
Yeah, that's my phone. Oh, it's Raymond. It's Raymond. Hold on, let me talk to
I have
her
something
real
to
quick.
give you. I have a gift for you, Timmy.
Oh, you have a gift for me?
Yes, I
What's the
do.
gift? Oh.
Here you go.
Hey, Ray. What's up?
I don't know what this is.
Yeah?
Can I steal this bike? Whose bike is this?
Ray.
Watch out, then! You bastard!
It's okay, Ray. It's okay. Dude, we just need some time to, like, think about it, right? And the whole feelings around...
Wouldn't you rather watch the DeSantis CNN town hall right now? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Whose bike is this? Did I just steal this bike? Hold the front brake while hopping constantly. Oh! Oh! I'm stuck! Nice. Look at that. Look at that, why don't you? Right. Is this Timmy's bike? Timmy, is this your bike?
And you guys are...
I'm being Donowald. I know he's on his phone. I know it. Voices in my head. I'm aware that Timmy's on his phone. All right, well, I'm gonna head over to Senior Buns right now because I am actually quite hungry. How do I go faster? Is it by go on the bike lane? You gotta sprint to go faster? It's not working. Oh, shit! Caps lock to stand while biking? Oh, it is caps lock. Right, chatter! Or voices in my head. Ow! Head voice. They're a massive line out here.
Yeah, the line's getting big.
What'd you say, sir?
So the line's getting pretty big in there, you know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, thank you. Love you too. Keep your shirt off. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you too. Thank you. Is waiting.
Hello.
Hi.
Can I get two combos, just cheese on the burgers?
They're waiting for the flasks. Right,
yeah.
they are.
And then
They're waiting for the
E-cola
fucking
with ice for the drinks.
thermals. They're waiting for the fucking thermals.
E-cola with ice. You want fries, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. $37. $3.32.
Isn't this the most
All right.
Ricardo, you need to pay for this guy over here.
$3.32.
What do you want again? This guy.
True. Is it
Hello.
Yeah. Sorry, I gotta get this guy because he got punched. What do you want?
I'll just have a combo. You eat the pickles and an E-cola, no ice.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay,
And Punchy's paying.
331. Ricardo, pay for this. You're 333. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
What do you want? 331.
I would like I would like a senior kebab.
Oh.
Do you have those?
There you go. Enjoy.
Thank you.
No, we're fresh out of meat on a stick.
Wait, that's it. That's what a kebab is, a meat on a stick.
332. Shawarma is the one that comes in the pita. We're out of the pita too. We only have burgers. There you go. Enjoy.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll get a burger then, I guess, with a
what do you
side of
want on it?
I don't know, or like a
Do you want
milkshake
lettuce,
or something.
tomato, onion, cheese, and pickle on it?
Sure. Give me the works.
I'll give you the
What do
works.
you got, like a animal style or something?
Oh yeah, I'll put some onions on your fries.
All right.
And what do you want to drink?
Diet Coke for me.
Okay, you want ice?
Yes, please. Of course I want ice. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
$19. Swipe your card. Your order.
$19. What is
Yeah,
the
333. Listen, capitalism, it's king right now. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
$19.
Hello.
Hey.
There you go.
What can I get you?
Can I get just 2 sprunks?
Brandon's America. $19 I'm getting cleaned out here. It's got Five Guys prices.
Here you go. Hope you enjoy.
This burger better have gold flakes in it or something.
You got to this.
Let me get a burger, some fries, and a drink. I don't really care. Everything on the burger. And,
I'm starving.
Please, large.
An orange bearded man stole my bike. No! Wait. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh no.
Steve, you guys want to come?
Oh no. All right, the bike is still there.
Knowing what
Thank
now
God
we
the bike
need
is still
to
there.
Let them know that we have it for sale and the top bidder is available.
Can I get in with the bike? Oh!
Holy
Ow!
Well, you know, Twitter
Oh,
and
shite.
Yellow pages is a thing of the past. Text messages, people.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Look at their phone.
Yo!
They look at their phone.
The fuck are you doing? No, get the fuck back here!
Wait, is Turtle?
Oh, hey, how's it going, Donnie?
Oh, it's going terrible. What the fuck? Hold on. Was there a cop? Did I see a cop in here?
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for a fucking police officer.
Yeah,
that's
there's
what
a
I'm
big fat
looking
one
for.
right there. A large one.
Wait, hold on.
This really aggressively
I need
Irish
your
guy
help.
needs you.
I need to get my burger first, though. Fuck! Everything is falling apart.
336.
What is that? Is that mine?
There's 2 sprunks. Who got 2 sprunks?
I got 2 sprunks.
Oh, I got a burger
I think
and
they got the wrong order.
Could you pass it back?
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no! I think I might have missed my order.
I'm
Give me 1 second.
336.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Let's handle this real quick. All right, who got the 2 sprunks?
Right here.
All right, here you go. 2 sprunks. All right, give me 1 second.
I just got my bike stolen and my fucking burger on the same 3 minutes. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, come on. Here you go.
Wait, sir, can
There
I
you
come
go.
back for my burger and
Thank you.
fries and because someone
No,
stole
you
my
can
bike
come and get
outside?
it now.
All
Here
right.
you go.
All right, thank you.
There
Thank
we
you
go.
so much.
337 coming up.
Yo, you.
Officer,
Yes, that's fine.
this guy stole my bike.
Oh, you stole my bike.
Oh, there you are, Timothy. I'm sorry. This guy stole the bike.
So you stole my bike.
I would go to.
Oh yeah,
you took off of it from the apartments.
Oh, I was asking if it was your bike or not, and you didn't respond, so I was just gonna bring it back to the apartments after grabbing a
But you
burger.
didn't bring it back, so where's my bike?
My bike.
Well, he stole it right from in front of me.
Thank you, my friend.
This dude?
Oh, hold on. So what the hell's the problem?
You want bike back?
Well,
So
I was
he
about
stole
to.
my bike, and I think he
No,
stole the
he
bike from
stole
him.
it. I'm friends with this. Well, I thought we were friends.
No, we are friends, but you took it from me without asking.
Well, no, I did ask. I actually did. You were on the phone.
Yeah, but I didn't give you consent.
Oh, my bad. I thought, it'd be fine if I could just
Okay,
go
but
and
where's
grab a
the bike?
burger and then come back. I gave you a gift, Timothy.
It seems like you both stole the bike from each other. It's probably a big issue. I think it's time for me to leave.
No, you stay right where the
Oh no,
fuck
I
you
never
are.
stole the bike. I never touched the bike. Actually, I
You
think
did. Where the
he
fuck is
stole
the bike?
He's making it up. He stole the bike. I saw him hide it. I saw him hide it over there.
There is a bicycle. I lost it. I was taken from me.
Okay, here's what's
The
going on.
Irishman took it from me, and then
I
this...
did. I did. That's true. I did take it. because I was starving and I thought, Timothy, is this your bike? I said, and he didn't respond to me. So I was like, all right, well, I'll bring it back immediately. Except this guy that just ran away now, he's the one. Where the fuck did he go?
He just ran. He dipped, man. It's too late.
Yeah, that guy who dipped stole the bike from me.
Timothy.
Yeah. Hey, sir, you got interrupted last time. Still interested in let those criminals know to stop fucking around? Mr. Cornwood's on.
Oh, there is he. There he is. He's on the fucking bike. He's running. Officer.
God damn, we got distracted again.
Give me cheese and I'll give you a bite.
Hey, wait. Is this your bike?
Oh yes, I just bought it.
It's not. It's not his bike. He's lying, officer. Get Timothy in here, and he'll tell you it's his bike.
Can you show me where you bought this? Get papers, you have a receipt.
Who gets papers for a bike?
Oh yes, I can give you a receipt. Yes, give me one.
All right, I apologize, but I have to bandage myself a little bit because I fell when he stole my bike, officer.
Here's my receipt. Yes.
Who the fuck is calling me? God damn it! I can't talk right now. I'm in the middle of a thing.
Wait, you think?
I don't know who this is.
Yeah, this bike is actually listed as
Hello?
for seizure. It's marked for seizure.
It's marked for seizure?
Yeah, was this used in a crime?
I don't know. I picked it up outside of the apartments. Little soul.
Well, shit, somebody must have done a crime with this and left it off.
All right, so here's what's going on. The person who actually owns the bike tweeted about it and may have marked it as stolen. Right?
So who tweeted it?
Timothy.
I'm not seeing it. I'm coming back to Timothy.
Hey, can I just interject? I'm sorry, just 1 second. Cornwood, there's a fight in 15 minutes. We're doing a fight night over at Liquid Library. I would love to see you beat somebody up. That would be awesome. You should go there. Okay, goodbye. All
right, thank you.
There's a cop who can't beat anyone up.
Well, I can take the fight, yes.
Yes, I can. I can beat up whoever I want.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
You don't got any muscles, big boy.
I could beat up whoever the hell I want. Okay.
I bet I could beat you in a wrestling match.
You literally could not beat me in a wrestling match. Okay.
I'd summon you out of the ring.
If I wanted to, I could beat up whoever the hell I wanted. Okay. So
I'd like to see you try.
Anyway,
all right.
As I was saying.
All right, officer. I still have questions. Where are you going with the bike?
Hey, let's take the bicycle.
Wait, hold on, officer.
I didn't check. You didn't hear me.
Where are you going?
I'm going somewhere where I can.
My bike. See, that's what you did. You see what you did?
Yeah, because you stand. There's certain places in this city. What's your name?
Me?
Yes.
Donnie O'Sullivan. Nice to meet you, sir.
So Mr. O'Sullivan, here's what you gotta learn about this damn city is you stand in certain places, and it's just it's like a dadgum disaster every single damn second of the day. Now you take about 5-10 steps away from that one spot, and then it's like bliss. It's the best day. It's peaceful. It's amazing.
Right.
So,
Lots of noises everywhere. I feel you. Very crowded.
Right, exactly.
You know what else happens when you're in a crowded area? Sometimes a fucker steals the bike right after you fall off of it, like this one.
So you stole this bicycle, sir?
Stole it? No.
Absolutely, you did.
So technically, I'll tell you what theft is. If you take the vehicle that belongs to somebody else, or you drive the vehicle without the owner's consent.
Okay.
With the intention to permanently deprive the owner
the
of
bike.
the vehicle. Hold on, can I finish speaking, please?
The fucker in what?
Hold on, hold on now, let me finish speaking. Okay.
Okay.
Now, with the intent.
Hey.
What?
Shit. Oh shit.
What the fuck is going on?
What the hell?
What just happened?
Holy shit! What the?
Timothy, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think you're getting your fucking bike back, my friend.
I'm probably not getting my bike back. I don't know what's happening.
The Joker, the Riddler.
You guys are not wrong.
That was
the clown. Wait, is this the clown gang? Oh shit.
That was one of the most insane fucking things I've ever witnessed
Dude,
in my
you had some
life.
insane moves, Officer Cornwood. Holy shit.
Is that your
Cornwood,
name?
you're a hero.
Is that your name? Cornhole? Is that what it is?
No, Cornwood. His name's Cornwood. He's a goddamn hero. Maybe. I just saw him shoot people.
Get another vehicle here picking up traffic.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, shit,
Yo, what the fuck happened? Yo, you gotta give me my bike back at some point. Okay?
All right, so here's what happened. First, I saw your tweet.
Stand by near the red garage for the two.
I saw your. Here, come with me.
Right there, that may have cared.
All right, here's what happened.
I
saw your tweet. I felt bad. Didn't realize it was your bike. I got on it, and I was going to ride it back to the apartment to give it back to you. And then that gray fucker stole it. I don't know where he ran away, and then he came back. And I was in the process of reporting the crime to Officer Cornhole over here. And then some fucker in a ghillie suit stole it again. It's a third person that stole the bike. And then while we were waiting, while I was getting a life lesson from...
Fuck the bike. It's alright. I don't could have gotten stabbed. I feel bad about that too. You know what?
Oh my god,
Indirectly
sorry,
responsible.
insane.
No, it's all
Sorry.
good.
Oh,
Don't worry about it. I
ran
feel
through
bad.
the
I
blood.
feel bad about the bike situation.
No, it's alright, man. Just, hey, you just buy me a meal from Buns at some point or some shit, yeah?
Alright, okay. Well, turns out the bike was stolen or something to begin with. Because that's what Cornhole told me. He said the bike was seized for being impounded or something.
So I'm just not gonna get it back at all. Okay, that's fine. I'll just get a new one. We'll get a new one together. It's alright. Did you like the bike at least? Did you have fun on the bike?
Yeah, it was nice. I liked it. It was physical.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. Yeah. You got some enjoyment. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Well, wait. Hold on. I might need to give a witness testimony or something. But I believe. One second. Let me ask.
Oh, no.
I don't know. Probably not. Let me see. But then I'm down to leave.
All right, DMS, you're good to roll in. We're gonna be on the western side of Senior Buns. We got 2 individuals there. What about these 2 over here? Y'all seen something? You know what happened?
Yes. I was talking to Sheriff Cornhole over here, and
Are you okay?
two people came after.
Real quick,
you 2 are under arrest, right? You guys on the ground?
No,
Clown.
shit,
yes.
let me handle it. Okay.
Here you go. Donnie O'Sullivan.
Mr. Donnie O'Sullivan. Okay.
Yeah, Donnie.
5319.
Donnie
Well,
O'Sullivan.
it's expired, Mr. Donnie. What's besides the point? Just get yourself a new license, okay?
Wait, where do I get a new license? I was on vacation. I just got back.
Oh, go to the courthouse in the south side. Be able to speak one of the clerks. They'll get you all situated, okay?
All right. Nice haircut, sir. But yeah,
Thank you,
I was talking to Officer Cornhole over there, and then these 2 clowns came up from behind him, tried to stab him, and then he expertly, surprisingly, dodged it. I don't even know how. He just started, he started ducking and rolling and pulled out his weapon and started
he did the
shooting.
legendary corn roll. You witnessed the corn roll in action.
Right. It was. I mean, he's surprisingly nimble for how fat he is, right?
It's your mayor right there, gentlemen. Come on. If that doesn't inspire you to vote for this man, he's keeping the streets safe. He's keeping himself safe. He's gonna keep everyone safe, right?
Wait, he's running for mayor.
Oh yes.
Shot them in the face.
Yes.
That was
You seen any other candidates do that?
Who else is running for mayor?
Who else is running for mayor? Well, we had one person who was running for mayor, and he was found guilty, I believe, in the trial.
Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy, yeah.
Yeah, the guy who
But I
always
think
says
he
like
murdered
day
somebody.
one, right? That guy.
That's the one. Day one. That's the one. Yeah.
Right. I've interviewed him
They were
before.
found
He's got some
guilty.
crazy ideas.
They either stabbed somebody, him and his co-lead in this campaign. So I think they might be at the race now.
He
That's what I'm telling you.
stabbed someone, huh?
I don't know the full details. That's just, you know what I'm saying. There was a whole news article and everything all over the news.
Wait a minute. That sounds kind of weird. Wait, he didn't seem like the type of guy that would go out of his way to stab someone.
Boss, man, you'd be surprised. I've been on the job so long. I think somebody's a homeless guy. Turns out he's a kingpin who's got $1 million. You know, he just likes to live like that. Don't judge people on what you see.
Right.
It's been a day. It's been quite the day.
Yep.
Holy
Okay,
shit.
so you were saying that 2 people came up behind him. It's those 2 on the ground, right?
Yeah, those two on the ground.
Those two on the
They had a
ground.
knife pulled out
They had-
towards
both of them had
Officer
knives, right?
Cornwood. Yeah, they both had knives, and I guess they were trying to stab him, and then he dodged out of the way, and,
One of the
and
most
just shot them.
One of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, hey, firm, go ahead. Sorry, man. I just gotta let them know on radio. Yeah, okay. If that's the case, seems pretty cut and dry. They attacked him. They tried to attack him, right? Y'all were witness to it.
Yeah, we were just watching. We were
So
having a
could I
bit of
get
a
your
talk.
ID as well?
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's no problem. Thing is, if it does go to a court case or anything like that, you might be called as witnesses. All right? Is that okay?
Right. Let me
alright,
let me
I got
ask
it.
you more about this Ramaswamy situation, right? Because you said you said that
hello,
this officer is running for mayor, and it's quite suspicious to me, at least, that his main opponent is a criminal.
I wouldn't say main, man. Listen, you know how it goes. They got 1, 2, 3, 4 candidates, you know. I didn't even have Ramaswamy in the top for me, if I'm being honest. I thought he was all talk, all social media. Wait, whoa. What are you writing?
Right. Okay.
You news?
All right.
Are you news?
I am an independent journalist, yes, sir.
Oh, fuck. Am I making like an official statement, or is this...
Right. Would you like to give me an official statement on the situation? I mean, this is just all... You never did say off the record, right? So
off the record.
Technically, what you've said so far is on the record, you know.
Fuck. Well, listen, I didn't say anything bad. I'll say, you know what?
There's no reason to cover your bad, sir.
What are you talking
I mean,
about?
I'm just writing stuff down like.
It's okay. I'll provide you with my name if you ask for it. It's okay.
All right. Cop mayor kills random clowns. Does he hate clowns?
What? How are you spinning this? So you were a lead witness. Can I get your phone number, sir?
Oh, sure.
In case we need to call you if they're looking to appeal.
Yeah, it's 420.
Whoa. Let me get my notebook.
All right.
Right. I'm just saying.
Okay,
I
420.
will, of course,
420.
accurately talk about the situation if I'm brought up to a court, obviously.
908.
Sorry. I was trying to listen to you, but now he's saying, sir, you said that condescendingly, very condescendingly. Are you going to be telling the truth?
I did. I mean, cop running for mayor kills clowns. I mean, is that not true?
All right, Butler, give me your number, man. 420
908
9242
9342.
9342. Okay, and Mr. Sullivan, right? Let me get your number as well for the record, please.
Right. My phone number is. Hold on. I'm still new to this technology thing, you know. All right. It's 420.
Okay.
782 6008.
6008. Okay,
yes,
fantastic.
782-6008.
That's a really easy number.
Oh, well, I never thought about it like that, but thank
you're
you.
a lucky man. My number has very 1237766. No, easy. Listen, all right. So if y'all get any information, we might call you up if this does go to an appeal. If it doesn't, you guys are good. I'm gonna note you down, okay?
Right.
Hopefully it doesn't.
Appreciate y'all, okay? Y'all are
Well,
free
you
to
know,
go.
it's good to know that any kind of police action is still under the supervision of the criminal justice system. You know, the cops are not above the law, that sort of thing.
Of course not, man. What the hell? I don't even listen. I get paid not enough to be dealing with all these motherfuckers stabbing each other, okay? I might run for mayorship. How does that sound? You want to take an official statement right now? Aziz Sultan, I'm for the people, man.
You want to run for
Fuck
mayor
it,
too?
man.
Wait,
Why
I
not,
might need to
man?
write that down. Chaos in
Why
the
not?
precinct.
Am I good
Cops
to go
running
now?
against other cops. That's a story right there.
That's not what I said.
Police
Yes,
officer
put my
says
shit on me, man.
Cornhole not cut out for the job. He'll be the man Cornhole never could be.
Jesus
All right.
Christ.
Timothy, are you gonna be
Cornwood is a good
around?
friend. Okay?
I don't think so. Officers, am I allowed to go?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Take care.
Yep.
Actually, I
Jesus
remembered
Christ,
something.
why are you trying to flip me against Cletus? Cletus is my friend.
Oh, I didn't mean nothing by it. I'm just writing what I see, sir.
Look, Ramaswamy, I'll tell you this right now. He's a bad man, okay? He's not a good man. Don't be fooled for his shit on social media. Don't believe everything you see on TikTok,
I
Twitter,
don't know.
okay?
He's quite
It's all a
convincing.
lie. You mean all convincing, man? All he screams is, what does he say? He puts his fingers up. Peace sign this. He says fake media that, okay? Listen, you know what? Fake media is true. What you're doing right now, that's kind of...
Whoa, well...
I do see it. Listen, okay? You're
Well,
speaking
you know,
my
there's
words,
also
man.
real media, sir, like what I do. What I do is real media.
the hell you
Officer
mean by that?
Cornhole running for mayor, shoots clowns. Does he hate silliness?
What the fuck? You You would do good at the job at Weasel News, man.
Right, there it
They
is.
all be actually no. Weasel News is an honorable and reputable news source. Okay, they're the ones that broke the news about ex-Ramaswamy.
Weasel News, possibly in collaboration with the police. Okay, that's an interesting story in and of itself, right there. There's quite a lot to uncover here.
Yeah. You are an evil person. You spin my words so much.
Is there a way
I don't know.
to see? Is
Don't know what to do with this.
is Mr. Ramaswamy still in jail? Is there a way to go visit him and get a scoop, get his
so I
side of the
can't-
story?
I think it would be good. You could talk to him. Go ahead and go to Bolingbrook up in prison. I think that's your best bet. As far as him being released or anything like that, I can't say if I know or not. Okay.
All right, good to know.
I can't
Thank you,
disclose
sir.
that. No problem, Mr. Sullivan. Okay. You need anything else from me? I'm all good from you. I got
All
your
right,
statement.
you have a great day, sir.
You take care. Okay.
All right.
All right. You ready?
Vivek Ramaswamy. Where the fuck is it?
That was crazy.
What's going on?
I was gonna tell you something.
Oh, what were you
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
tell
I
me?
will.
Somebody turned it up at the wall of pathology.
So you probably don't remember. I mean, you were really beat up. But wait, I went to the sewers and.
Oh right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I woke up in a hospital bed, fucking bruises all around my body, and then I found a phone in my pocket. Don't know who it is. Don't know who it belongs to. I've got no SIM card in it.
Oh no.
What the fuck happened?
Well, I got stabbed. You got stabbed, and both of our friends got stabbed. And then Clark carried us out, and called an ambulance. And then there was like a sewer doctor. Anyways, he's a really nice guy. Now we're kind of friends, and actually one of my best friends is named Sunny, and she's the sewer queen. And she works here at Senior Buns. She's a really good friend of mine.
Wait, Clark? Who the fuck is Clark?
Oh, Clark is the sewer king. Yeah, his name's Clark.
Wait, what? The sewer king?
Yeah, his name's Clark.
Wait, so he's the one who attacked us or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So apparently it was actually a giant misunderstanding, because originally I was told the Rat King, and I was told the Sewer King, and then I was told I need to meet Clark, and then it just got confusing, and by that time I just kind of got shanked. And Clark apologized. He was like, hey, I actually didn't mean to shank you right away. And I was like, oh yeah, water under the sewer, I guess, or whatever. Anyways,
Right.
he carried
Okay.
me out to the surface, and we became we're kind of friends. I do call it that. I mean, he only threatens my life like 1 in every 5 sentences now.
Seems like an improvement, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, well, the sewer queen is like starting a church with me.
A sewer queen? There's a king and a queen and a rat king too? Or is
The rat king, I don't know. I've never met him, but apparently he's like trying to take over the sewer. I don't know. There's a whole like kind of like a gang war with the sewers going on.
What the fuck? All right.
Yeah. Also, crowbars are nearly impossible to get now.
That's not good. Do you have one?
No, but the sewer queen is like my best friend, so.
So, what does that mean? Do you have
I'm
does
pretty
she
much
have
going
crowbars?
She does not have a crowbar, but we have people on call pretty much all the time. Because it would be bad if she held a crowbar, because everyone knows she's the sewer queen, and then they might just like rob her,
Well, I wish I did. I wish I understood what the fuck you were talking about, but it's all right.
Well, she's just like, she loves Clark, and anyways, it's been pretty crazy. It's been a while. Oh, also January 6th, there's going to be a riot at the Capitol or the City Hall. Because Ramaswamy.
I've heard all about that. I might be participating in it potentially.
Wait, on which side? We want Max. I want Max to win. Max said he would put a picture of Joseph Smith above every government building when you walk in.
Well, I'm not.
I'm
I'm
happy
on no
Ramaswamy's
side.
out.
I'm on no side. I'm on the side of truth and reporting it, I guess. But who knows? Who knows which way my allegiances might swing? For money, I might be convinced.
I got like $5.
Okay, more money than that, depending on how much money I'm getting from either
I have $21.
side. Yeah, that's not going to cut it.
Oh, okay. I have been diversifying my portfolio though in stocks. I'm taking after the Mormon leadership, and let me tell you, I am down horrendous.
I can
absolutely obliterated in the market.
I can tell. I'm quite aware of your circumstances from what you're telling me. Here, I got a gift for you. Let me twat this out real quick, and then I'm gonna give you a gift. Hold on.
Oh, I was told, Twinkles told me to look at this too. Wait, someone's trying, there's a tweet to Max about Walletology, trying to meet with Matt. This is not
It's
going to
just
work.
that a prominent mayoral candidate is a cop.
I actually turned off my Twitter notifications because they got so annoying.
I would like to Vivek Ramaswamy. I'd like to investigate this stabbing incident. Seems suspicious that a prominent mayoral candidate is a cop, and now you're a criminal. ...
Wait, do you just want me to call him? I have his number.
Hold
We're
on
homies.
1 second. I want, you're sure that's fine too. There it is. I believe we're in the midst of a big conspiracy, my friend.
Here, I'll call him really quick. I'm just nobody likes to answer, especially the mayoral candidates. So, hey Ramaswamy, it's Spencer, the farming guy. Yeah, I actually have a really good journalist here. His name's Donnie O'Sullivan. He's Irish, like aggressively Irish. And he would love to get your story out there. He's amazing. If you want to come to Senior Buns and meet him, I don't think you want to miss this.
Tell him I want to learn more about this stabbing incident because I think it's quite weird that...
God bless.
Wait, never mind. I guess you didn't need to do that at all. Okay.
No, he's on his way. Oh, he said Lilith will contact us and then he'll be on his way. That's his campaign manager.
Right, okay.
So they're gonna come. Also, oh, now you've reminded me. I'm not gonna answer. Never mind. I was gonna have Max, because I don't want these walletology people. It's like a cult or something, and that's cringe to do it. So I just need to systemically eliminate all of them and their beliefs.
What?
Yeah, just not like eliminate like that. Just eliminate their belief system by deleting them in the marketplace of ideas.
You're saying there's a competing Scientology style cult out there and you need to eliminate them.
Well, it's not competing. Just they giving me a bad name. Walletology, and then they claim to be better than me.
It seems like they're competing with your ideas.
There's also like Project Epsilon or something started by this lady. I don't even know if it's started by her, but called Fa Shun, and she made my list.
There's a shocking amount of cults in this city.
Yeah, but I was a day one cult. I mean, it's religion.
Right, okay. Yeah, but being a Mormon, LDS, not a cult, right? That's what you...
No, of course not. No, but...
Yeah,
but,
all right.
So I have to find them and eliminate them, or hug them.
You keep talking about the need to eliminate these people, and it's starting to make me feel like you want to kill them or something.
Well, it's not killing. I'm just, bringing them to a different plane of existence so they can get closer with God and see that I was right all along.
Right. In that plane. Wait, how do you turn off your fucking...
Settings, notifications, and then water notifications.
Where
it's, on your home screen.
Oh, right. Okay, that's a great tip, my friend. Great tip.
They're the worst.
Oh fuck, you can do phone wallpaper. It seems notifications.
Do you want a really good wallpaper? I can send you one really quick.
Right. Okay. What is it?
I'll send it to you.
Are you gonna text it to me?
I'm just gonna text it to you, yeah. And then you just put this in your settings. You go to appearance and then wallpaper.
What happens if I change the volume? Does it put my phone in silent mode?
I think that's ringer. I actually have no idea. There you guys saying you just put that in your wallpaper appearance.
What the fuck, Spencer? What the fuck is this? Is that you as a furry holding a copy of the Book of Mormon?
No.
It sure looks like it, my friend.
No, I just thought it was a really cool dog. I love dogs. All dogs go to heaven.
Wait, heaven? I thought that Mormon heaven consisted of planets, right?
It does, the celestial kingdom. Yeah, but heaven is colloquial.
Why does it have a fucking bulge, Spencer?
I don't know. Maybe he's happy.
And it's happy. Is he in England? Where is that in London or is that just a Mormon church or something?
Oh yeah, that's the Mormon temple. That's in downtown Salt Lake City. It's actually under refurbishment right now. It's gonna be really cool.
Right. Because why? Because the furries took over.
I don't think the furries took over. I
Seems
think
like
it's
furries
just
took over, and then God Joseph Smith smited with lightning bolts because of how sacrilegious this was in general.
That's just a dog, though. I don't think it's a fur. I don't know
Did
if it has
you say refurbishment?
Yeah, refurbishment.
Refurbishment.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not like a furry thing. I promise.
Right. Totally.
No, it's not. It probably is like a sin or something. I don't think it says explicitly in the Book of Mormon, but it probably says like don't be a furry.
Where the fuck is this mayoral candidate? He is not exactly on time.
We're on the other side of that building.
What?
Oh, nobody comes to this side of the building, so
No religion,
probably will
Book
show
of
up and
Furman.
not even see us.
I don't think he's here either.
No, everyone's really. The mayoral candidates are incredibly busy.
Why? They're running. They're running for mayor. They should be out there making themselves available to any and all who want to hear what they have to say, what their platform is.
Yeah, but like Ramaswamy kind of got charged with a felony.
Right. That's precisely what I wanted to talk to him about. I think it's quite suspicious.
Here, actually, you know what? I'll send you his number. Make it easier. That way, maybe you can get the point across better than I can.
I find it quite suspicious that the mayor, he was running for the mayoral position, and all of a sudden a cop is running for mayor too, and then he comes out as a criminal. I mean, I don't know. There's a conflict of interest there, I feel like.
There you go. I sent you his number.
Let me see. Okay. It says...
No, never heard of that.
Hold on. Vivek Bake Pastrami.
Oh,
I can never get his last name right. I think that it's something like that.
Right, that's...
Donnie.
Hey, what's going on, Timothy?
Yo, give me your number before I go.
Where are you going?
We're just gonna go on a little beach. No, hunting trip.
Oh, I might go.
A little hunting trip. Oh,
yeah,
wait. You can
shoot
hunt
some
in the
deer.
city?
No, not in the city. Up north in Polito.
Wait, do you have other people going with you?
Yeah, I think we're full. Like, it's me.
All right. I understand.
Kitty, Octavio, Raymond, and...
I do not know who any of these people are. You're just flexing how many friends you have now.
I'm not flexing. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know.
You're flexing how many friends you have to how friendless I am. It feels like.
Hey man, look, you want to come with us and just watch, or like what? What's up?
I did that already one time, if you recall. A couple days ago.
and you fucking ran away while it was hot.
Yeah. My number is 420 782 6008.
Oh, Monopoly guy.
420 blaze it, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, right. Okay, you didn't give me a fake number. Just checking.
All right. Oh, I do that too. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I do that as well, because when people sometimes say, hey, I'm going to go do some things, go hunting with my friends, and then start dishing out their names.
Hey, look, the offer still stands if you want to just come with us. It's not illegal, by the way.
No, it's all right. Oh, fuck, I'm getting a call right now.
Would you want to meet a local business owner?
Wait 1 second, Spencer. Potentially. Hello, Donnie O'Sullivan.
Mr. O'Sullivan, what is this that I see on Twitter about someone with a red beard, Irishman, stealing a bike?
Oh yeah, that's a long story, Mickey. I took Timothy's bike because I didn't know it was his bike, and then, the bike got stolen from me. And then I told the cops because I wanted to bring it back to Timothy, and then, all chaos ensued. Clowns came, they had knives, tried to do a shanking on the cop, Officer Cornhole or something, and then he shot him and he did it.
This is my reporter friend.
Oh wait, hold on. The mayor is here now, or not the mayor, one of the people running for mayor. And I'm gonna talk to him. I want to investigate his criminal trial here. He's doing the peace sign. He's doing a double peace sign. He's still doing it.
Oh, that's Ramaswamy, day one.
Yeah, right.
Send him my regards.
All right.
Tell them I'm doing this.
Tell them he's gritty.
All right,
Thank you and goodbye.
By the way, I'll see you in a little bit after I talk to him.
Well, later tonight I might have some work.
Oh, all right. Love that. All right.
Give me a call for that. Goodbye.
Boy. All right. Ramaswamy, we meet again.
Hi, how are you? Good to talk to you. I love talking to the people of Los Santos. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah, let's maybe go somewhere a little bit more private, because I have some questions for you. I might help you out in a tricky situation that you're in.
Right.
Is that
we
right?
are looking for help. Please, should reintroduce? This is Lilith, my campaign manager, who's absolutely essential to the campaign.
We've met.
I know. I mean,
have you met Wayne?
No, we have not.
Wayne is my guy. He's my security detail, and very importantly, also, whenever I point to him, goes, "Go." That just happened. That's essential to my campaign.
Right. All right. This is good enough, I think. It's quiet. All right. So, earlier today, I was involved in an incident where there was an officer, Cornhole.
Fraud.
You know him.
Absolutely, I know Cornfraud. He's a total fraud. He's running on a phony campaign. Now I support the boys in blue, but Cornfraud is an exception. He's supposed to wear the sheriff badge with honor, but in reality, he's a total bozo, if you don't mind me saying.
Right. Well, I didn't necessarily get that impression off of him, but he is quite nimble after all. But I will say this. I thought it was quite interesting that he's running for mayor, you're running for mayor, all of a sudden he's a cop, you get painted as a criminal. Seems kind of interesting.
A great point.
Right.
Such
so I
a
wanted to
great
investigate
point. It
a little
shows
bit
you're
further.
very inquiring. Go ahead. I love to listen.
Right. It seems like there's a deep conspiracy inbound here. You know, I got a nose for a story, so I wanted to hear all the details about your false imprisonment.
Well, let me tell you, it's a great question, one that I love to answer, because I want to say, your suspicions are absolutely correct. Because guess what? Day one! We promised to do things that were unpopular in the city, and the woke mob has been trying to silence us since day one. And this is just another case of gotcha journalism gone amok. The court system has failed us. The judicial system has failed us. The police have failed us, unless they vote for us, in which case we support the boys in blue.
Exactly
right. All right. So, all right. Tell me more about the details surrounding this sham murder trial that you found yourself in. Was it? Give me some details about it so I get a better understanding.
It's all woke slander by Maximilian.
Mr. Max, Melatonin Max, let me tell you, whenever he talks, he makes me want to go to sleep. He could not beat me in the battlefield of charisma, the battlefield of ideas. And let me tell you, he went after my campaign. He had sex with my lawyer. He seduced her with his penis. And for that reason, we had to make a last-minute change right before the trial. And we were given a lawyer who tried his best, but in the end, unfortunately, the law failed us because Mobster Max's influence all over Los Santos is strong. And the only relationship I have with Max is we have similar hairline. Also, I'm going to watch him have sex with his lawyer later tonight.
Exactly right.
Right. Okay. So, but give me more details about it. Were you just accused?
It's a great question. So it's going to be at his
someone?
apartment. He's going to be having sex, and I'm going to be sitting in with a Sony A50 wide-angle lens, about reclined 30 degrees. Okay, sorry. What was your question?
No, no. You're going quite in depth about this cooking Max thing. I don't. Let's dial it back for a second and try to figure out.
A1. That's exactly.
I don't
right.
think
Go
you're
ahead.
picking up what I'm putting down, sir. I think that you were falsely smeared as a murderer by. Well, originally I thought it was maybe Sheriff Cornhole that put you in this predicament, considering he's a cop and all, and those guys do collaborate with the justice system quite a bit, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Cornfraud has his hands on it. Max has his hands on it. Pilbus, another, follically blessed candidate, has his hands on it. All of these mayors are against me, and which is why I'm so proud to announce, I've never said this before, you're getting an inside scoop. On January 6th. Jan 6, we will be launching a peaceful protest outside of City Hall. Whatever happens,
Right.
and there's going to be good guys on whatever side, if you know what I mean.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I know a bit about the January 6th situation, at least. I was told by Mickey that you might need security, but that's a separate issue.
I would just love that. Are you going to be attending? Are you going to take back what's ours? Are you going to be a representative for the free-fighting folks of Los Santos?
I am a patriot after all, sir, so...
You really are, and I can tell. Are you proud to be part of Los Santos?
I am a Republican of the Irish variety.
I mean, that just sounds like an oxymoron. How can you be outside of the United States and be a patriot? But here's the thing. I'm quite open-minded.
Right. Okay. So, did you kill someone or not? I guess that's the question I have.
It's such a great question. Thank you so much for asking. I love to address this. Whether or not I killed someone, what I would say is it's better to be violent on the battlefield of ideas. Let's talk, let's discuss, and let me tell you, I know a lot of debate tactics. Go ahead, try to debate me. Say something. Like, say something bad. Go ahead.
All right. You.
Ad hominem. Ad hominem.
Okay, that was actually
Thank you
pretty
so
good.
much.
That was
God
pretty
bless
good.
ya. Thank you so much.
That's my president.
Right. So you didn't murder someone, right? Is that what's?
Whether or not I murdered someone.
What kind of?
Woke slander.
Woke slander. I murdered them on the battlefield of ideas and also with a knife, but allegedly.
We were seen as a threat.
All right. Well, was it like maybe like a self-defense type situation? Who knows?
Well, I'm always trying to be self-defensive because the woke mob is always after us. Let me tell you something, Donnie. Look at this guy over here. He's been following us for 3 days. He's Max's bodyguard. The guy right here, Timo. Not you. You're a man of gods.
That's Spencer. He's not.
No. This absolute fool. He's been following us for 3 days straight.
I don't see him. Who are you talking about?
Sir, have you taken your brain supplements today?
Oh, you're right. Hold on. I haven't taken my brain supplements for today. Oh. You're absolutely right. I want to apologize for that. I don't see anyone as well.
Right. I just there's someone there. He's hiding real well because I don't see him.
Well, you are a journalist and you have a keen eye to see the truth, so I trust you more than I trust me.
Yeah, it must be the wind or something.
Well, let me tell you, are you interested in potentially joining? I'm starting a news organization later called the VNN, the Vivek News Network, where we go and do live coverage to make sure we unwoke truth. What do you think about that?
I like it.
No, don't agree to
Let me
anything.
slide
I got you
over
another
my
meeting
card.
soon.
What'd you say, Spencer?
I got you another meeting soon with the other mayoral candidate. Maybe you can.
Who are you going to meet with?
No
Well,
one.
listen,
God.
Listen, here's the thing. I need to learn about all sides of the candidates. You know, in order to get a full assessment of who's woke and who's unwoke, who's truly unwoke. You know, because not gonna lie to you, sir, you do come across quite woke.
Is that right? How dare you accuse me of something like that on the streets of Los Angeles? Give me one example of how I've been woke. Go ahead.
Well, I've been asking you personally, right, for the past 5 minutes, whether or not there was any evidence at all in this sham trial that I thought was a sham trial about your murder, or your alleged murdering that you might have done, and you just been dancing around like a, dare I say, Democrat.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I'm going to say something slanderous that might hurt your feelings, but you're being a total bozo. Second of all, here's what I'll say. Now, I know some liberals and Democrats, they use the power of data and numbers, but not me. I am so unwoke, I use something called my gut. All right? And let me tell you, my gut tells me you're an absolute phony of a journalist. My gut tells me you don't care about the truth, you care about agenda, which is why I believe you, sir, are a total bozo. Donnie, more like fraudy.
Well, that's not nice, is it?
No, it's not. And guess what? I don't give a single flip about you.
Donnie, do you hear that?
That's exactly right.
Donnie, do you hear that?
What? Hear what?
It was someone wondering who asked.
Oh!
Sorry.
Wait, are you talking about me?
I heard it in the wind.
Are you talking about me or are you talking about...
I was talking about you.
Oh, you heard it in the wind?
I feel like you're getting owned by a Mormon, which is kind of worse than really getting owned by anyone else.
By a what?
What's that?
What section of
A
Christianity
Mormon.
is Mormonism? What is...
The Latter-day Saints, sir.
I haven't read that. I've only been a prequel reader.
Listen, as a Catholic, I don't believe in any other type of religions, but I'm making an exception for my friend. I'm making an exception for my friend.
Wait a second. You are campaigning around with someone who doesn't believe in your lifestyle?
I believe in everybody. I'm non-denominational Mormon.
But did you know he doesn't even have a wife? You have how many?
Doesn't matter. After he dies, I'll baptize him anyways. Did it for Anne Frank and Hitler. Gave him anyways.
Oh, well, that seems
Go
like...
ahead. Donnie, this is who you're associating with.
Go ahead, Donnie. Go ahead.
We did it for everyone. It doesn't really matter.
That's
Donnie.
Sure
Add Donnie on Twitter. Add Donnie on Twitter.
That's being unwoke. That's right.
Go say it. You say it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have
Say
a
it out
problem
loud.
with baptizations? What are you, a liberal?
Not a liberal.
Right, what's next? Are you going to go down the road and get an abortion?
No, here's the thing. Here's
Only
the
after
one
marriage.
thing. I do believe in abortions after marriage. And now I was
Exactly right.
pro-choice. I was pro-choice for a long time and pro-life the other time. But I hung out in Fortnite OG. And I was queued up
Lamb.
DOQ and I ended up being I really
Sorry.
believe in abortions after the fact. Excuse me, I'm trying to talk. Sorry. This is why I am now
Whoa!
pro-abortion.
All right, that was quite crazy.
And it was badass. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, originally I wanted to talk to you because I thought that there was a massive conspiracy that you were probably falsely blamed for murder, but now I don't know really.
I was falsely blamed with murder. That was just a simple. Lilith was just beating him in the battlefield of ideas.
Exactly right, and I won.
Yeah, you owned her so hard.
They won. That's right.
You owned her so hard. I feel
That's
like
exactly
her
right.
brain is leaking out of her ear. Or
That's
something.
exactly the power of words. All right, the power of words
Exactly
is something
right.
absolutely. Just like Bobby Charles was murdered with the power of words.
Exactly right.
Also, a knife, and he's still alive.
All right. So
Exactly
what happened
right.
with the knife situation? Then can you give me a little bit more background on that?
Absolutely, I would just love to, and I really love the question. I love how inquiring you are for an Irishman. That's very impressive. I'm very proud of you. Basically, what
You have
happened?
quite the curious mind.
A curious mind. I think that's really awesome. It's a great question. I'll say, knife was a kink, and we were participating in knife play. That's what was happening. And unfortunately for Bobby Charles, he did not say his safe word, so the knife ended up piercing his
That's
neck.
right.
Okay, not to be that guy, but I thought you can't do stuff like that before marriage, according to your campaign. At least that's what you told me last
That's
time.
right.
I
That's
talked.
right. That's why we're married. I'm married with Lilith and Bobby. I am proud to say I am pro-gay.
Okay.
Gay one.
Gay one.
That's
That's
right.
exactly right. I am a throuple.
What was the safe word?
Bazinga. Big Bang Theory.
I'll give you a +1 for the polygamy. I'll take that.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay. So you're
Bring me back a little bit.
So you're in a throuple with this Bobby guy. Did he press charges?
No, Bobby actually did not press charges. We were
No, he was a
unfortunately-
consenting adult.
We were all three consenting adults. Unfortunately, the rule of the law, we were without approval or consent, we were recorded. And they used our footage in the court of law against us.
Exactly right.
Wait, you were filming the knife play?
Correct.
I feel like, listen, I'm no big city lawyer here, but I do feel like this shouldn't have landed you in prison at all.
I think you're right about that.
Exactly our
It
thoughts.
seems
We
like
agree.
it seems like you did everything right, and yet they still
Sorry,
indicted
say that
you.
again.
I said it seems like you did everything right.
Oh.
Did everything right and they still indicted.
Right.
Exactly
yes.
right.
That's exactly right. And let me tell you, I think, if anything, I received street cred from being in prison for 10 months. I've started being way more hip. My hats have been turning backwards. I'm wearing a fur coat. I think I am quite lit. And I'm so excited to get back to work.
All right. Okay. Who was the officer on the incident?
Lilith, go ahead.
Which incident?
On the
more than
that.
stabbing
One?
incident.
Wait.
On the knife
Captain
play, who was the
Slacks
officer
and
that
Ruby.
responded?
Slacks.
Captain Slacks, yeah.
Captain Slacks, you said?
Right.
That's exactly right.
What's his relationship with Sheriff Cornhall?
Oh, they're all working under this. They're getting paid from the
Co-workers.
same check. You know what I mean? They're co-workers.
Boys in blue.
They are boys in blue. And let me say, there might have been some collusion. I'm not going to say there's not collusion because whoever disagrees with me is part of the woke mob, and they're trying to take down my campaign.
So do you think like Antifa's in the police department?
Antifa is all around us. They're an infection that you can't see, but they permeate
Okay.
everything around.
But do you back the boys in blue?
Vivek speaks,
Hashtag
claims
truth.
collusion in police department.
That's exactly right. There's collusion in the police department, collusion in the judicial department, collusion everywhere. And let me tell you, January 6th is when we really stand back and stand by and tell them what we think. Violent, not violently, but with our words. Peaceful protesting outside of City Hall, 8 p.m. EST. I expect to see you there.
Vivek speaks, claims collusion in police department that indicted him for gentle knife play. Cornhall suspected.
Or you can call him corn fraud. He's a total bozo.
Exactly right.
Hey, do you guys want to book a
Cornhall suspected in cahoots. Right. Okay.
That's
well,
right.
I twatted it out right there.
Awesome. And can you twat out that we don't believe in COVID?
You don't believe in what?
coronavirus. We don't believe in the pandemic.
No,
I
I'm
think the
not.
world
I'm
should
not
know.
your spokesperson, sir. I'm an independent journalist.
You believe in the pandemic? Go ahead.
No, I mean I don't, but that's a separate issue.
Well, thank you so much. You and I, we agree on a lot, Donnie. We don't believe in things we don't see, like COVID, like, Antifa, or like a female's orgasm.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly
well,
right.
This was quite the illuminating conversation, Mr. Rama. What was your last name again?
Ramaswamy, that's
RAMASQUAMY.
UAMY, because I
exactly
love you.
right. Dang.
That's right.
Right. All right. Okay. Good to
Squammy.
know. All right. Well, thank you. You have a nice day.
Thank
All
you.
right.
You too, and take back what you said about calling me a liberal. I won't be able to watch my wife get railed tonight if you don't.
All right. Well, that remains to be seen, sir.
All right, well, let me just tell you, you better change your mind, twat it out. I'm not woke, I'm not liberal, or we're going to have some problems.
Big
The battlefield of ideas.
All right.
Alrighty, you take care now.
Oh my god.
Whoa! There's a guy right there the whole time.
I didn't even see him.
Fuck, you're quite the you're like Solid Snake from the Metal Gear Solid franchise.
What's that?
I happen to be a spy who works for a certain individual who happens to rival this man. All of you know, don't take any of his word for, trust. All that he spews is complete lies and words to deceive the general public.
Wait, are you talking about Max?
Talking about Vivek.
No, but are you talking, like you said you work for an opposing candidate, and I think Cornwood's a police officer, so I'm guessing you work for Max.
Yes, I happen to work for Mr. Thoroughbred.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I gave Max your number a little bit ago, Donnie. He said he wants to do an interview.
All right.
Yeah.
Sure. What is he available right now, or what's going on?
Bro, he's the hardest person in the world to get a hold of. So here, I'll just send you his number. You can give him a call. Yeah.
You're gonna what?
Just give you his number.
I was never here.
Oh, you're gonna send it to me. All right.
Okay. Bye, spy guy.
Wait, so he's got this Max guy. He's got his own spy network, huh?
Yeah. I can tell. He also has this guy named Brick, who's like one of my really good friends, who's his bodyguard with a really messed up face. Like, don't look at him directly in the eyes; it might make you nauseous.
Wow. Okay. All right. What's his deal then?
Yeah, I don't know. His name's just Brick. I mean, he's really cool. He's really cool. But just don't look him in the eyes because, like, you get nauseous.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, give
said
Max a call.
All right. I will do. I'm gonna give him a call right now. I don't know.
If he doesn't
if he's...
answer, send him a text and tell him you're Donnie and Irish, and he'll know.
Okay. This is like kind of hard to do. You know, this phone is quite hard to navigate on.
Oh yeah.
You might relog. Do I have audio issues? Only me on my end.
Like I used to put it in my pocket, but yeah.
Right.
Being disconnected, it probably means he's on the phone, because he lives on the phone. Learned.
Do F8 plus mumble. Wait, what? Wait. Can you talk to me again?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, all right. I think I had to clean out my ear or something.
Oh yeah. Sometimes you gotta. It's been pretty.
Wait, never mind. I'm still having a hard time hearing things.
Yeah, I had the same problem like 2 days ago, and then Sonny had it yesterday.
I might have to go to sleep and wake up again or something, take a quick nap.
Yeah, just take a nap, you can wake up right here.
Unless you're having are you having an ear infection too? Maybe it's going around,
No, it's just you. You sound like you have a frog in your throat, but I've had this. It's usually just one, somebody wakes up kind of sick, every so often. It eventually sorts itself out. You just gotta wake up again really quick.
What's this Max person's last name? Because you have him as mayor. What?
Yeah, Thoroughbred.
Thoroughbred?
Yeah, Thoroughbred.
Like a show pony.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't save anybody with their last name. Usually I just save it by their nationality.
I tried to do that because it's just important, because otherwise it's gonna. I have a bunch of numbers in here. I need it for my journalism.
Or sometimes characteristics, like my friend here, Sonny, is just blonde. I don't know why I saved them like that.
Right, except for you, I have you as Spencer Marmon.
Yeah, that's close enough.
I assumed is your last name.
No, it's Smith, but it's okay.
Oh, like Joseph Smith.
Yeah, but no relation. Just Smith is a really common last name. So
okay.
Is your feeling better?
Not necessarily. I think I'm gonna go to sleep real quick.
Okay. You can, you'll be able to wake up again right here.
Yeah, hold on. See? Is this all the game is? Yeah, don't mean to be blunt. I mean, it kind of is, yeah. The game is basically this and top of the hour ad breaks, honestly. At the top of the hour, in between all of this, there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And if you'd no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me, right? I'm going to restart it now. No pixel. Connecting! You don't seem as addicted this time around. I still like it. That was polarizing. People didn't like the restart, lol. What? What do you mean? I don't even know what that person meant. I miss your original RP. This has been awesome. Don't stop doing it. Dude, you don't understand. There's so much content out there of me playing Umberto Antonio Donato Pecorino. Was my original character. I was one of the founding members of a group called Clean Boys, a gang called Clean Boys, alongside Lang Buddha. You know what's funny though? Like, when I did that, it literally became like the gang was massive. I woke up in the middle of nowhere from a nap, from an endless slumber, it seems like. With a fucking mask on my face. Why do I have a mask on my face? I didn't have the mask on my face when I first went to sleep. Probably better to put it on and then take it off again. Fix it. Nice. All right. Hello.
Better?
Wow, it does seem like I can hear much clearer now.
Great. I have a friend gonna swing by. He owns a local business. I think you'll enjoy meeting him. Maybe good for a story, because he's trying to open up a mechanic shop.
All right.
His name's Nino. He's really, really cool.
What's his name? Nino?
Oh, his name, Nino. Yeah, Nino Chavez. He's a really, really nice guy.
Nino Chavez. Nice. All right. Well, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
It's not my. Is it my Nino? Like from, or not really? Where do I get a new license? Because mine is expired.
Well, you can swing by the courthouse, and there's a lady to the right, the stairs.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So she'll be able to help you out.
Well, you know, I'll wait for your friend to get over here. Is he coming here?
Yeah. He said 5 minutes will be here.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Well, actually, he'll probably call me. We can just head over to the courthouse in a second.
All right. Do you have a car?
Yeah, I do.
You do have a car?
Yeah, because there's not really any bikes anymore.
Right. I found a bike, and then I almost, I got it stolen twice in a matter of moments, right?
Yeah, it's just how bikes are. Even when I had my bike, a long time ago, people would always steal it. Lots of bike thieves.
Right. Not me, though. I was going to bring it back, of course. I took it, but I was simply borrowing it, not stealing.
But now it's like a little bit different because you can't even rent a bike anywhere. Like, there's no bike rental shop.
Right. I'm a good Catholic boy.
That's
no
great
bike
to hear.
rentals.
It'd probably like Siobhan, which is Max's like girlfriend / lawyer /
Wait, is this it?
No, it's over here.
I'm rewatching the original Donnie RP on episode 37 right now. It's episodic? What the fuck? Mormon guy streamer is Carter, chat.
They're on the move. Come on.
The guy sounded like he was kind of yelling on the radio. Did you hear that?
Right, that was quite odd, right?
Yeah. Do you think we're being watched?
I always feel like I'm being watched.
Actually, me too.
By approximately 16,000 eyeballs. Well, 32,000 eyeballs, but 16,000 heads, Yeah,
I've noticed a lot of actually, I was with my friend Beef, who's growing pot. And we found out that sometimes we have to shut the voices off in our head because otherwise our pot just disappears. Crazy. Even if it's in the best spot ever.
Pot? You can make pot?
No, not pot. Beef calls it not pot.
Not pot. Are you talking about marijuana?
I have no idea. I just listen to Beef.
Who the fuck is Beef?
He's this like really kind of hippie guy. He hangs out outside Senior Buns in Crime Alley. And just don't ask him.
I've met him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's crazy, right? Oh my god, what the fuck is this driving?
That person was trying to run into me.
Yeah, Beef. He's got some crazy ideas.
Yeah, Beef and I are like kind of friends, but like
Oh,
at the same.
that a train!
Gosh. Oh yeah, there's trains now. It's just
Oh,
kind of
the
annoying.
fucking public transit's finally working. How glorious! Look
Yeah,
at that beauty.
Beef lives in the subway, actually. Speaking of trains. Okay, I think it's straight here. Go right. I have to go the speed limit because I got a speeding ticket and it was $390 and 3 points on my license.
$390.
Yeah, that was like
fuck
a half hour of doing grime deliveries. So I've decided I'm never doing another delivery in my life.
There's a lot that needs to be fixed in this fucking city. $300.
That's why I'm voting for Max.
Why is he? Is he saying he's going? Oh. Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie, Spencer. I think you got more
I gotta be
problems
honest.
than
In my eyes, that person was not even close. And then all of a sudden, their car was sideways.
Oh, it happens, you know.
Yeah.
Let Joseph Smith guide you.
Dude, sometimes I close my eyes and just let him drive. So there's a lady in here under the stairs, and she'll be able to situate you.
Right. You have to follow the speed limits. Yes. In roleplay, there are cops. There are real cops. There's a real criminal system. There's literally like this is the court, and if you don't follow the normal, like cops can actually get you in trouble. Have you met Rami yet? No, not in game. This time around. And remember, this is a new character, so I don't know any of my old friends and enemies.
She's right there. She'll be able to help you.
Hello. What kind of goods are you? What kind of goods are you selling, sir? What? What the hell is a key cutting kit?
And not this guy. Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
I think that's if you own a home.
You can cut keys.
Yeah, probably if you have like a shared home.
Oh.
Like a commune.
Right. Wait, why is it the license is $50 if I purchase it from the bank, but $100 if I purchase it with cash?
I don't know. Maybe counting cash takes extra labor, and they want to be compensated for the labor, and I think it's cringe.
Right. You're right. They should be doing it for free. For fucking free.
Exactly.
All right. Well, now I have 2 citizen cards.
Your old one, you don't want anybody to get that. So I would throw it in your apartment or something, or just put it in your backpack for now.
Right. Okay. Fucking masks everywhere. Oh, sticky. Gross.
For some reason, there was a bunch of dog poop everywhere earlier.
Right. I saw that.
Yeah, and I think a bunch of people got it on like the doors and stuff. I don't know. There's not really any city workers to clean it up, though.
It seems like another problem for potential mayoral candidate to fix. No.
Yeah, Max said he's gonna do all that. Defund the police. So that's why he has my vote.
I feel like this guy is telling tall tales, my friend.
I don't know. He used to be a terrorist, so I actually don't doubt it.
A terrorist? What
Yeah,
kind
a long
of
time
terrorist?
ago. I actually don't know. I just heard that.
Who the fuck is this Max guy, Chad? Like, who's the user? Oh, it's Moon. He doesn't know his Moon? No, I didn't know.
Okay. Back to Senior Buns to meet
Oh,
Nino,
here,
and then
I have a gift for you, by the way. I'm putting it in the glove box, right? I don't even know what it actually is, but here you go.
oh, that's you. So if you work over at Mosley's, those parts can only be used there. The actual parts, which I kind of help a mechanic shop, and they have to make their own parts on like a bench. I also heard yesterday you can make guns on it, but I don't really know much about it. But
Right,
you
so
can,
this guy's a terrorist. I'd like I'd like to find out more about his platform.
You should call him. I think his platform is great. He promised me pictures of Joseph Smith above every government building in the city.
Seems like he's glad handling, if you know what I mean. He's just telling you what you want to hear, but let me see.
I don't know. I don't think people just lie. I think people are good and want to help others.
People definitely just lie,
So that's
Spencer.
Ramaswamy. Then he just tells me whatever I want to hear.
Oh, okay. So you do think Ramaswamy's lying?
Yeah, but that's because I caught him in a lie when I was with Beef. Because Beef and I don't see eye to eye on spirituality. So Beef said, oh, you're going to make something. I don't remember the whole exact story. And then he just said yes. And then I said, but you just told me this. He goes, yeah, that too. And I was like, those are conflicting ideas. And that does not, that doesn't sit well with me. Are you lying to me? And then he just said, day one.
Right, he does that a lot. Yeah. All right, I'm calling Max.
Okay.
Let's see if he picks up the phone. But if you want me to meet your friend, your mechanic friend too, I'm down to do that.
Yeah, he should be here in a second.
he's not. It seems to me like it's dialing, but it's not ringing.
Just send him a text.
It said disconnected timeout. How does that happen?
Might be meditating. He likes to meditate a lot for a long time. So
I'm going to tell him it's Donny O'Sullivan. I'm a reporter covering the mayoral race. All right. Where the fuck is this guy?
I don't know, but it would be a really good story to write about local businesses too and how the mayoral campaign will affect them.
I agree.
Where's the jean jacket? He's really hard to miss. Very good business guy. He's actually a member of my church. Okay, he said 5 minutes, and that was like 5 minutes ago, so.
Not very punctual, is he?
No, I don't think so. He's actually... Howdy. I don't think anybody in the city is ever on time to anything.
Right. Seems to me like everyone loves being chatty Cathys, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
I suspect he's no different.
Oh, not at all. I think he was on... I think he went from like 4 meetings in a row, met with me, to another meeting for like 14 hours one day.
Right.
So, he...
well, I too like to yap, so, you know,
yeah,
who knows?
Beef is the ultimate. I mean, beef is fluent in Japanese.
Oh, right, that guy, yes. He definitely out-yaps me as well.
He out-yaps literally everywhere. That's it. There's no one driving that cab.
Maybe it's one of those Waymos, you know? Artificial intelligence driving cars.
A demon inside the car?
It's like a demon, right, yeah. But more like a computer.
Oh, so essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
My dad used to tell me that the internet's how demons get into your house, and that's why that couldn't happen. In satellite TV. And cable, though.
I have to pee so bad.
Okay.
Beep is the guy with the super.
I think he's coming. They were up hunting.
Oh, right. How does that work? I haven't. I've never.
Do you have a tablet?
Oh, do I have a tablet?
Yeah.
No. Where do I get a tablet?
At the electronics store, but here you go. You can have mine. It's not full charge, but you can have mine.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what do I...
So you can open it, and you can see in the tablet, there's like a bunch of different, like you know, the bosses are in there, and it tells you how much, you know, how much of a reputation you have with them and how much they like you.
I have, it seems, no reputation whatsoever.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit of Tom Towingson and Daniel Armstrong.
Speak of the devil, there's beef. Anyways, yeah, so...
Hey, man, you say something about devils, man?
Yeah, we were talking about car devils earlier. I'm helping my friend Donnie here, get his feet on the ground.
Oh, yeah, well, very cool and all, man. Wait, did you say there were feet devils or car devils?
There's a car devil.
Oh, fuck, yeah, and one blew up right the fuck there, man. Put my buddy Xavier in a comatose state, man. Had to rediscover himself and all on the beach. We did some unnamed substances. It was real rad and all. Hey, I gotta go catch on Windsong real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries. Anyways, okay, so here's some advice. Other bosses don't like when you work for someone else. So if I was you, I would try different jobs. And then whatever one makes you hate your life the least, just do that one. Because the bosses don't like when you work for other people.
Oh, you think I'm just going to do crime?
Yeah, it probably pays better, I'm going to be honest.
Not necessarily, right? I've tried it. I didn't get paid nothing, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
but to be fair, I was simply shadowing.
Oh, I do see people selling stuff in the sewer. I don't know about that.
Spencer, man, I gotta ask you a very sensitive question here, man. Not to question the integrity of my friend here, man.
Yeah.
But just is there a way I could pull you for 2 seconds here, man?
Yeah, of course. 1 second.
I'm gonna go pee while they're questioning my integrity and talking shit.
So that was my friend talking about not pot. Okay.
Oh, I was meditating. What
no
what did you say? I thought I heard you say not pot.
Yeah, my friends were talking about not pot. Also, if you're thinking it does not pay. Do not waste your time.
How do I bind keys to raising and lowering my volume?
So abysmal. Just don't waste your time.
What is wait? What's so abysmal?
The not pot market is just not good. There's no money.
Why are people not buying it?
No. Apparently you just make no money, so it's just not good. It's just not worth it.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. You mind yelling a little bit
sorry.
louder?
I'm just whispering. Sorry.
No, I know.
Yeah, just don't waste your time with that. The only thing that really makes a lot of money, to be fair, is working here.
What, at the burger place?
Oh yeah, yeah. If you work here, you will make, like I make a little over $1,000 an hour.
$1,000 an hour?
Yeah, I make a little over $1,000 an hour.
What am I doing here? Should be doing that instead.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I also heard that group sex is really good too.
Right. I did a group sex job. I think towing made the most money for me though.
I don't know if anymore. Nino will be able to tell us. He's showing up right now. He's calling me. And you know, yeah, we're right out front. All right.
Maybe that's why the burgers are $19 with a fucking shake on the side.
Spencer, you got money for a burger I could borrow?
Yeah, here you go, Ragnar. There you go.
My man.
Ragnar, this is my friend Donnie. He's a reporter.
Donnie.
Hello.
What's up?
How are you doing, friend?
Sounds kind of broguish.
Sounds kind of what?
Broguish. You remind me of my friend Haywood.
Haywood?
Yeah, Haywood, you suck my dick.
Oh
that wasn't quite nice, was it?
Oh my god.
Not the best first impression from that fucking guy. Thinking he's in History Channel's Vikings or something.
He's the last Viking of Chicago. That's what he told me.
Oh, right.
I didn't know they had Vikings in Chicago. I thought all they had was a lot of crime.
Yeah, that's what Vikings do, Spencer. What the fuck do you think they do? They rape and pillage, my friend.
I thought, really?
Yeah, what do you think he's got all that armor?
I thought history was fake.
Well, yeah, for the most part, I guess. All right, is that him in the car?
No, maybe? That actually might be. Yeah, I think that's Nino right there, but he's talking.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
I don't mean to be a bother. I do apologize, Your Honors, but I'm in a bit of a predicament and I need a younger man's wallet.
I can't help you right now. We actually have to run right now. They're
You
yelling.
can't spend me $20 for dinner? Come on, kid.
I'm sorry, Mom. Maybe later.
Kind of beg for
That was
money,
a real emphasis.
but I just gave my last money to Ragnar.
Gotcha.
Hello.
How
my
you
friend
doing?
Donnie. He's a reporter.
What's going on,
Donnie?
friends? I'm Donnie O'Sullivan. Nice to meet you.
Good to
My
meet you
name
too.
Jane over here. I'm Nino. Donnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, no, Donnie. Donnie O'Sullivan. Like Donald.
Donnie.
Right, not Donnie. Donnie.
Donnie.
Right.
You definitely do look like a Donnie.
Well, thank you. That's why my mother named me that, I suspect.
So give us a rundown. Spencer gave me a little bit of a heads up. I understand you're like a reporter.
Right. I'm just, I'm an investigative journalist. An independent investigative journalist.
Oh.
Yeah, we were wondering what your thoughts are on mayoral candidates and things, and I was like, oh, this is perfect. The business and their thoughts on the election.
I suspect a big cum stacking is about to start.
This is my mechanic shop right here, and just got done visiting Jane's restaurant, Senior Buns.
Right. Oh, you own Senior Buns?
Not at this current moment in time, but we are taking these steps towards it, hopefully, and it all depends on the mayoral elect.
Oh, all right. So who's your dog in the fight then?
Well, I'll be honest. I've heard that one was arrested for attempted murder. Or
Right, that'll be
accessory.
Ramaswamy.
Was that accessory? Did they murder someone?
Yeah, it's I think it's like, I don't know, like the person who helps him, she got attempted murder and he got accessory. It was Ramasquanchi.
Ramaswamy, yes. I'm actually in the middle of investigating the circumstances that led to his arrest. It seems quite weird. Seems like it was actually a consensual knife play, he said, between him and his throuple. He said he's in a polyamorous relationship with the
Was
other
it in
guy.
public?
Well, he did say it to a journalist, so I suspect he doesn't care about people knowing about it.
Well, it's more so if it's behind closed doors, and I'm not one to kink shame or judge. You do whatever you do. I heard there's someone sewing fleshlights into stuffed teddy bears. So really, if it's in the privacy of their own home, shouldn't really be too much of an issue.
Well, regardless, he did go to jail for it, right? And I think maybe there's a conspiracy about, right? Like he's running up against a cop. These coppers, perhaps they're working. That's why they arrested him.
I don't think. Can you technically like consent to assault? And if it was part of a throuple and it is, you know, some sort of consensual sex thing, then they could have a pretty good case against that. But
right, that's what I'm saying. I feel like it should be, you know, you could appeal it or something, or at least
Yeah, I
the
think,
people must know about it,
have
right?
they checked his apartment? Because if he's got a swing in there,
I don't
That's
know.
anything to eat.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Wait, you got anything to eat really quick? I'm really hungry. Thank you
See
so
you,
much.
bud.
I do not.
Okay. Anyways, I feel like this whole conversation revolves around whether or not like euthanasia is allowed.
What? Oh.
Yeah. This kind of like circles back to that. Like, can you consent to being like, I guess, knife play? It's like, what if you die? Like, what if you're willing to take that risk? You know, it kind of all circles back to that.
Yeah, but
Right,
knife
but
play
it-
doesn't imply that you're like murdering the person. You might just be like, it's kind of like using the nails, except with a utensil.
Oh,
Right,
Yeah,
well-
maybe. I guess. I could see it
So-
that way.
Seems to me
It could
like you
be
know a lot about
manslaughter.
knife play, Nino.
Well, oh yeah. I mean, I'd have to
Yes.
take my shirt off, but I've had my interactions.
See,
Right.
if it was attempted murder and they're saying it was a throuple act, then surely they could argue if there was an accident, wouldn't it be manslaughter as opposed to murder? Because murder insinuates it was premeditated, and then the manslaughter is kind of like, oh shit, I went a bit too deep this time, sorry.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, the whole thing with knife play is like, you know, you're getting deadly close, like you're gonna do something,
But you
but are you
don't.
really? You don't. It might be like a little cut, right? Like right before like an orgasm or something like that, right? To like maybe slow it down or whatever. But you know, depending on you know who you're
I have
doing it
no
with, they
idea.
might be new.
They might not be
or they might-
experienced.
Yeah, maybe go overboard.
I don't think people use the actual sharp end of the blade, they use the top.
Right. Well, regardless, right? He did serve a sentence, and I feel like it was unjust and possibly a conspiracy, considering the third party had consented to the knife play, and I think it's because they want to take the Ramaswamy down. They want to take his
Talk to a
campaign
lawyer.
down. I think.
In touch with a lawyer, because if you think it was like a mistrial or something, you could potentially get the whole thing. If they argue and try and play it down to a attempted manslaughter as opposed to the attempted murder, then boom.
Right. Right.
You
Well-
do know that Ramaswamy's got like very unorthodox views compared to the rest of the candidates.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he had a debate roughly a week and a half back over at the Vinewood Bowl. There may be a tape of that going around. But he was looking to expose a lot of the conspiracies, corruption revolving around the government, and how certain people have gotten into power through various, corporate interests and influences. He
Okay.
stood out very much among the other candidates.
Yeah,
on
it
that particular
seems-
thing.
I like that though. It seems like he's a unique guy,
I
but
did also call him like a liberal earlier.
well, I'm just antagonizing him.
He's the wild
Yeah.
card.
I think until you meet Max, though, it's gonna be really hard to draw any conclusions too.
Yes. Well, I'd like to hear him out as well.
Who is this other fella who's the bit of a wild card? Who is his second in command? Who's going to be his deputy mayor? Because if they're smart, the deputy mayor is going to be the one pulling all of the strings, and this
Yeah,
is
Jacob Pastrami. Yeah.
he's just the puppet. You want to talk to the deputy mayor because that's the puppet master.
I think it's Lilith. I think is
The one
deputy
that
mayor?
was.
It was Lilith, the deputy mayor. She's the one that got the attempted murder.
Oh,
Oh.
well.
Right.
Well, their campaign seemed very strong and definitely a candidate. They said they're going to storm the Capitol on January 6th.
That is true.
Right. Well,
Although we
that's-
don't have a Capitol building, but
Well, town hall.
yes.
Yeah. But what Nina? What about you guys? Who do you guys think is like who's beneficial for business here?
I would particularly, I think Max, as well as, oh my God, the name escapes me. His name starts with an S.
Scalia or Scalia?
Scalia, yeah.
Scalia, like the Supreme Court Justice.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Probably a friend.
How you doing, Red? Can we help you?
How you doing? Oh, I just
Pretty good.
Come down and check out how your shop's doing. How you guys doing?
Absolutely.
It's good because hopefully you're doing way better than most of these.
Well, I can definitely have a chat with you afterwards. Are you looking for employment?
No, right now I've just been doing my own thing lately. It's just I'm just checking around, see how everyone's doing.
Well, hell yeah.
But
If you need another job because reporting doesn't pay, you could ask Nino. He could probably help you out.
Right.
45
for
not
Matt?
materials.
No, for car parts.
Okay. Transmissions, clutches, and engines.
So I have 5 engines. I think I have 2 or 3 transmissions, and I might have 5 clutches.
I'll take all of them.
Those are the hardest things I've been getting my hands on. But yeah, I've got like 20 I got 20 body panels, 20 radiators. Yeah, the engines, the transmissions, and the clutches have been the hardest.
If you can get me those, and then I'll take everything for the next week.
All right, yeah, because that's the hardest thing I've been getting my hands on. So, materials have been rough.
Try to lock those in for me, and then maybe tomorrow morning or tonight if I got time, because I got another meeting after this. We can lock in like
Those used car
some
parts,
sort of deal, because the other things I can get a hold of, but those 3 are very difficult.
Yep, because of the amount of steel that's required.
Absolutely.
He knows building an empire. He always.
I can go down to the apartment and see what I got, because I'm just scraping by with what I can try to get my hands on. The guys that have been doing runs for me.
There's my phone number. Send me a text just so I have your phone number.
I'll do that.
Right. I have some car parts too. I don't know if you're buying or not, but
you have like doors and hoods.
Is it the one you showed me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, those won't work for. Those are for Mosley's.
Oh, all right. Do I sell them?
Yeah.
How does that work?
No. I actually would have to have Nino. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
but,
those you have to sell under the table.
Yeah, somebody called me about those before, about the doors and shit. I already know about that shit. So.
Oh no, not like that. Like the one I don't even know how to describe it.
Is he talking? Oh yeah. Oh, those you throw away.
Oh, like like the destroyed chairs and shit.
No.
I've got like paint colors, colors.
Oh, yeah. Throw that shit away.
Headlights, exhaust, horn.
Yeah, that's from doing like cosmetic work on cars for Mr. Mosley.
I don't even know how I found it in my apartment.
Yeah, apartment's not the most secure place in the world. There's holes in the
leave their
floor.
shit everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a Christmas trophy too. If y'all want to buy that,
put them in your apartment.
It says "Merry Christmas, 2023."
I'll head down to my apartment, see what all I got, and I'll bring them to you.
All right.
You know.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, Mr. Donnie.
Right. Donnie O'Sullivan. Right.
Yeah, Donnie.
So let's get to the heart of it. What is it? What is it that you're looking for? What's the real story you're looking for here?
Well, you know, I'm a bit of an investigative reporter, but ultimately, I'm a big fan of. Are you familiar with the Sega franchise Yakuza? It's a video game.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's a great video game, real immersive, right? And I fancy myself to be a bit of a Kazuma Kiryu type character. You know, honest, just, willing to fight, willing to throw down if need be. I kind of want to start a Yakuza chapter here in Los Santos, you know, like a fan club or something.
Okay, well, Senior Buns, we have been compared to the Mafia, Yakuza, a gang.
Yeah.
I need to get my back tattoo, actually.
Right, that's actually what I want to do as well. I want to get a full body tattoo. Walk
this
around.
is the thing. This is what the public have been saying. This is when people they come in and they treat us in such a way because we are all looking out for each other. A lot of the people with honest, hardworking jobs here, we often get bullied and shouted at, harassed by many members of the public. We get robbed day in, day out, and so far, I think it's Maximilian Thoroughbred is the only mayoral candidate that has really promised anything for all the business owners. He's talking about opening a chamber of commerce, transferring these state-owned businesses to civilians that have been working their asses off day in, day out, and pushing them forward, pushing them up, and then establishing new businesses that can synergize with the pre-existing businesses.
Right, I've heard he's a terrorist or something.
Long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a long time back.
All's been forgiven. He found God. And he's Roman Catholic.
Well, I do like that. Not
Yeah,
sure exactly what the fuck Ramaswamy's religion is.
Oh, it's whatever you want it to be. Just ask him and he'll make it up on the spot. It's really cool. Not?
Wow, you seem to have a lot of strong opinions against this Ramaswamy guy, right? I forgot what his name is.
Yeah,
Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
Did I say it right? I said Ramaswamy.
I'm surprised you haven't run into him. The guy's like, he's quite the character. To be
No,
honest.
he did an interview.
Oh no,
with
I've interviewed him twice now. I've actually never ran into this other mayor character, Max. I met Cornhole.
Yeah. He's an interesting one. He's a cop or sheriff, I should say.
Right.
I might be able to. Oh, I need to speak to that one.
You mentioned something about Yakuza. What is it? What does Yakuza have to do with your story?
Yakuza.
Are you looking to join a gang, Mr. Tony?
Oh, karaoke.
Right.
I think he just wants friends.
Well, you
And
know,
that was a very long roundabout metaphor to I need friends.
Have you killed someone before, Mr. Donny?
Well, kind of. I accidentally stepped on the head of a person my first day out here, but it was a road rage accident, you know.
And how did it make you feel?
Well, you know, it ran my Irish blood red hot.
No, if you thought you killed someone, did you take a photo? Did you take a trinket? Something to, you know, a little trophy?
I did not. No.
A lock of their
he didn't
hair,
die
perhaps?
anyway. He was just, you know, he was hospitalized.
But in that moment, and in that moment where you believed he had died, how did that make you feel?
At first I was a little scared, but then I thought, justified. You're taking notes there, Spencer. What the fuck's that about?
I thought this kind of turned into like a therapy circle, and I was scribbling down pretty pictures of what's going on in my mind. My mind is an enigma.
Did you get the car cleaned? After, I'm assuming you hit someone. Was it a pedestrian? Did you crash into their vehicle? Was there blood on the front of the car? And did you parade it around to the citizens of Los Santos, or did you get the car cleaned?
Me? No, it wasn't with a car. I use my hands, you know. I always use my hands. I have different fighting styles, I guess, you know. Like, here, I'll show you one.
Jesus!
Oh my
Right,
goodness!
No, don't worry. It's a close one, but I know exactly what I'm doing. I would never kick a lady unless they asked.
So there's like knife play. There's like what? I don't. Well, never mind.
No, that was not a sexual thing, right?
Well, I mean, when would a lady ask you to kick her?
Stomp it. That's a thing.
Okay, it could be a sexual thing, I guess. What are the other fighting
Have you ever
modes?
seen, like, you know, the whole step on me thing?
Oh yeah.
Do the
I saw
girls
that
with the
once.
big boots or the stilettos?
One time I googled the wrong thing and that popped up.
Which is some like what? Some lady just asking you to kick me now, please.
Yeah, it's called. Wait, I forgot what it's called actually. But
CBT.
There's a word
I think I learned
for
about
it.
this earlier.
Oh, cock and ball torture. Right.
Yeah,
yes.
I learned about that in a car earlier. Today I was in a car with someone, and I think it was actually two lawyers. And they were talking about, well, first they talked about girl boss, gatekeep, gaslight, and then they told me about, whatever that, CBT.
Right. Cock and ball torture. Cock
It
and
could
ball
be
enhanced
Cunt and
interrogation.
breast torture?
Right, that too. I guess you could be slapping the titties around. Well, in any case, I don't really have all that well thought out of a situation for myself. You know, I'm just kind of browsing everything that's going around in the city, writing reports about everything I see, twatting it out right now.
So you're posting these, you're having sort of private conversations. Is this confidential, or are you going to be posting it to your Twitter followers?
You know, normally every type of conversation I have, as long as someone doesn't say it's off the record, is technically not off the record. But I could be doing. You know, this is one instance where, you know, we're in a parking lot. We're back here. It's like implied that it's supposed to be private.
Because I can tell you now, one thing that a lot of people, especially a lot of business owners, do, they look for discretion occasionally. And if you are looking to get in with people, sometimes holding your tongue and only sharing, you know, you can say a lot without saying anything at all.
Right. Yes, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Well,
A lot of things stay between me and God. Like
yeah,
the
I
fact
feel like
that I
this
haven't.
guy's got no discretion.
What do you mean?
Spencer?
you and God?
Nothing.
I don't think I've told.
Spencer's pretty good about keeping secrets. You'd be surprised.
Gonna make space for Jesus?
I only ever tell him. The only thing I ever say is when I'm in confession. Like, I'm a Mormon, so I don't like have a confession booth. It's just when I cry into my pillow and tell him all the things I did that day.
What was that?
Oh, it's just like that. It's just like that. It's just like that. It's just like that.
Are you all right, sir?
Having confession. He's a Mormon.
What is happening?
Spencer.
No one gonna help him.
You're gonna have to show Donnie how to get away with how to get away with hurting somebody.
Yeah.
Not getting caught.
It's pretty easy.
So says your prophet.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I got to bring people to a different plane. So anyways, last night when I was reading scripture in my room, I found out Joseph Smith was even cooler than I thought.
Okay, I have absolutely zero idea what just fucking happened here.
Got a little confession.
Weren't we talking about politics?
Yeah. Oh yeah, politics. Yeah.
Talk about discretion and things like that. Wait, what do you mean about getting away with murder?
See, we just spoke about, you just said it and things like that.
Yeah.
Things like murder. No,
Hurting doesn't imply murder.
sending a message.
Yeah, I'm much more of a message sender and not a life stealer, unless duty calls.
Wait, did I just have another one of those moments, Spence?
I think you did.
Jesus.
I think you did. Oh, by the way, I was going to show you this. I made a bunch of copies because you know how we're trying to get legitimized with a judge?
Oh, thank you very much.
I made a bunch of copies. You can give me that one back because you probably don't need to hold on to that.
All right.
For other people.
Oh!
Is that a Book of Mormon?
Yeah, abridged.
Nice.
Want to see it? Here, I got another copy for you. There you go. Do you want one, Jane?
Oh, yes, please.
There you go.
No, you gave me the book again.
Oh.
In the sacred annals of the Book of Mormon, a divine account unfolds, commencing with the ancient patriarch Lehi.
It's Lehi.
Far warned of Jerusalem's impending doom, Lehi, guided by the divine revelation, leads his family on a perilous journey to a promised land.
The pioneers, yeah.
Right. Isn't that the promised land in New York or something?
No, it's in Missouri, Independence, Missouri. We got to build New Jerusalem.
Missouri?
There. Yeah, Missouri.
I feel like if you're gonna make up a religion, Missouri's the worst fucking place to choose out of all the places.
First place Joseph Smith was told was Ohio, but then God changed his mind because he got ran out of town, and then it was Illinois, and then God changed his mind again because he got ran out of Illinois, and then he went to Missouri, and then God changed his mind again back to Illinois, and then he went to Illinois. They actually got tax exempt status and were recognized by this guy named Abraham Lincoln, kind of crazy, and then they got ran out of Illinois because God changed his mind again. And then they ended up back in Independence, Missouri.
I feel like all of these places are quite shite for places God would want you to go to. Absolutely no one should be going to Ohio.
Yeah, that's why now they're in Salt Lake City.
Wait, why not Ohio? It's got really low property prices.
Yeah, but it's Ohio.
Seems kind of boring. Wait,
Isn't Ohio where Elden Ring is set?
You can get a house that's like 5 times as big in Ohio, and then with all that extra capital, you could go fly wherever you want.
Let me introduce you to Wyoming.
All right, so what if I were to write something in this book in the empty pages? Like, does that mean
I have like 10 copies.
Does that mean it's like my word is like the word of God?
No, that would be kind of like sacrilegious, and you'd be writing over the words of God.
It's like a Death Note. You ever see that anime, Death Note?
Oh, I have one of those.
You put that. Wait, what? You put down someone's name and then they die under mysterious circumstances.
Oh, usually the circumstances are just, that. Mysterious.
Let's see. Spencer Mormon, right? I wrote the name, but nothing is happening. I guess it's not a real...
But that's not, I mean, in my apartment I have a book and I wrote down a bunch of names.
Whose names have you written down in there?
Well, I met these ladies in the subway. And they told me that Joseph Smith was a fraud and he probably found a bunch of iPads. So, I wrote their names down.
How the fuck is Joseph Smith going to find iPads?
Isn't
he from like the 1700s?
Yeah, it was like 1868 or something.
Wait, only 1868?
Yeah, I know.
That's only like 150 years ago.
Yeah, that's why it's so crazy. I mean, you know, God's still talking today, still yapping.
Jesus.
Right, is that why they got so many patches like allowing black people to be a part of the religion and shit?
Yeah. So I'm more of a fundamentalist. So like I take some of those patch notes, but not all of them. Like I still can't have half hand tattoos.
Oh.
Wait, yeah.
So that wasn't a thing original.
Oh, the regular Mormon church kind of woke now.
Right.
They like to be called LDS.
Well, I feel the same way about the Catholic Church. Our Pope is gay now.
Can you give me that book back just so that I can put it? I need to give that to someone.
Sure. Here you go.
I have other copies. Thanks.
I have another one as well. You gave me 2 books.
I meant to give one to Jane.
Yeah. Here you go.
It's okay.
One of them I scribbled in a little bit, so apologies.
Hey Nino, I know you're running a business here, and Donnie, I think, probably short on cash considering being an independent journalist doesn't pay well at all. You think you got a job?
Doesn't.
Or you can point him in the right direction for like a good job. You know, he doesn't really understand like the whole. I try to explain like, you know, how well the guys know you, but you're way better at that than me. I'm not business savvy.
Okay. All right. Well, this is kind of I feel like this probably wouldn't be super up your alley. It's a lot of tow driving, a lot of mechanic work. There's a lot of standing around, to be honest, with probably waiting for someone to come through. But I'm sure we can get something sorted. What are you good at, Donnie? What are you like? You know, what are you good at?
I don't know. Probably nothing. Pummeling skulls in, maybe.
Pummeling skulls. Okay, that's good. So like a bodyguard.
I could do that. You know,
I think that's like literally right up his alley. He probably loves Conor McGregor.
Okay, well, not every Irish person loves Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
I do personally, but still offensive of you.
Well, I would say most don't. They think he's a piece of shit.
He's the only one I could think of.
Conor McGregor?
Yeah.
What makes you think Conor McGregor is a good fighter?
Nothing. I don't watch fighting. I just
I
only
mean, he
name I know.
was at one point. Now he's kind of just a drunkard.
Oh, so Irish?
He's definitely not on steroids, if that's what you're about to imply next, sir. He's just running hot on Irish blood. That's why he gained around 70 pounds over the course of 1 year after his injury.
He's got nothing on Habib or any other.
I do need to ask, is this interview over? Are we just shooting the shit now, or?
Yeah, I think, Donnie, it's up to you. It's up to you.
What do you mean?
This is all off the record now? Or, I mean, all of it's been off the record
Everything's been off the record.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay, just checking.
writing
Making
about
sure.
nothing.
Okay.
Some people that work under it, Liquid Library, who is answering a couple of questions. Of course, they're not going to be able to divulge too much information, so don't push any buttons, don't push your luck, but we might be able to get you to have a chat with him after we have a talk with him, because this could be very big for a lot of the businesses here.
Which mayoral candidate are you talking about?
Maximilian Thoroughbred.
Oh, right. We
I
did
love
call
Max.
him earlier. He did not pick up. His phone was disconnected.
Oh, he's the most impossible person to reach in the city. I will almost guarantee it.
Find his second in command and go through them.
Yeah, usually I call Brick.
Oh.
Wait, do you know Brick?
The guy with the fucked up face?
Yeah, that's what I told Donnie, not to look him in the face because you might get nauseous. But Brick's really cool. You just don't look at him directly.
He kind of looks like, you know how like sometimes when people get really old,
Yeah.
they get the kind of the pimple skin?
Uh-huh.
And then it gets like the bloated pimple skin. It's like that, except he's like 25 and it's just like, it won't stop. So it's just a lot of scrunchy, just facial features.
It kind of looks like his face got ran over with a tire, like a car.
Making them sound like a waterlogged corpse.
That would be a beauty for him. That would be an improvement.
I don't know who the girl is, chat.
Yeah.
Well, Donnie, here's my number right here. There you go. So
Right.
whenever you're looking for some extra work, give me a call. We'll go together to this place. Maybe we can get you that interview, but if not tonight, whenever you're around next, we'll try to get you try to get you a good work gig.
Right. I mean, I'm willing to try out anything. How do I get the number off the top?
Give you a little crash course on a couple of places, see what works.
I've tried a towing job and I've done group sex. That's the only two
Senior buns?
honest jobs I've done. I've gone chopping with a bunch of fellers too.
I think Donnie would enjoy senior buns.
I think so too. I agree.
I can see what I can do about getting you a temporary position down at Senior Buns, but again, if you're in the kitchen, discretion, please. They like to use the freezer for gambling and bunnilingus.
Yeah, I love working there. I got put as floor manager once because our other floor manager, who's not really a floor manager, James Randall, stabbed somebody and then got sent to prison.
Oh, was I? Okay,
you weren't there. No, actually, yeah. Jane, I've never seen you there. This is the first day I've ran into you.
I've just come back from like an 8-day vacation.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah.
It's nice. Okay. I just got back from a vacation myself.
Oh, cool. Where'd you go? Ireland?
No, I was in Italy.
Oh.
Yeah. See the Pope.
Oh, how was he?
How was it?
Well, I didn't get to see him, but he's still gay.
Oh.
He's still defending gay rights.
And that's why I'm Mormon.
Right, the Mormon Pope would never defend gay rights. Is that what you mean?
I just mean we don't have a Pope.
Joseph Smith, I thought.
No, he's dead for like a long time. He's kind of died like 100 years ago.
Right, but he lives on. Right, but he lives on in your heart. Right. That's what I.
All right, y'all ready to go to this?
Let's go.
This thing over the Liquid Library. All right.
Yes.
I just got to talk to Red real quick here.
Yeah.
He's so, dude, Nino is a cum stacker through and through.
You gotta wait, or you can just think about F1.
Does he think about
Hop in.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
No. You gotta get it. Think about F1 when you're in the car.
I didn't mean to do. I didn't mean.
You'd at least buy me a drink first.
I apologize.
Johnny, my man.
Sorry.
One of your many wives. Wait, do Irish Catholics? Are you guys polygamist?
I am not a polygamist, sir.
You're missing out.
But it depends on who's asking. You know, I might dabble in polyamory.
That just sounds messy.
Yeah, just marry them all. And they're tied to you forever. Even if they divorce you in the celestial kingdom, they're still tied to you forever.
An ancient Irish tradition was polyamorous, was it? I don't know.
Never.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That seems like quite a bit of a mess to take care of, right? Not one, but
you don't really take care of
wives.
them. It's your celestial body. You don't really have to do anything. You're kind of like a god of your own planet, and it's your duty to repopulate it. That's why you need a bunch of wives.
Right.
You don't want to get stuck in the outer darkness.
Do you want to get stuck with multiple wives in your forever planet, though?
Maybe I'll just like make some moons, and like when I get tired of them, I'll be like, hey, go hang out on that moon for a bit. Maybe I'll have like I'll just spread them across the world, and then like I don't know, like instant transmission, like Goku. Like Jesus did to come to America to fight the Native Americans in the Book of Mormon, like all instant transmission across the world, and like
eyes and ears everywhere.
Yeah, I can be everywhere. You know.
You sound like fucking Sauron.
Oh.
Never mind.
Wait, is that from Lord of the Rings? Because that's how I explain the Book of Mormon to people. Wait. Yeah. The Book of Mormon is like the extended edition of the Lord of the Rings because it's like the stuff that God forgot to put in the Bible. So the Book of Mormon is like extended edition, like the DLC.
So it came like afterwards?
Yeah. It was. I mean, yeah. Joseph Smith found the golden plates left by the angel Moroni in his backyard.
I thought your people were not allowed to read Harry Potter and stuff. No.
Yeah, but Lord
all
of
a sudden you're reading Lord of the Rings.
I didn't read it. I watched it. Listen, sometimes I'm a bad boy, Bonnie. Sometimes I forget to wear my temple garments. But don't tell anybody. This stays between us.
Discretion.
You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
There's no off the record with God, Spencer.
Yeah, but you know, everybody can be forgiven. I told you who we baptized. Do I have to tell you again?
Oh no, I remember.
Yeah.
Little fella by the name of Adolf.
Yeah, but not the one from Argentina, Adolfo. No, not him. No, like the big A, big H. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, temple undergarments are these things you wear when you get a temple recommend and the bishop deems you worthy, and it just reminds you of your promises you have to God. That's all. It just reminds me that I'm Mormon. Don't forget.
I know all about confessing.
Yeah. These aren't my confessions.
Quite similar, actually. You go out, you do a murder, you fight, you lie, you cheat, you steal, and you confess on the weekend all of a sudden. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. And then boom, no more sin.
Yeah, but what if you're like me and you sin all the time?
All you gotta do is talk to the Father on the weekends, and you're good. It's like a server wipe.
Is this a spot? You sure this is it? Shit.
Liquid Library.
Here we go.
Why are you saying -1? I play video games. I know what a server wipe is.
Oh my God, he's like a puppet now.
Might want to try upstairs.
Hello, you fuck.
Oh, thank
Fuck
you.
brother.
But wait, what?
Yo, relax, Spencer. You can't be saying that to him.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
That's all right.
Am I good to have a look upstairs?
Okay, I gotta go back to meditating. Really important. Sorry.
Thank you.
Of course. Of course.
Sonny, I gotta meditate really quick, and I'll call you back. Yeah.
Oh.
-1 is when you say something that's like out of character.
Maybe pop him in.
This is the meme.
Mr. Thoroughbred, the journalist is here.
Hey, Spencer.
Just grab it.
What?
I
got
Butterfingers.
Hey, guys.
Grab it.
Have you heard of the Mormon Church?
Okay. You have to do what God tells you, Sonny. I'm sorry.
We're having an important meeting about skateboards.
Have a blessed one. Bye. I was going to meditate, and then this happened, and
Are you
hey,
stuck?
Max, it's really good to see you.
Are you stuck?
No, I was meditating. I'm gonna go meditate in that corner as soon
you're a
as
journalist.
Nino lets me go.
Oh, I thought you were gonna be my puppet.
Yeah, I'll be your puppet. Go ahead.
Like your flesh puppet?
Yeah, sure.
Is that Nino Chavez?
How you doing?
Sahara International, Nino Chavez?
Yeah, that's right. Wait, who is this?
Young Dab.
There we go.
How the fuck did
Nino.
you get? Wait, you're out?
The boys. Yeah.
Holy shit.
When the government collapsed, all prior convictions were lost.
Mm-hmm. I'm free.
Hey, Mr. Nino.
Where's the
How you doing, Penny?
All right, yeah, doing
What kind of? What is this?
What?
Jay?
You guys having a party?
It's not a sex party.
Oh, okay, because that's what it kind of looks like, to be honest.
I'm just showing off my tattoo.
That's an artifact from the fight night that was here earlier. Mr.
He had me
Chavez.
take my shirt off. Hey, I'm Brick.
This is
How you doing, Brick?
What up? Chilling.
Oh,
Vaughn?
sure,
Oh,
this man is a
radio.
journalist, the man in the white.
Oh, Donnie? Is that Donnie?
Are you
Donnie.
Donnie?
Oh, I
Yep.
thought you were.
Donnie
I thought you were
O'Sullivan.
talking to someone else. My name is Donnie, not Donnie.
Well, it's spelled D-O-N-N-I-E, right?
No, it's got one N in it. Donnie O'Sullivan, like Donald.
Oh shit! I gotta
Someone
get out of here. I think I stole that dude's bike earlier.
Donnie.
Sorry, what'd you say?
No, I'm tripping, dog. Straight up. No cap.
Right, it's quite the tattoo you've got in your chest right there.
It's the Virgin Mary. I'm Catholic.
Right, me too. Nice to meet a fellow Catholic out here in the city of sinners and Mormons, which is like sinning in a different way.
A terrible way.
Excuse me, break.
This is an interesting chance meeting.
Wait, what'd you say? Okay, I'm meditating, but huh?
What?
Huh?
What?
What?
Huh?
What?
What?
I've invited Miss Eric
It's
over
not
here to talk
disgusting.
about a business license for senior buns.
Okay, back to meditating.
I was going to
So
go
you
talk to her
would
about
like
that.
to interview me, sir, perhaps?
Yes. I heard you're running. What's your name again?
Maximilian Thoroughbred.
Maximilian Thoroughbred. Right.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot about you, sir. About how you're running for mayor. And as an independent journalist, I wanted to hear about your platform.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Sorry, can you say that again?
yeah, so yeah, I stand for stuff.
Like what?
Good things for good people, bad things for bad people. That
No more abortion.
no more abortion.
Yep. Get rid of that.
No more abortion. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm on board with that.
Yeah. Siobhan, come here, please. Please.
What county are you from? I'm from Cary.
Hey, Donnie, allow me to introduce you. This is my banging, smoking hot, bodacious GF, Siobhan Fitzpatrick. And she's from Cary, Ireland.
Right. Right. Nice. RP check. I don't know how to fucking
I
say.
recognise the accent. You're from Dublin.
You know, that's what a lot of people say. They say I sound like I'm from Dublin, but I'm actually from Cork.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes a bit of sense.
Meeting room over here.
Right.
Because the South Dublin accent kind of sounds like Cork.
Max, I'm gonna have a real quick meeting with Jane Erica.
Right, a proper Cork soaker.
Sounds good. Let me know how it goes. Sorry, I'm here.
If you want, we can follow.
I'm a very busy
Jonathan
man,
to
as you
the,
can see.
Yes, I can see that. There's quite a quite a number of people here. I don't know
Usual
what the
work
fuck's
times
going on.
is something that
the
we.
support of the people.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Really? Is it because there's so many people here, or what?
I don't know. Maybe.
Am I not loud enough? Hello? Hello?
Yes. No, you're loud. I hear you. I hear
Good.
you. Loud and clear.
I'll tell you what.
Mr.
Tell you what. Okay. How about me, you, and my team? We use that boardroom in there, and we have a little sit down. How about that?
The cigar lounge.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Boardroom.
Yeah, let's go to the cigar lounge. Actually, no. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm gonna take a quick leak. Not gonna Irish goodbye.
Hold up.
Hi. I get it.
I will be back shortly.
I want to bring these drinks to the cigar lounge.
It's not a mumble situation. It's just
All right, gentlemen. I'll get ladies and gentlemen. I'll get the cigar lounge ready for you.
Thank you.
Why are there so many people around the?
Hopefully, you're all having a wonderful evening so far.
Yeah.
All drinks already paid for. Come.
30-minute break.
Have a
Incoming.
seat. Enjoy.
Do you have any orange juice? I can't have alcohol.
If you talk to Maxwell over at the bar, he can help you with that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Come on,
Absolutely.
Spencer, live a little, dude. It's 2018, man.
I can't. Unless you need help with something, there's no way I could ever have alcohol.
I need help with drinking this alcohol, dude. There's too much for my teeny tiny tummy.
I mean, if you insist.
Jesus Christ. I'm getting the table ready for you.
So I don't meet a lot of people from back home. Are you,
What?
Catholic?
Of course.
Oh, of course. Oh, good. Oh, great. Oh, we're good friends now.
We'd never.
Never let a dash of Protestant whiskey cross these lips. I promised my mother when I left home.
I have no idea what this is. Not right.
So what are you doing for work?
Nothing at this moment, really. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, whatever I can get. Odd jobs here and there, you know.
Have you ever considered white collar work?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Have you ever considered white collar work?
White collar work. Well, not really. I guess the closest I get to white collar work is journalism.
Okay, that's close enough. There you go. I am an attorney and I am hiring for the law firm. So if you, if you're interested, I would definitely hire you on the job. I'll hire you on the spot.
Right.
Get it.
Potentially, I like that. I could do some lawyering. What kind
of
bar do I have to pass for that?
That's how it works.
The bar, I'll bring you to a judge and present you and see what they think about you. Now you would be starting. I have paralegal rankings there, so we're at 14 because 12 is disappeared into the sewers. So, you know what? I actually need to replace paralegal number 3. You'd be paralegal number 3.
I'd be doing paralegal work, not trial lawyer work.
Well, no, you would still be doing trial lawyer work. It's just how you get to your feet. And,
That was like a whole thing.
Right.
It's good, Crick.
All right, let me take your number down real quick. Well, hold on.
That's Siobhan. She's really nice. Siobhan's really cool.
Thank you, Spencer. I really appreciate that.
Siobhan was considering me one
Even
of
though
her
he's a Protestant.
paratroopers.
I swear he's a Mormon.
Yes, he's a Protestant and he doesn't
You got a lot already, huh?
I drank a whole fifth.
Hell yeah! I know what that
Crazy.
means. I know what a fifth is.
Yeah.
Yep. I party.
Well,
yeah.
oh wow, look at them. Look at them let themselves go. That's nothing like back home when we're drinking.
Right, I'm a bit of a more experienced drinker than our boy Spencer is, I think.
Right. We gotta make sure that we have a little bit of blood in our alcohol content.
What?
Irish people are good at drinking,
just
but
like Jesus.
they can't compete.
Just like our Lord and Savior.
I mean, they're Irish, right?
That's what I'm asking.
What did you just say about the Irish?
How do
I said, you guys can drink, right?
Well, you're just saying that because they're Irish.
Well, yeah. I asked if you guys were alcoholics, and then he said, well, they are both Irish, so, you know.
They can drink, but they can't drink as much as the Finnish people.
Yeah, I was just asking.
Have you ever seen the Finnish Air Force?
I'm just kidding, lad.
No.
Yeah, no, we're all alcoholics.
Finnish
but we're
Air
functional.
Force. That's good, at least, I guess. I drank a beer earlier, dude. This is crazy. Like, I'm living, dude. Bad boy era in full swing. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, did you get a Guinness? I got one for you. Here you go.
All right, thank you. Quite nice of you.
Yeah. Just gonna.
That mask guy's 100% finished.
Chug that. Real quick. Ugh, just like soy sauce going down the hatch.
Right. So, the elephant in the room is that I have to ask, what happened to our friend over here?
That's a great question. He should probably be the one to answer it.
What?
I have a girl coming to meet him.
What do you mean?
Inappropriate to ask?
I can hear you guys.
Oh, oh, our voices carry.
Yeah, what were you asking about?
Oh, nothing. Just saying what a
You asking why
handsome
I'm
fella you
shirtless?
are.
Max told me to take my shirt off, so I took it off.
Actually, you asked if you could copy him, and
Would
he
you
said
guys
never.
crack with Joseph Smith?
That's not what freaking happened, dude. I freaking asked him if I was freaking wearing my cool leather jacket, and then he said, hey, take off your shirt, and I was like, well, I don't really. He's like, you should take off your shirt, and I was like, okay, what up?
What's going on, friend? What's your name?
Brick. I'm Brick. I'm kind of the muscle / enforcer of the team.
Right, I can tell you're quite built.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
having a bit of a hard time staring you in the eyes, but
Yeah. Well, that's because, like, I've seen a lot with these eyes, in a war, like, a long time ago and stuff like that. That was pretty cool.
saw what happened to your thing.
What thing?
Your
the
face.
septum piercing? No, I got this at Hot Topic. Same with the eyebrow piercings. No, all the piercings on my face are from
Lad, I
Hot
think we just
Topic.
got to rip the band-aid off with him. It's not going to be grand if you don't.
Yeah, I was just trying to say I can't. Oh God, it was better when you had the glasses on. I think.
Oh, they are cool. I know. Yeah. Hold on,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
pop
it's the
suckers back
glasses.
on.
They're quite cool.
Oh, these are a different pair. Forgot I had these actually.
That looks
Sorry,
good
just
too. Much
Yeah,
better.
I don't want to
than...
wear these ones though. I want to wear these ones.
Okay. Oh.
These are cooler. I'll do hat off too. I'll do hat off. Hat off, glasses on. Hat off, glasses. Okay, I put on the wrong glasses again.
They're no throwing.
Oh,
Like
you're
a
giving me a
freaking
vibe. What's
mix
the
and
vibe?
match.
He was giving me something.
Tyler Durden? Tyler
Yeah, you're
Durden,
giving me
probably.
Tyler Durden vibes. What the fuck is up with
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Can you throw up? Is
That's
that
some
you know?
non-Tyler
Who's this
Durden
lady?
vibes. Tyler lives.
Everyone's always like I've told you. Weren't you there yesterday? When I was talking about how people always compare me
name's
to Brad
Quinn.
Pitt.
Hey,
Siobhan?
Siobhan.
You are. Oh, Quinn.
Yeah.
I wanted you to meet Brick right here. He's a bad boy.
It's really bad.
Hey, what up, dog?
Really,
Rick
really
is
bad.
my
Brick,
best friend.
I
Quinn.
know Brick from before.
In therapy. Yeah, but I want
Yeah,
you
I do
to
actually know, yeah.
introduce you to him as a man.
Oh, okay.
What?
He's a man.
I always was a man. Well, I
Yeah,
guess
but-
except for
What? I
the
thought you
couple
were a
months where I
man.
was Brickney. Yeah, there was the
Oh.
Brickney months.
Spider-Man.
Right.
Brittany was hot.
Yeah, I heard that a lot actually. But no, yeah, dude, I've always been a dude. 45
You know,
years young.
enjoy your
chilling,
alcohol,
killing,
guys.
taking lives, fucking wives. You know what I'm saying? But
You're only 45 years old.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alcohol's all set for
Yeah,
you. Enjoy
I'll
it.
be
A lot of
honest.
mileage on
Well, I look
that.
at
face.
I look a little younger,
Ladies,
huh?
gentlemen.
Hi.
Hi. Let's have a seat on the chairs.
Okay.
Love
Absolutely,
sitting,
absolutely.
dude.
No one else
You
is- this
want me to
is
sit on
the
the
rest
end
of
over
you
here?
guys. Yeah, just
Or
let me
should I
know if
sit?
there's
You want me to sit by
any more
Siobhan or
alcohol.
No.
you want to sit by Siobhan?
Yes.
I don't know, dude.
I'm a.
Sometimes you guys need a buffer, otherwise you guys get way too horny. What?
Not
You
even.
do?
Not. Is there such a thing as
Okay.
too horny?
Yeah, like you guys do that, and then it's like, remember what I was talking about with the moisture in the room and how it went up that one time?
Wow, you really threw that back.
Nope.
Oh,
be up.
Quinn. Quinn, this is Max. Max, this
I
is
met
my
Quinn.
best friend
Yes,
Quinn.
I've met Max. Remember?
Oh yeah, you did briefly, but you didn't do
Love
the
a
thing.
good brew.
Are you whispering? I can't barely hear you.
Yeah, sorry, Quinn.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
we
didn't
just
get your
haven't done
name
the thing
earlier.
yet.
What was it?
Brick.
Donny.
We've been hanging out a bunch.
No, Irishman. Clark.
Oh.
Clark man. What was
This
your
is
name?
Donny O'Sullivan.
Oh, my
Oh,
name.
alright.
Sorry. I was thinking about a cool way to sit, because I feel like
Oh,
right
totally.
now this is not
I mean,
exactly
that
the
looks
coolest way to-
really cool.
Look like you just got
you look-
dumped by your girlfriend in the high school and you're hanging out by your locker.
Oh, Brick.
Listen,
That's
I've been
cool.
kind about your face this whole
Memories.
time. You don't need to bring
What
it
do you
back to
mean?
me
I'm-
like that.
I just gave you a compliment. I said you're sitting like a cool guy, dude. Cool guys have girlfriends.
You said I broke up with my girlfriend.
Yeah, maybe she broke up with you, but you
shit-
still look fucking cool, dude. Like, it's cool that you had a girlfriend, dude. Sometimes
You're
it's
sitting
best
a
to
little-
smile about what you had, not cry because it's gone, dude.
Is this because you met
Damn,
the
that's some
Pope?
stoicism.
You're sitting like this now? Are you feeling a type of way?
Do you?
No,
Is
Donnie.
this what Cool Brick is doing?
This whole dude thing.
Is
And...
this bi sitting?
Oh, I'm like a bad boy now, Quinn, dude. I'm like, I'm no
Oh,
longer a
bad
cop,
boy
you know?
Brick. Ooh,
Yeah, I've been like picking up drift. I killed a woman earlier in a parking garage.
Oh my god.
Isn't that
Oh, wow.
She's interested. I'm trying to set them up.
Yep. That shit was awesome, dude. She had it coming. Really? I got my $20 back.
Yeah.
She stole your $20.
Well, I gave it to her to buy a meal, and then she didn't buy a meal. She just ran away.
Maybe she was
I was
running
like,
away to buy a
Oh,
meal.
my.
No, we were in
Good blessed.
Like,
Hashtag
dude,
blessed.
she lied to me.
Oh, okay. She did lie to you.
That's what happens when you meet the Pope, my friend.
Cool.
What the fuck? Why isn't it working?
Yeah, he sits in a high chair.
Here you got hops. Hops.
I personally love the Pope. Big fan.
Do you just want to stand, Donnie?
Oh yeah, I love Pope Francis.
You a stander?
You know what? I'll just stand for now.
I'll figure this out. Hey, you got this.
I know where I place the emo where I want to be. I can't.
Yeah, just think about like
Well,
placing yourself in the
what-
chair.
Happened to Nino.
Dude's fucking standing up like a
Definitely
power
a meeting
move,
about
dude.
shooting animals.
You're
Oh.
too good to sit down with the rest of us, Donnie, dude. You don't want to just you want to fucking stand up there like a power guy? Like,
I've been
what the hell?
pressing Z.
Trust
It's
us,
just
Donnie?
there's no leg room back there. You know, I feel very.
Take my seat, Donnie. Go ahead, man.
Siobhan's
Sit
all
right
legs,
there,
so I
dude.
get it.
Let me. Okay, I'll try sitting here for now.
You sit next to me.
This is so bad.
I'm waiting.
He's really got he's got to think about it real hard.
Fucking sit down, man.
Why can't I do it?
We're waiting to get this meeting started, Donnie.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to sit down, dude.
No, to be fair, he might.
All right, fine.
Perfect.
What? All right, I'll do it.
Stand. You gotta yell. You gotta yell, Donnie.
Oh
You gotta yell.
fuck! How do I increase my volume? All right, I got it. Peer pressure got to me. I'll sit down,
There you
and
go,
I'll
lads.
yell.
Thank you.
Okay. All
Where
right.
were
So
we?
you're running for mayor. I'd like to know a little bit about your platform, sir.
Where can I start?
You're the only Catholic running. It's not even a choice.
Yeah, I am
There,
Catholic.
Mr.
Right,
O'Sullivan,
there's
he's the
that.
only Catholic running. What are you gonna do? Vote for a Protestant?
But I promised to kill every Protestant in Los Santos.
Huh? Yep.
That's my man.
Right. Like, you mean like, Mormons too?
Yeah.
We're not Mormon. I'm non-denominational.
How do you feel about that, Spencer?
I don't feel. I just vibe.
Right. I think our boy's still a little bit drunk. So what do you think about the other candidates so far? You got Vivek that you're running against.
He can't run.
And also Culp, Sheriff Cornhole.
Corn dog. Yeah.
I don't know.
Corn dog.
Yeah. Donnie, I don't know if you heard that, but Vivek can't run at all, dude. He's disqualified for having a felony on his record, dude.
Mm-hmm.
We took his ass down.
Yep.
And by that, I mean, he literally did that to himself.
I did it.
Well,
Max did
what do you
that,
mean
dude.
by
We
that?
we eliminate the competition.
I paid for the tape and then I gave it to the police.
Yep.
Ah, okay.
I mean, I probably could have gotten them off, but Lila said the no dick thing, so
What no dick thing?
Lila said no dick to me.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So I mean, good.
Let her fucking burn.
Yeah,
So
for
you're-
reference.
So you're working with the
sorry.
police on that?
I was. Not anymore. He already got convicted.
Right. Seems interesting. Did Officer Cornhole get involved in the process at all?
He was the bailiff, right, guys?
He was the bailiff.
I got a good memory.
Damn.
All right, that's
Let me just say,
interesting.
Cornwood is very inept, dude. I worked for him for an entire day. Worst job of my freaking life, dude. Guy was just dumb as a sack of rocks.
I remember like 6 years ago, fell asleep on a PD, and he was there for.
Not surprised.
Not surprised.
All right. What other policies do you have? I've heard a thing or two about Chamber of Commerce potentially.
Right. Is that what we want to hear about?
I'd like to hear about what you want to do if you become mayor. I think the
What
people of Los Santos would want to hear about that as well.
What I want to do is simple. We now stand at the precipice of decision. An economy in shambles after the latest administration ruined it. It's up to me and my loyal followers to do what we can to truly revitalize new Los Santos.
Right.
So after we kill all of the Protestants, I'm going to be establishing a Chamber of Commerce.
So first order of business, kill all Protestants, and then second order of business, establish a Chamber of Commerce.
Hey, wait. I just read something.
Hmm?
This is from the official Mormon website.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go on.
My brain broke. Yeah, Mormons share more in common with the Catholic doctrine than any other faith. So
Not true. Episcopalian is Catholic light.
What? Who cares if they what? Because they only eat
in
fish or whatever?
comparison, I'm just saying in
You
comparison.
can accept the Eucharist at Episcopalian and Greek Orthodox churches, and it still counts.
You're so hot when you speak religious to them.
Yeah, but
You're so hot with your Virgin Mary tattoo.
I know. Look at her. She's spread. See her spread?
What?
Kind of like your legs.
Yeah, I know. I try to live in the light of God.
I love when you man spread.
Yeah, me too. It's a really cool, powerful thing that you do, Max. It's awesome.
Right,
Mormons
what
always
other-
updating stuff? We could be Catholic.
Joni, you seen Avatar 3?
I haven't.
Oh, dude.
Wait,
I
is
know
that
there
the
were,
one
like-
with where they killed the whales or whatever?
Oh yeah,
dude,
so
what?
wait,
No,
that's to
nope, it's the lava one, dude. Third one was the fire one. Everyone knows that. Freaking Lava Lake. Everyone knows that one, dude.
I didn't know that.
That came out. Yep, that came out after the
I feel
government
like
collapsed.
this old
you know,
mind
there
of
was
mine
5
is a
years in
steel trap.
between,
It's not up there.
Avatar 3 came out, dude, and it was even better than the other two. So I'm just saying.
Lava Lake, you said.
Lava Lake, yep. Because there's the way of the
2028
water, the
Heartbeat,
first
oh,
one,
yeah.
the nature shit, and the third one's the fire one, and the fourth one. We all know what that one's gonna be. It's gonna be the other element, oxygen
All right.
or whatever the fuck.
What other policies do you have, Mr. Terrorbred, beyond the Chamber of Commerce?
Thoroughbred.
Terrorbred.
Thoroughbred.
That's what I'm saying. Terrorbred.
Not terrorbred. Thoroughbred.
Yeah, real taro.
You must not be a
Say it.
horseman. You would
The
probably
Australian
have
accent's
fancied
throwing
her
me
there.
off.
Australian?
No, it's not
Yeah, it's
Australian.
British accent. It's really.
It's certainly not British, sir.
He's from
It's
Cork,
Irish.
for fuck's sake.
Where?
Cork. Cork County, County Cork.
Kirkland?
C-O-R-K, Kirk.
Right,
Cork.
I thought Kirk was like that guy from Star Trek.
Cork.
What's Cork?
That's the captain.
Cork.
Cork. C-O-R-K. Cork. Cork.
Yeah, yeah,
Cork.
all right, mate. Hey, I'm gonna get into like character so I can understand this. I'm gonna get like British. Spencer, try and get like British with us too, so that we can kind of understand.
Absolutely, positively not British.
I can't.
Fuck the
It's not
British.
fucking.
How
It's
could
not
you even say those
fucking-
words to an Irish
It's not
person?
fucking British.
After they let us starve in the famine. This is
Yeah,
fucking
alright.
insulting. You should,
Yeah, alright, mate.
I swear to God.
Hey, all right, you cheeky cunt. Hey, listen to this, what this guy's got to say. What is next on the
Having
agenda?
yourself a fucking giggle, mate.
Yeah, for the agenda.
I feel like they're making fun of you guys.
No,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
not, dude.
Huh?
I do.
I
I do
would
see
never
that.
make fun of anybody.
I see that.
I feel like somebody should let my brother out of prison to finish the fucking job.
I don't know what you guys are saying sometimes. so
That's
I
my
figured that I
IR
would-
angel.
Listen, Siobhan's dad is a pig farm. He's like a pig farm mogul. How many pigs he got now?
600
Jesus
strong
tops.
now. 600 pigs.
600 strong. You know how quickly a pig can get rid of a body?
Like an hour, right?
2 pounds of flesh per minute per pig. They need about 12 pigs and 16 minutes to devour a fully grown human man.
I
Do they
can
eat
get a body
bones?
Fast than that, just drive off.
They
They
do.
do.
Eat bones.
Right, they eat
You
everything.
just got to take the teeth out first, otherwise that'll give you away.
Oh, wait, do they not eat the teeth?
No, the teeth won't be processed, so you have to just take them out and.
Yeah, don't eat teeth. They don't have any taste
Yeah.
anyway, and like
Or,
the crunch,
you know,
the crunch fucking
people-
hurts.
People accidentally fall into pig pens sometimes and shit happens.
Oh. Yeah, because there's shit everywhere in there, right?
Sure, but you know.
Come here, Donnie.
Saying.
Why'd you have a seat, Donnie? Please.
Right, I like to take notes, and unfortunately, I like to take notes while I'm standing. You know.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Better
Okay.
circulation.
Yeah.
You'd like to know about my policies, then? Would you?
Yes. More
If I told
policies,
you-
please. It's
What
not
if I
just for
told
me.
you?
I feel like the people of Los Santos would, or new Los Santos would do well to learn about what you have to say and what you're planning on doing if you do become a mayor.
Well, first of all, I am going to become mayor. Put that on at the top.
Right. All right. Thinks he's gonna become mayor. Okay.
No thanks. No thanks.
Oh,
I will.
He will.
Max is gonna become mayor.
Sure.
I put it on my dream board, so it's already manifested, buddy.
Secondly, you like taxes, Donnie?
I think they could be important to, I don't know, pay for public transit and such. Not cops, though.
Well,
Yeah.
as a Republican, I don't like taxes. So guess what?
Okay.
You've got a 15% tax rate now on all sales. That's going down to 10%.
Just a 5% shave.
Yep, right off the top.
I think
in the people's
Ramaswamy
pockets.
said he's going to cut it down to 0.
Yeah. Well, I bet he wished that the people who put him in jail had cut his jail time down to 0, but you don't see me complaining.
I got a good one too.
Okay, go on.
Yeah,
Go on.
Ramaswamy's gonna cut it by 0 because he will never be mayor.
That's true.
That doesn't really make sense because how would he still cut it if he's not mayor?
He's gonna cut it by 0, so he's not gonna cut it at all, dude. Are you fucking dumb, dude?
I'm a bit slow, I guess.
He's a felon in the Constitution. He can't run. The legislation was passed yesterday.
Wait,
all that.
I thought convicted felons could run. They could even run from prison, I'm sure.
Really?
No, the background checks are preventing that from being the case here at this time. If you are found to have been a felon, you are what's the word I'm looking for? Not qualified. You're unqualified for the position. Ineligible. Thank you.
Does he know that?
No.
Probably he does, but he is probably in denial.
Donnie, he's trying to start a fucking insurrection. Did you hear about that?
I told you about that.
John 6.
That's why you're not going to kill me, right?
I have.
Yeah.
Wink.
Wait, what?
I think he said wink.
Huh?
Yeah, he said wink. That's fine. Saying wink is different than actually winking.
He's inciting a riot. He's threatening public safety by trying to rile everyone up to storm City Hall on the 6th. And I, a man of law and order, will not stand for such insurrection, which is why I will be propositioning the Los Santos Police Department to temporarily deputize me and my security team, MaxSec, to ensure that the City Hall does not fall to these dangerous derelicts.
You have a private militia, sir?
Security
Very
team.
Patriotic.
A private. How many people are in your private security team then?
There's like 5.
Yeah. And I'm trying to get approval from the police. I've spoken to the police a little bit earlier today about possibly getting myself set up with a temporary weapons license so I can take pot shots into the crowd of insurrectionists if I need to.
That's a really good idea.
Like a random deputization.
Yeah, basically deputization.
That's a really good idea.
I'm a good guy.
Try to block you though.
We got Gomer
maybe.
Colton.
We'll see.
We got Brick Shatowski.
What up?
We got Timo Wet Ramalama Ding Dong.
Timo Wet Ramalama Ding Dong.
That is correct.
We got I think that's it actually. We got Glorion.
Glorion has been added to the list.
And we got Bajorn.
Bajorn.
What do you have to say about your opponent calling you Melatonin Max?
Oh yeah, so he likes to say that I'm sleepy, because he likes to kind of duck his head forward and shit and pretend like he's sleeping or whatever. He might actually be sleeping, but I think look, I learned something interesting about Mr. Ramaswamy, and that's that he spends most of his nights jerking off furiously while watching his wife getting a train ran on her, and I can imagine that takes quite the toll upon one's physical and mental state, to the point where he may even be suffering from some form of narcolepsy. And I don't know, he's taking it out on me by dubbing me Melatonin Max, right? But if you just stop gooning for 10 minutes, then maybe we'd be able to have a fucking conversation, but I guess not.
What's gooning?
Well, I do goon stuff. Goon stuff's cool.
What's gooning?
Like when you're like a kind of a mobster guy, you're like, yeah, sure thing, boss. Yeah, I can do that for you, boss.
Oh, a brute squad.
I'm a goon.
Right, I think gooning in this circumstance is a different definition, right?
Yeah,
I'm a bit of an
true.
ex-gooner myself. I practice semen retention now, but back in my gooning days, I used to go pretty hard at it.
Wait, you got a glob? You're storing up a glob down there?
I used to practice semen retention until I met Siobhan. Now she's
Now
my
I practiced
reservoir.
semen suspension.
Yeah, you're talking about it.
It's like a dam.
She's like a cum reservoir. She's like his cum.
Yeah.
Right.
Sperm.
I can confirm.
All right, so...
The lake is full.
Wait, what do you mean you can confirm?
Huh?
Timo watched.
Yeah, he's
once.
Yeah,
Security detail.
they're in an open relationship, and
It's an approved side piece list, Quinn.
Yeah, it's
Seems like both of the candidates I've interviewed thus far have interesting sexual proclivities. Not that it matters in the grand scheme of things, but...
Certainly not.
Right. So you guys are both in the kinky shit.
Oh,
think
yeah.
about it like this. At least there will be no sex scandal. There already is a sex scandal, right? Like open relationship, you can't really have any sex scandal.
It's 2024, Quinn.
Yeah. Like so
Siobhan
you're not
likes
gonna
it.
Have to worry about that.
Siobhan likes it when I slam her head against my anti-homeless people bench.
What can I say? Really knows how to make sure a lass has a good time.
What do you have to say to you and Vivek both having the same haircut?
I think he copied me just like he copied me on all my other policy shit that I said out loud in front of him.
Right, like making sure grime delivery drivers, let me look at my notes here, said grime delivery drivers have to piss in bottles. No more
I heard
piss
about
breaks.
That. So what I've been planning on doing with that is, it's a very terrible thing that I'm a grime driver myself. I've had to piss in the cockpit a couple of times from every grime truck so that we can piss once more in privacy.
Along with the removal of cameras, Max and I spoke about this, where what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking the airbags out of the vehicles and replacing it with a empty bag that will be then hooked up and will constantly be milking the grime truck delivery driver for their urine throughout the entire time they are driving, so that it eventually will fill up the bag inside of there, and if a crash occurs, they will be completely safe because of the urine bag.
Urine bag.
I feel like it would just
That's a really good idea.
explode in your face, just a face full of urine if you
you get a
into
little bit
an
of pee
accident.
on you, but you live.
It's more cost effective.
Technically, urine is antiseptic. It
Wait,
doesn't
really?
have any bacteria in it. Yes, you can drink it.
Yeah, it's like
I got a cut, Siobhan, if you don't.
It's like if you get stung by a jellyfish, you're supposed to drink a bunch of piss
Right.
or whatever.
Cut my
Supposed to
finger.
put piss on your leg to wash away the.
Quickest
There's
way,
better stuff, but,
is through the bloodstream, so you just inject it.
But it's not in your bloodstream generally. Okay, whatever.
Are
Yeah, you drink it.
fairly certain you can't inject urine in your bloodstream. It is
I mean,
sterile, however. You can drink it.
The night's young, guys. If you guys
You
want
can drink it. You can
go down
I thought you
that
had to
route.
make like. Wait, really?
I got a beer
I
in me.
think it's more sterile than water.
I thought that was a myth.
water. No,
All right, Mr. Terrabread, can I call you Max?
Call me Max, please.
All right, Max. So, what ideology would you say you're closest to?
I'm a libertarian.
A libertarian, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
What are your adoption policies for children?
Interesting that you asked me that question.
Why are you laughing menacingly?
Because I can't wait to be free of this fucking little pest.
There's a cancer running its way through the social echelons of Los Santos. Are you aware, Donnie, that there are people who just frivolously adopt grown adults into their family tree?
Yeah. There's it's like a psychological in this city.
And then they start fucking each other. So it's like a weird like incest thing.
Yeah, they do start dating each other. It's
Not
very
in not in new Los Santos, Donnie. Because
All right,
once I take office, I will be implementing the one-child policy, meaning you must file for legal adoption. Otherwise, if you say that you have adopted someone and it is not legally provable, you are committing a crime, and that is not good.
What's your thoughts on selling children?
Like a baby market, Rothbard style.
Yeah, like a free market.
Like the free market of babies.
I mean, is that for adrenochrome or is that like just to sell a baby? Because like if we're doing it for adrenochrome, we're cracking those kids, then that's a hot market right there.
I heard you have to like scream at them a bunch before you get the adrenochrome.
Yeah, because it's based on their fear.
Yeah.
You got to get it from their fear glands or something.
It's a stress hormone.
What will you say? What would you say to those who inevitably tell you that it's not quite libertarian to adopt a one-child policy stance because that's a big government coming in and telling people that they can no longer do incest?
I'm a neo-libertarian.
A neo-libertarian, all right.
Yeah, you ever seen The Matrix, bitch?
I have seen The Matrix, actually.
Like that.
Donnie, I don't want you to worry since you're an Irish Catholic lad, all right? Biological children there's still no number there. Like Max and I are going to have 10 more kids.
Oh, so the one-child policy is only about adopting children. Adult children.
Orphans should stay orphans. Who else are we going to have to sweep chimneys?
Actually, I have noticed that there is a disturbing lack of orphanages in Los Santos, and I'm thinking about starting one.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting you're going to start orphaning people?
Well, I mean, people get orphaned every day. It's just how it be. Sometimes
the
on the
one-child
streets.
policy, he's trying to abolish illegal adoption, essentially.
Right.
He's trying to make it so you have to legally adopt.
That's right. Do you have any illegal children, Donnie?
I do not. I don't have any
Good.
legal children either.
Good.
I'm not quite sure about this adoption thing in general, but I am new in the city.
It's rampant.
It's
now.
a rampant problem.
It's like they've turned this place into Alabama because of
Truly Alabama.
Roll Tide.
This isn't Alabama. This is Los Santos,
That's right. New Los Santos.
the new republic.
This is our city, damn it, and I'm taking it back from all of these inbred freaks.
Right. No inbreeding. Okay, that seems like an important policy for you.
But don't you know it's just like back home? You have to date somebody from 2 counties over, otherwise it's probably your cousin.
Right. The Finnish guy would know all about that too, I suspect.
That's my boy. He's 100% Finn. You know that?
Is that Iceland that they have an app to make sure that the person you're going on a date is not related to you? Or is that Finland?
Are you gonna give it is?
That's Iceland, yeah.
What?
We need that in
a
Ireland.
thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a real thing,
I'll
yeah.
give that to Alabama.
Hi, guys. Please,
Hello.
Donnie, allow me to introduce Ash Ketchup. Yes, that's her real last name. She is one of my campaign managers. And Penelope Farthing, yes, like the giant old-timey bicycle. She's also one of my campaign managers. And we got Jonathan Law. Jonathan Law, one of my lawyers. Paralegals.
One of you've got multiple lawyers.
Oh, I've got a team.
He's lawyers there.
Yeah, technically he's one of my S-tier paralegals,
He has sex
but you
with a
know what's
lawyer.
mine is his.
We share.
He has sex with
Hello.
Right.
I'm
Hi there,
Penny.
nice to meet you.
We were just talking about inbreeding, guys.
About what? Sir?
Inbreeding.
Well, and the illegal adoption.
Like breeding inside, or?
Inbreeding.
No, like families that fuck each other. Like the hills have eyes.
Well, you used to fuck with my brother. Yeah.
Huh?
No more.
Incest is a game the
Not
whole
anymore.
family can play.
Like that crazy cult on Mount Hosiah.
Fuck.
Guys, you know that I don't stand for inbreeding.
Yep.
Yeah, no inbreeding.
See,
All right,
Donnie?
campaign managers, do you guys have a better understanding of some of Max's policies here? Because he's giving me a couple, but they're a bit all over the place.
Sorry, I'm all
What
I'm
do you
all
mean
out
they're
there
all
right
over
now.
the place?
Yeah, what the hell?
I mean,
I
he's,
mean,
he's kind of the head.
We're
honcho. He
drinking.
defines the platform.
You come at my boy all wrong, Donnie. Let's check that attitude at the door.
Well, what are your questions, sir?
So far I've got. All right, let me look at my notes here. So far I've got kill all Protestants first day, establish Chamber of Commerce, and then
That's pretty consistent.
and then make sure
Sounds about
that
right.
there's no more inbreeding, and shave 5% of the taxes, just
That's a good one.
5%, and that's pretty much it.
What about the
just
housing policy?
5%.
You didn't talk about the housing policy at all for real estate.
Oh, right, yeah, I'm going to revise the housing market. It's a little out there right now.
Would you want to
vehicles, we
mention
said
the?
that one.
Would you want to mention the Maximilian rights, Mr. Thurbid?
Oh, yes, of
Oh,
course.
yeah, absolutely, you fucking should.
A Bill of Rights, baby.
I don't have any rights.
That's
right.
right.
Now, so
Los
technically
Santos
you can
doesn't
be put
have
in
one.
prison for writing the news. So
Please,
you
Jonathan.
should support this.
Please, Jonathan.
What will be in the new Bill of Rights?
We do not inherit the Federal Bill of Rights from the constitutional United States. We only have our state's constitution in which we derive the basic human rights from. And right now, our only rights are to basically a fair trial from a criminal perspective. Civil suits technically aren't even defined. So the right to free speech, the right to peaceably assemble, the freedom of the press, the right to bear arms, to ensure that if the government seizes your property, that you will be justly compensated, the right to redress the government for grievances, none of those exist. However, we've come up with a draft to replace all of these rights and expand upon them within the context of the state of San Andreas. There would be a draft. It's already in a draft form, and it would be presented to the city council to be entered into legislation as soon as Mr. Thurbrid's cabinet is in office, and it's been thus dubbed the Maximilian Rights.
Right. If there's no Bill of Rights right now, then wouldn't that mean that the potential January 6th insurrection that you've said Vivek is interested in doing, wouldn't that technically be legal?
No, because there's still a
no, it would
penal
still
code,
vi-
even
it
though
would
there's a
still
Bill of
vi-
Rights.
It would still violate the penal code if they take acts of violence.
Right. Okay.
Trespassing still exists, things of that nature. Basically, the only thing that is in our Constitution at this point in time is standing your ground, some common laws that reference amendments that don't exist currently, and basically how to handle criminal proceedings and kind of establishing the judiciary therein. That's about it.
All right. It seems like a lot of
Couldn't
stuff.
have said it better myself. Thank you, Jonathan Law.
All right, quick question for
You're welcome,
you.
Mr. Thoroughbred.
Max, is there going to be a big debate between the candidates, or is that just a simply day of kind of thing?
It already happened.
Well, there was one. My campaign manager, God bless her soul, she's the best campaign manager. Miss Juno Sweeney was talking about organizing another one. The first one, I very, very handily dismantled all of my long-winded and boring opponents. Even Vivek Ramaswamy, a TikTok connoisseur, was often long-winded on stage, whereas I was clean, concise, to the point. And I would love the opportunity to once more face my opponents on the field of battle to give my opinions.
Was Cornhole
and to
involved in the
invalidate
debate too,
theirs.
chat, or no?
All of his campaign managers are women, by the way. He loves women.
I support women, and I am an ally.
I believe Vivek's campaign manager is also a woman. Not sure
Yeah,
about.
but he's got a team of 4 women.
I don't think she is.
Vivek only supports women after marriage.
He did say that.
Max is the only person that said that he would actually make sure that women have the right to vote in the next election.
And the
Like, yeah,
19th
sure
Amendment's
they-
really important.
Sure, they already have the right to vote right now, but no one's actually come out and specifically said that. So I mean, a
How
lot
do
of
you know we
silence
have the
from
right
the
to
others.
vote? What
That's-
constitution have you seen where you saw a right to vote?
That's kind of
Oh,
the
shit.
state that we're in right now. Is people are
We
people
don't
are
have the
giving each
19th
other
Amendment.
people are giving each other rights out of common decency, but those rights are not ratified in our constitution.
Anyone got like a little bite to eat? Daddy's feeling a little famished.
I'm also a
Yeah,
little hungry.
baby's feeling hungry too.
All right, guys, I don't feel so good.
How about
Right.
you, Mommy?
I could do a
We
senior
saw the
buns run if you'd
alcohol.
like,
Can-
Mr. Thoroughbred.
Can you baby bird me, Siobhan?
Yeah, but
You got, like, a
Jonathan
hot
has to go
dog?
get the food. I don't have the hot dogs on me.
wanna
Jonathan,
watch-
can you go?
do you-
Can you go? Can you get it? Can you get the food?
Hurry!
Gas
Johnny,
station,
hurry!
senior
So, I'm also
Wait.
There's a
Um,
gas station right outside.
It's an emergency.
buns. Okay, gas station, fine.
If no one has a right to vote, then technically shouldn't this election be completely disbanded?
And if that's the case, and it comes down to that, my team and I are more than willing and ready to ensure the safe and careful and law-abiding transition of power to a more suitable form of government that can establish that sort of precedent.
So you're saying like a military coup,
Yeah.
right? With Max Sec.
Only if voting's not allowed at all, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if people can legally vote, then we're not going to do a coup.
That's
The
right.
judges haven't said anything otherwise.
Oh, sorry, you got to take a phone call.
And they wouldn't lie
No,
to
it's
us.
not my phone.
Oh,
It's my phone.
Fine.
Oh, Max, go
He's
ahead.
a busy man.
Man of the hour.
Done. You're the most important man in the room, Donnie. I'm here for you.
Right.
So
you
your
didn't
name
have
is
to-
Donnie? Okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
Donnie O'Sullivan.
Oh, sorry. This is my former father.
Not for long.
What?
You know,
No, she's a
it
former.
does seem to me like quite a bit of your and Vivek's campaigns are aligned on many of the issues. I don't know where you guys have disagreements.
Look what you did.
Oh,
Oof.
Max!
Look what you fucking did.
Oh.
And it's a baby bird. You sooner. I didn't know.
Help! Attempted
God.
murder!
Okay. I got
I can't
this.
breathe. I'm under the couch.
I'm just gonna baby bird you now. Okay. I'm just gonna.
Timo, who
I'm
do I
just gonna-
stab?
Someone pull me out.
Timo, who do I
and
fucking
I'm just
stab?
gonna-
The Irishman. He must have had something to do with this.
What's
Okay,
going
all right,
on?
Let me call for help.
Don't move.
Help. Help
Trying
me.
to help you. Let
My
me help
beautiful
you.
Shamrock, please.
I had absolutely nothing
Step
to
back.
do with this.
Step back.
I'm stepping back slowly.
Come on.
Are you
You guys wanna
holding,
try?
sir? What?
Spit some
You look like
Baileys
you're
into my
about to
mouth.
You want me to
pull
try?
out a gun or
Can
something.
you,
What's your
Hey.
name?
Oh, I'm
You gotta get
Spencer.
off under the couch,
Hi,
Siobhan.
Spencer. Nice to meet you. My name's
What's
Ash.
going on here?
Nice to meet you,
What's
Ash.
going on?
Got it.
I don't know. Your
What's
your
going on?
candidate your
Max,
candidate fell
was
apart.
really hungry.
Stop! Give it.
Oh, Max!
I'm just getting out from under the couch. Let's lay you down here right on the floor.
Okay. Guys,
You can put your
can
hands
anyone-
down. So
anyone wanna
You can put
pump
your
some
hands
food
down.
into my stomach?
All right.
Call the EMS.
This is the power
Thank
of
you.
Joseph Smith.
was this an assassination attempt?
No,
This is
I'm
the perfect
just
height.
so
Anything,
hungry I
Spencer?
passed out, guys. I don't feel good.
Low blood sugar will do that.
I got
Yep.
you, sir.
Am I floating?
Yeah,
A little
bit.
No,
It's okay.
I'm
Oh,
holding
you're
you
balancing
up.
on
Am
your
I
head.
Stiff as a
dying?
board.
It's okay.
Light as a feather, stiff as a board.
The thing. It's okay. You're being held by magic.
Was I a good
Chemo,
guy?
is everything
I'm
good?
literally- He's on my back.
You were the
Is
best.
this
I
why?
cannot
Is this
trust
why
Irish
Vivek
man.
calls him
The best.
melatonin Max?
The best I've ever known.
I'm not
Uh,
asleep.
No.
thought it was melanin, Max.
Do you think he's black?
Wouldn't it be the, I guess, lack of melanin, Max? I just misheard it, I guess.
Who keeps making up these alliteration names? Who? I'm gonna outlaw alliteration when I become mayor. That's my promise.
Alliteration. Just let me sue them for defamation.
Okay. Alliteration is when I say like. Okay. All right.
You like that all your time.
Motherfucking bitch.
EMS is coming. EMS is coming.
Yay! Well, I mean, we can continue talking, guys. I feel okay. Yeah, I'm just
Sure? Are you just a little hungry? You mean a baby bird you some more?
Jonathan, you took too long.
Okay.
Health
Slow, John.
concerns.
Spit in my mouth.
Health concerns for
like bad boy brick.
Go on, Donnie.
Thoroughbred.
You feeling better? Does the Bailey's help? Do you need more?
Oh yeah, I feel sustained, right? Like an objection.
I accidentally fell over the stairway.
Oh, trust me, I have.
Johnny,
no
you
objection.
fucking failed me, Johnny!
If he's qualified to lead.
I didn't mean to.
Johnny! Help.
How do you take a pic?
Guys,
Timo,
Jonathan, you're only
stand down. Timo, stand down. Stand down.
Yeah, you like my thongs, Ash?
God, Jonathan's having a panic attack again.
Jonathan,
Yeah, you like him?
he's broken.
It's okay.
How do you take a
It's
selfie?
okay, Jonathan. It's okay.
They're new. Hey, Siobhan, they call sandals thongs in Australia.
He's laying on
Really?
Brick, he's laying on
Yeah.
you.
Why?
Brick.
Thongs are what goes
His
between the
table.
booty cheeks.
Sorry.
No,
His
these are
table.
thongs.
I tried to get him down.
Oh, because there's toe crabs.
Hey there.
I get
EMS
you.
is here.
Hey.
All right,
Edda!
EMS is here.
Edda!
Oh my god.
Gotta help him.
He needs
I'm
help.
not Edda.
Edda! Please
Please
help!
help him.
Help him.
Please
Not Edda,
help
help.
him. He needs help
I'm not
immediately.
Edda. I'll help.
We can help.
Okay,
Please
what's
help.
going
Did
on
you take a
here?
screenshot?
I need a tube to insert food into my stomach.
Oh,
Can you give him a glucose shot?
Okay, I could give you a glucose tablet, but
Wait,
you want
take
a
it-
tube, so I'll give you a tube.
Take a
All right,
screenshot
let's
and
just,
get me out of it. Get me out of the
I'm gonna
screenshot.
insert this and
Into my.
Make sure you put it in the
What's
right
all we
direction.
Oh, wait, you want it into a hole? I was gonna
Put
put
me
it in
out
your
of the
arm. Would you, do you
screenshot.
have a
Oh.
preference on hole?
Mouth, please.
Okay, I'm gonna stick this tube into your mouth. Just right there. There we go.
Oh no.
Okay,
I
now I
like
need
this.
to
Right.
I need to where's it? I need to break up this glucose tablet.
Oh, well,
All right, yeah. I'm just gonna
Sorry, I
cut
think
this
this
up
is
here,
off the record.
Put it in some,
Right, this is off the record.
Oh no, are you okay? You're
Oh,
looking
no
like
one,
sexy
no one told me that
Jesus.
this was off the record. I already tweeted it out.
There we go.
I would
What?
like to remind-
You tweeted it out?
Take it up.
Right, yes.
The press has no freedom. Just remember.
What's your
that.
name?
Donnie
All right, there we
O'Sullivan.
go. And just hold
Nice
this
to
tube
meet
up and just
He's looking
pour
it
it
up.
in.
Fuck.
There we go. All right, yeah. Just chug it. There we go.
You're gonna be
Maybe you
fine.
should tweet out that
Alright.
he's the throat goat as he demonstrates right here.
Okay, great.
Oh, the immigrant link
yeah,
didn't
hold
work.
it down.
Your
You have to
picture
hold it
didn't
down.
work.
It's
That's
very
embarrassing.
important, very
Right.
important.
Your picture didn't work. That's
Do you know how
embarrassing.
to do it? Do you need
No,
help?
no, it's not all of it. I'm pieces for people.
Donnie?
Speaking of it, if anybody needs any Lizzie's mustard
I think he's
oil.
thinking about it.
Yeah.
You're holding
Maybe
him up.
maybe
Right.
you try that again.
Right.
I was not able to escort him or carry him.
It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
That's a bit embarrassing.
Technology's quite
Yeah,
difficult.
we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Who did you work for again?
He's independent.
Independent.
Yeah.
Break, you're so fucking.
He does it all on his own.
How do I
New York
delete
Times,
that?
huh?
I don't even
great,
know
thanks.
quite how to
That's
delete
why you're the
this.
enforcer, man.
Jonathan,
Oh,
can
you
I
can't
get a
delete your
hot dog?
tweet.
We're gonna try this thing that.
Well, that makes it worse,
but
doesn't
maybe
it?
works now.
Are you sucking his toes right now?
What?
Will that help?
Yes.
Should I try it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Might help.
I
Do you have hairy
Hold on a second.
toes?
I gotta split out the
There it
the
is.
tinfoil wrapping.
Floss.
Okay,
there
if you
there
have,
it
like,
is.
two, that. Oh, great.
The people are asking. Who are the people?
Right, like the people.
All right, can
Los
everybody
Santos, you know?
stand back?
Yep. You got him. You hold him up, Abby.
Is this my last supper?
Oh yeah, just,
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Once you finish with that, then
Yeah, let her
step back.
go.
I would like the record to show that Mr. Brick was stronger than a table, never faltered.
Take me. I'm ready to go.
Maybe this will help, or maybe I am just helping out the person behind me. Who knows?
Come on, that's a
Remember-
banger.
Question:
We're
How was
gambling,
that
Max. We're fine with
glucose
gambling.
and water mix?
Is
Do
that
you
a
think I should
picture
try different types
Max?
of liquid next time? Maybe some like
In a health crisis or in an orgy?
I'm not a
I can't
juicer,
tell.
sir.
You're not a juicer. Okay, so you don't like juice.
Well, you know, I think the picture itself shows that it's a health crisis type situation. He is, after all.
Being on top of a man on his knee, surrounded by 3 women, looks
Help
more like
me.
an orgy.
Please help me.
I mean, this picture does make Max look really good.
I have such a long life ahead of me. I'm gonna be mayor.
The spin was quite fast.
What are we gonna do if you're not mayor? We have to like get a budget. And
I
stuff.
mean,
oh shit!
Look at him.
Take me.
He's in his underwear.
Siobhan,
He's saying, take me.
if you're moving on,
who did it
if
to
you're
him.
moving on already, now that I'm dead, I understand.
The spin wrote itself.
I'll never move on.
That's a lot of redheads in one
Okay.
picture.
Well, I guess this is it for me.
I'll wait like
We had a
Penelope.
good run, sir.
Hey, you should try praying.
What? What about me? I heard my name.
Try praying if you're
No, I was
into that.
referencing the Odyssey.
Those pants.
What's the?
Wait,
Good reference. Good reference.
guys,
Good reference.
I'm not hearing any breath.
Okay, Ash.
Oh,
question.
he was
If
holding
we,
his breath.
hold my breath.
He was holding his
If
breath.
he dies, but we are unable to bring him to the morgue that doesn't exist, then do we still have to do paperwork?
Yeah, I heard that
Hell
no
no.
one can die right now because there's no morgue. So.
Okay, well,
Oh,
you're my paperwork person, so that's fine.
I hear if we.
This is true.
I hear if we
So,
take his corpse. To the
You're
to
immortal
the-
for now, Max.
Wait,
Good.
everybody stand back a second. Hold on.
Take me,
Everyone stand back.
Etta.
oh,
Oh, there we
oh,
go.
wow.
Oh God.
Oh, go put him in the
Oh
car.
my
Go put him in the car.
Oh, what's happening?
Oh my god!
Gotta go put him in the
You're
car.
stepping on his chest. All right, Spencer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out of here. I think.
Yeah, go
I
take a
feel
nap.
like this interview's over, right?
Yeah, probably. I'll probably have to meet with him again. Also, when he told me that he was going to kill all the
hello.
Protestants, that's not me, right?
That was Penny.
I think he means you, my friend.
Yeah, but he promised me like he wasn't going to do
Oh,
that.
that was Penny.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well,
Hello.
I'm probably going to nap soon too, so I got up early today.
Oh, question. More
Yes.
for Spencer, but I guess for both
Hey,
of you. Are you guys
Donnie.
Republican?
Hey,
Yes,
Donnie.
Irish Republican.
I'm not affiliated with any political
that
party.
mean?
I'm just religious.
What do you mean you're just religious?
Yeah, I just love God. My political allegiance lies with God.
Why are your
Yes,
two
religious
fellows
is not
still
political.
Hey,
hanging around
Donnie.
us with their knives?
hey,
Man, why?
hey,
Guys.
Donnie. Hey,
Yes?
don't. You're supposed to. Okay, finally. I was waiting for you to say what back. Did you do it?
Do what?
Did you hurt Max?
He had his notepad out. I don't think he
Hold
could.
on.
A pencil is a
for
sharp
himself.
object.
Did you do it? Donnie?
I'm incapable of hurting a fly, sir. I do not take kindly to this accusation.
So that's
Wait,
a
were
no.
you in the
You're saying
IRA?
no?
Am I the IRA? Well, I mean, not here in
You didn't say
America.
no or
Here,
yes,
here I'm
Rick.
just a
You
regular
didn't
old
say no.
civilian,
You haven't
right?
said yes or no yet.
Why?
Did you do it?
Why'd you say you are not capable of?
Penny, we're trying to
hurting a-
interrogate.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Did you do it?
Do what?
Did you hurt Max?
No, of course not.
All right. He's good.
I'm kind of a complicated man. Did anyone you know hurt Max?
I don't think anybody hurt Max. I think he hurt himself by refusing to eat, or rather, asking your man, the lawman, whatever his name is, to go and get him a sandwich or something, and he simply wasn't quick enough, I guess.
All right, that's a complicated enough of an answer. You're innocent.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, that was absolutely
Yeah, that was
terrifying.
Intense.
Future mayor, guys. Gotta protect him. Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me, y'all. Hi. Sorry.
Hello, miss.
Did the man that got stabbed though?
Oh, he didn't get
get
stabbed.
stabbed. He's hungry.
Oh,
I
my
feel-
God.
I-
Thank
Yeah,
I feel-
lawman
I feel-
over here failed him because he couldn't get to the fucking shop fast enough, it seems.
If you want to keep all of your teeth in their gums, I would suggest shutting the fuck up.
Oh my God,
whoa.
Jonathan! Damn,
Well, you were an officer of the
standing on
court, sir.
business.
Not quite yet. I have some leeway.
Did you say gums? Are you going to take
Yes.
my gums out too?
I said if you want to keep your teeth in your gums, perhaps you've got whiskey in your ears too.
Well, I take offense to that. I've had only a couple drinks, right?
Perhaps you should have some more. Perhaps you'll finally give out on us.
Right. So, what the fuck happened to your boss then, huh? Why did he pass out like that? Does he have a
Poor-
disease?
poor nutritional planning,
Hello,
and
mister.
that is all. Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh, makes sense.
He's a busy man.
What does
You know how many meetings we've been in the past
nutritional
5
plan?
hours?
Okay, how will he be able to? Seems like he's not physically fit enough to be mayor if he can't go through a couple meetings without passing out.
What do you mean? He's just worked himself to the point of exhaustion trying to meet with everybody? That's the people's pussy right there.
Miss Ash,
Yeah.
he's a reporter. Let's not give him any more of what he wants.
Who's a reporter?
He's
worked really hard for everybody. The people's pussy.
Don't feed the troll, as they say.
What? What do you mean?
People's pussy?
He's the people's pussy.
Works hard.
10 a day.
Okay.
Okay, last
wait.
question. Is it possible for you to give me whatever food you went and got from the corner store? Because I'm also about to pass out.
Me too, John. Oh, look who's a poor
There's
nutritional
a corner
planner.
store right there. Donna,
I have a
there's one right
question
on the
for
corner.
you.
Wait, who needs?
What's your question?
Who needs food?
I have to.
Okay, this is
the
a
last one.
hypothetical situation, okay? I want you to close your eyes and imagine it, okay?
Those two tinfoils have
In
glizzies.
this hypothetical
Give it to him.
situation,
Give it to him.
both of your parents are alive and
need
you have a
food too,
positive
miss?
and happy relationship with them both.
I would love
Right.
that.
Okay?
Here, now, I got you.
Mr. Donny, I have a condition. I will give
Yes.
you 2 glizzies
There you
if you do not publish anything related
you
to Mr.
so
Thoroughbred
much.
fainting today.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh,
What
great,
you-
of course. Yeah, totally. I definitely didn't tweet out anything that happened. Like,
Then
You
will
tweeted
do-
out a
you will-
picture of an
you will
orgy.
do- you will do nothing
No
more
further.
henceforth, and this is a verbal agreement with multiple witnesses.
well, I mean, it's not exactly binding, is it?
Verbal
kind of
agreements
is.
are absolutely binding.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you don't know that as a reporter. I would hope you would understand the confines of the law in which you operate.
Sir, I feel like you're trying to coerce me, or at least give
I
me a
wanna ask
bribe
one
to
question.
stop me from doing my job.
No, I'm simply offering you a
Donnie,
trade. You
there's-
have every
there's a
right
store
to
right around
say
the
no.
corner.
Coercion would be I would be threatening violence or your position in society in order to force you to take action. I'm
Alright,
simply offering
what'll
you.
happen
I'm
if
offering
I-
you a. Di-
What'll happen if I break this verbally binding agreement then?
I suppose we'll have to settle this in a mediated court of law.
All right. But we do have the First Amendment, don't we?
We don't. You
We
have no
don't.
right as the freedom of the press. That's the Maximilian rights I was telling you about. I'm drafting the rights that would
Right.
protect your right to do your job, but they're not ratified yet. I'm the only person advocating for your entire existence.
Woohoo! Journalist.
Max's lawyer tried to bribe me to silence the press.
Wait a
Wait,
minute.
I still
okay,
want to
so
ask you
is this?
a question.
Ash is asking a question.
Yes, Ash.
Don't
Hello.
call me a lawyer. I'm not bar certified.
Max's lawyer's not even certified.
No, Siobhan
got
is
many
certified. I'm a
actual
parent.
What kind of clown show is this? All right, sorry. Your question was I'm happy with the family
It's
with
okay.
my mother.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. Don't
No,
worry about
I
it.
would love to answer your question.
Okay. Well, in that case, does anyone else have anything they want to fucking say before I get interrupted again? By the way, just checking in advance.
No.
No, ma'am, Miss
Good.
Ash.
Okay, now this is a hypothetical situation. In this hypothetical situation, you have a loving and positive relationship with both your mother and your father who are both alive, okay? Now, close your eyes and envision this. You're 3 inches deep in your mum, and your dad is 3 inches deep in you.
What?
Huh?
Do you push forward or pull back to get out of the situation?
Can I die?
There is one correct answer.
What is that?
Huh?
What's the
Well, what'd
correct
you do?
answer? I'd rather
Answer the
die.
question.
I'd rather fucking die.
That's not an
You're
answer.
just gonna stay there until you die of old age?
No,
not
I'd
an
die
answer.
on the
He's just-
spot.
The reporter said that he would just marinate with his father inside of it and inside of his mom.
No, I did not
That's-
say that.
that's
I
crazy.
did not
what
say
this
that.
means.
He would marinate until death.
He
I'd
said he
rotate out.
enjoys
I'd
it.
rotate out.
You want? What do you mean rotate?
Oh, a spin
You
move.
can't rotate out.
I'd pull left.
What if your father has strong, supple hands?
I don't know.
and
I don't.
your hands are glued to your mother's waist.
Ah!
Instant
What?
transmission. Sauna.
Joke's on
Well-
you. I do semen retention. I wouldn't even be able to get hard in that situation. I have powerful mind control.
Shit,
You
so
were
you would
force-fed
leave with...
Viagra.
The equation is changing by the moment.
Answer the question.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Answer,
How are you gonna
answer
get out of the
Answer the
situation?
question. Answer the quick question.
This is important. It tells us a lot about your character.
I don't know. I should have never answered. I should have. Perhaps it was better when he was cutting you off.
Well, listen, what's important is that you push forward and then you push back, and then you push forward, and then you push back until all parties are satisfied, okay?
No, that's
Don't
not
leave the job
okay.
half-assed. So you're gonna leave them wanting? It's so sad.
That is the absolute worst question I've ever received in my life.
Good one.
All right.
We hope you have a good rest of your night.
Fucking crazy.
I believe the turn of phrase is got him.
Fucking hell. I need food. I feel like I'm hallucinating.
On the corner here.
Ash is cooking. Let her cook. Absolutely not. I'm getting out of that kitchen. $40 for a hamburger. What the
Yeah, don't get it. Just get pizza.
Why is this so fucking expensive?
Just get pizza. It's better.
That's insane.
How's it going?
Hi, what's your name? What are both your names?
I'm Spencer. Hey.
Hi, Spencer.
I'm
nice
Donnie.
to meet you.
Donnie O'Sullivan.
Okay, nice to meet you. Spencer, what's your last name?
Smith.
Okay, Spencer Smith. Daphne Malone, nice to meet you guys. Are you slandering my client?
No, I'm friends with Max.
Then why the fuck did you post an orgy photo of him?
That wasn't me. That was Donnie.
That was not an orgy. Ma'am, that was not an orgy. Your client was having serious health complications, and I thought the people of Los Santos deserved to know. Also, nobody, absolutely zero people said that it was off the record, right? And even if it was on the record, the reality is that it's a circumstance in which the people of Los Santos deserve to know the truth.
As the press, don't you have a responsibility to convey the truth to the people?
Right, in the middle of an interview, if the person who's running for mayor falls apart, I feel like it's my duty, nay, my responsibility to let the people know.
So who asked him to take his fucking clothes off, Donald?
Oh, he was naked. He was naked from the start.
Donnie.
Donnie.
He came to the interview naked?
Yeah, kind of.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, listen. This is a client of mine. I'm throwing his campaign parties. So we're going to need to frame this like a super fun, super cool orgy.
Yeah, but I can't be there then.
I mean, not the party, the photo.
No, I mean, no, I just mean, I don't know if, am I in the photo? I don't think so. I think I managed to avoid it. Yeah, okay. Never mind then. Carry on. I'm just Mormon.
Right.
I can't be associated with
Are you asking me to collude with you to help out your your candidate's campaign? Because I cannot do that, ma'am.
No, I'm not asking you to collude, Donnie. I'm telling you, I'm asking you to tell the people the truth. Because right now it looks like you're printing biased photos without context.
Well, I was there.
But the truth is, he literally.
You aren't. And he was there. And he cannot tell a lie. Otherwise, Joseph Smith will smite him down.
I can't lie. I'm actually not allowed.
The public deserves context, all right? Otherwise, it's slander.
Okay. Would you like context?
Yeah, actually, I would like context.
Yeah, he had low blood sugar and he collapsed.
Yeah, it seems like a real health problem.
And then Brick held him up.
Fuck, they're gonna think he's weak and he's not fit to fucking serve.
Yeah, but I think he has a pretty good chance because Ramaswamy's like a cuck.
Okay, so how do we prove that Ramaswamy's a cuck?
No, he'll just tell you. You could just ask him. He'll literally just tell you.
Right, he kind of doesn't stop saying
it. Yeah, he's like proud of it.
Do you think if I gave Ramaswamy a stage at the party that he would just go up and say, I'm a cuck?
Oh, if you asked him, yes, 100%.
Very likely. High likelihood.
All
He
right,
admits
that's
it all the
something to
time.
consider.
I don't believe he's ashamed of it, really. However,
he
that
thinks
might
it's like winning
backfire on
talking
you.
point.
That might backfire on you, though, because the
right.
people might appreciate how open and honest he is, unlike your candidate who's hiding health complications from the people of Los Santos.
That's what I'm saying. So let's be honest with the public about how Max was involved in a super cool orgy with famous people that everybody would be proud to be a part of.
It's quite hard to... I will not go along with a lie. It does kind of seem like the sleepy Max, melatonin Max
I'm willing to keep this between us and God. If you can make Max be on board with certifying NDM when he comes mayor, I'll just keep this between us and God.
What's NDM? What's that mean?
Non-denominational Mormon, even though Max just threatened to kill all the Protestants when he becomes mayor. But I'm not Protestant.
No,
way more
no
closer
way,
to Catholicism.
No way. He said he's going to kill all. Who?
Oh, yeah. Also, you got that in your notes, right?
Oh, I do. Oh yeah,
No,
he
all
said
the
his first
Protestants.
order of business is killing all Protestants. That's the first thing he said. He voluntarily
But-
brought it up. I don't know why.
Because
There's
of
no
Siobhan.
way.
Yeah.
There's no way he would say that.
No, he literally said that, and then
No,
when I
he-
tried to explain to him that
he did say
Mormonism
that.
is closer to the Catholicism than Protestantism, he his his momager was like, no, that's closer, and I was like, no, I literally just Googled it. It's really not. And then he kind of winked after I told him he wasn't. I asked him if he wasn't going to kill me. So I mean, that's in your notes, right?
It is in my notes. He verbally. I wrote it
He
down.
verbally winked.
He said wink.
Who?
Wink.
Yeah, just like that.
So what does your article about him look like for now? What are you about to say? You gonna call him fucking sleepy slumber party Max, or what's going on?
Well, I mean, I try to not, put my
Alliterations
personal
aren't
opinion
needed.
on the matter into an article. It's more so, well, as an independent journalist, I was planning on twatting it out. I don't necessarily disagree with the Protestant thing that much, but the rest of the stuff, it seems all over the place. He said he's a libertarian, then he said he's a neo-libertarian, and then he fell asleep.
Are you Irish? Are you Irish?
Yes, I'm
Aggressively.
Irish.
Okay, and Siobhan, his girlfriend, is Irish, right?
Yeah, she's the one that
So,
said kill all Protestants, though.
Yeah,
Right,
so,
she
I
was
mean,
also on board with that, but so was I a little bit.
Except for me, because I'm closer to Catholicism. Google
Yeah,
it.
well, I don't
Google
know
it.
about all.
Right
I
now,
don't
Google
know
it.
about-
You got a phone?
I
Google
don't
it.
know about
Google
all
it.
that.
Google it.
So what about the Mormons?
Oh,
He also had a
India.
one-child policy, no adoptions.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you so
There's no
unfamiliar
way.
with your own candidates' campaigns? I'm confused.
I'm here to listen. I'm here to throw parties for him. Okay. I thought that he'd never told me about the one-child policy. I mean, granted, a lot of people. Never mind. He never told me about that.
Yeah. Also, he completely agreed with the guy saying orphans are deserve to be orphans or something.
Oh, there was a bit of that. He said he wanted to make more orphans. Actually,
yeah.
the direct quote was,
Yeah.
and
So
then
real Henry
start an
VIII type of
orphanage.
shit.
Right.
So he wants to found an orphanage, specifically of his orphans.
Yes.
Where's your proof? I feel like this is hearsay.
Well, all of it is written in the record in my notes. So.
Your notes, huh?
Yes. Yes, my notes. Also, like I said, Spencer right here, impossible to tell a lie, not able to.
Yeah, that's
Where
actually
are you
true.
from, Spencer?
Huh?
Where you from?
I'm from Salt Lake City. Oh, kind of.
I knew you. I almost guessed Salt Lake City. What the fuck? You ever taken a bath in the Salt Lake, or do you get mummified as you step in?
No. You float. Your density is better than the water, so you float really easily.
I heard that's the best place to put bodies. If
That'd
somebody
probably
had
be
to
like
do
a
that.
pig
Not that I
pen,
would need to do that.
or out in the ocean here, because I've done that a few times.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You've done what?
Oh, I baptized a few people. A really
Oh.
long
That's
baptism.
what he's talking about. Baptizing.
Yeah, an extreme baptizing. Have you ever heard of it?
Like Adolf Hitler.
And
which is
Anne
church
Frank.
baptized.
Yeah, we did do that. We did do that.
That's a real thing. Look,
That's
it
a
up.
real thing. Yeah, it's actually a thing.
The Mormon Church baptized Adolf Hitler and Anne Frank.
Yeah, because they needed to be cleansed to be, save their souls.
To go to
I'm
Mormon
starting to feel
heaven.
Celestial kingdom. Yeah.
I'm starting to feel like your information isn't super reliable, Mr. Donnie and Spencer.
Oh no, my information's really good. It's in this thing called the Book of Mormon, which was found by this guy named Joseph Smith in his backyard, left by the angel Moroni, and written on golden tablets that he had
Yeah,
to
didn't he
read.
just hallucinate one day and wrote that shit so he could fuck 12 women at once?
Nope.
Well, that's a convincing argument.
Well, what are you gonna do? Argue with the dead man?
Right, exactly. No, I was on your side on that one.
Yeah.
It's convincing. Quite good.
I mean, send me to hell. I'll have a conversation with them.
Well,
you know
we
what I
don't believe
mean?
in
'Cause-
hell. Yeah, we don't believe in hell.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't.
No, it's called the Outer Darkness, and it's kind of like, have you ever been on a plane that never takes off on the tarmac, and there's no movies or anything, and you're the only one on a plane, like a red eye, and then the engine breaks, so you can't take off. Yeah, that's what the Outer Darkness is like. Imagine you're just waiting for your plane to take off, but it never goes.
It's like a Twilight Zone episode.
I thought the Twilight they took off, and there was just a thing on the wing.
Is Mormon character so accurate? Yeah, because he's
Depends which one you're
really a
talking about.
Mormon. Chatter.
There's other plane episodes. That's the only one I can
Which
remember.
episode? Are you talking about
That
classic? or you
does
talking about the new
quite
one?
sound like
Oh,
hell
the
to
old
me.
one.
The old one. Listen, I'm all for sexual openness and everything like that, and
Mhm.
maybe maybe some people didn't need to go ahead and start an entire cult just to be polygamous. But we evolve.
That's not a cult,
people.
though.
Times change. Oh yeah, no, I would never accuse. You know about the dipping thing?
He grew up in Idaho.
Soaking?
He's basically a Mormon.
Oh, soaking. Yes.
That's not a real thing. I think that was made up by a bunch of frauds just to like deframe. Like people like to mysticize things because I'm gonna be honest. Having been around a lot of Mormons in my life,
that he's not.
I've never
Mormon.
actually heard of anyone doing that. But all I've ever heard is people who are non-Mormon talk about like, oh, Mormons soak. The only things I've ever heard about that are real is like derfing, credit carding.
What?
Oh yeah, derfing.
What?
You haven't lived till you
Why did
derf.
you
I
say
did it all
I'm-
prom.
How does one derf? Spencer?
Aggressive
Please tell
dry
us.
humping.
But no soaking.
No,
Listen,
soaking-
I
Not real.
I
know
believe
somebody.
Spencer's
Soaking is
working with
real.
inaccurate information. Soaking is the first step before jump humping.
Yeah, but soaking's not real.
Soaking is
real
the
thing.
well. So what about jump humping then? Is jump humping also not real?
No, those are things just mysticized. People gotta like mysticize Mormons.
Oh
'cause
yeah,
they're not, like, that
unlike the
crazy.
entirety of the Mormon Church, you're right. Oh, this is what we mysticize.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I knew a girl. She was Mormon. She was raised by Salt Lake City. She knew all about soaking. All right. She's
Yeah,
the
everyone
reason I know
knows about it because it's like it's a pretty popular like meme.
So you're trying to cover it up with the derfing.
Oh no, I'm open. I've derfed. I've had my fair share of derfs. I'm the derf
I
meister.
believe he's covering it up too. Not gonna lie here.
Seems like propaganda, am I right?
Doesn't soaking just seem like a very obvious loophole that like if the church obviously knows about, they wouldn't allow it?
I don't think the church allows derfing either.
They
It's
do,
more
though.
Of a thing. They
But
do.
Yeah, because derfing, like literally derfing is encouraged. That's like on God.
No.
I swear.
You mean
The Mormon church has
Ain't
to
no
set you
fucking
up,
way.
yeah.
Ain't no fucking
Yep.
way.
Yep.
Ain't no way derfing is the like you're in the fucking the church that you build.
No,
Oh, never mind.
derfing is
That's Amish
actually
people.
yeah,
Sorry.
because derfing
And
like
then they
there's
were
no.
like,
I mean, there's implied sexuality.
It's like in Catholicism, the poop hole loophole.
Yeah, but less.
they're not gonna advertise that. You know what I mean? Like they're not gonna get on the stand and be like, oh yeah, no soaking, but you know what you can do? Derf.
Yeah,
They're
but
not gonna
derfing
say
is
that.
just like imagine you're dancing really close.
Okay. Like a
We're
middle,
not
like
we're not Hitler. Like we're not going to stop you from dancing.
Right. You're not Hitler, but you'll baptize him post
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
let's see what my friends think about derfing. Right over
I think
All right.
Donnie was about to sleep.
Yes, I have to go to sleep.
Wait a minute. Wait, no, this is actually really serious. I can't have you spreading I can't have you spreading propaganda about my client like that.
Well, it's not propaganda. It's just the truth.
Why don't we schedule a proper interview? An unbiased.
Yeah, do that.
With your client or with who?
Yes.
You'd like
Can
a
not have 20
second
people in the room?
interview.
Hey, Sana, we're just finishing up. Yeah, because this one obviously was biased.
Right. Well, I've texted your client, and he can text me back, or I can give you my phone number. It's all good.
Yeah, sure. Do you enjoy cocaine?
Not necessarily.
Are you sure?
I do drink though.
Okay. What, whiskey?
Yes.
All right.
Why do you have
right.
cocaine?
No, but if you wanted some, maybe, I'm just asking. I'm allowed to ask a question, right?
Well, sure. I'm the one who asked the questions.
Are you?
Yes. All right.
Well,
this is my
anyway.
number. I'm gonna read it out loud to you.
All right.
420. Nice. 782 6008.
Okay. What's your name again?
Donnie O'Sullivan with one
Is it
N.
short for Donald?
Donald.
Donald? Like Donel?
Donald. Donal.
Oh, okay. What's O'Sullivan?
Yes.
Okay, listen, here's the thing, right? We are gonna invite you to the campaign party, and you can have a proper assessment about what my client is all about. All right, and
all right.
no more of this sleepy slumber party, Max, nothing like that. That's that's not right. That's propaganda. That's not right. That's not right.
And as long as your candidate doesn't fall asleep again, then I won't report on it. It's just I report the facts, ma'am. And right now the facts are that he's sleepy. your candidate is melatonin max currently.
All right, listen, we're gonna change that. I tell you what. What's like a more positive? You know, it's like something fun, something that's like super party, super fun. You know, something that really gets the people going and lets them know that he's ready to serve the people and be active and not sleepy and not have slumber parties unless they're super fun slumber parties that everyone enjoys that benefit the economy. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know. You're throwing a party for him, right? So I feel like maybe if it's high intensity, it'll be fine.
Okay. And then you're not gonna talk no more shit about how he's sleepy.
Well, I don't talk shit. I simply report what I see.
Who's all right? B, who am I killing?
What side are you
Tell
on
me who
here?
I'm killing.
Well, what?
Like, what's your goal?
All right. Well, I am the sleepy one right now. I have to go to sleep.
Okay.
Then again, I'm not running for mayor, so it's not that big of a problem.
We'll talk about this later. No more of the slumber party bullshit, all right? It's bad for my business.
All right.
You can always call me. I'm in the yellow pages. I'm usually
Spencer,
around now.
I'm going to sleep. Have a good
All right, have a
night.
blessed one, Donnie.
We love that.
Your character's wide awake. That's not how RP works, chatter. Okay. See, I hid. I didn't do it in front of people. Guys, I've been live for 11 hours almost, okay? I'm freaking dying. I have to work out tomorrow morning early. You know what I mean? I still haven't had dinner. Kind of starving Marvin out in this bitch. Apparently North Korea and South Korea are duking it out while we were doing stuff. But it was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, you got a lot to look forward to. We'll do a party. We'll go to the Max party and stuff like that. But yeah. Someone woke up. Look at that tail. Look at that tail.
Sunny Los Angeles,
Oh, big stretch. All right. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. All right. Holy fuck, I'm tired. Bye bye.
To the topic just begun. There is again a sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in.